never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. in, coach, I've been going hard. Time to let it show, everything raw. Give it to me now, let me have the spot. Man, it's going down, gotta get it here. I don't wanna wait, take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I'm gonna drive the Mercedes, I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk's over. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god! यहाँ पर क्लोज लेके शॉट लेके बच गए हाईएस्ट लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा एलिमिनेशन
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be hosting Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Scaredy Cat, and we wish you all a very happy Republic Day. With that being said, I would also like to thank our sponsors, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and, of course, Monster Energy. Now, let's move on with the show. Shaishanu, we know today is the week 3, and considering week 3, that means we also talked about this. The room for error is going to be next to none.
Absolutely next to none, because half of the series is already over now and you cannot make those same mistakes that you have been making previously. You've got to find some new ways to build upon the strategies that you already have been using, plus also adapt to what your opponent is trying to do, because we've seen quite a few drop clashes as well, and we've also seen some teams leaving their drop location for other team when they've got a potential drop collision, just to avoid those early conflicts. But at the end of the day, we have realized and we've seen to most of the teams that even if they try to kind of delay those fights, they eventually end up in a situation where they are sandwiched. So they've got to focus on that, and they all have to work on that.
I mean, listen, there are a couple of specific teams that have been playing super consistent throughout the entire week, but then we also cannot forget some teams that took a last-minute bounce back. I'm also speaking about Team Zero over here, a team that everyone lost hope from, but Team Zero in the previous week, in the last couple of days, Team Zero just made a massive bounce back, and now it just seems like they're once again back in the run. There's a chance they can make it inside of the top 16. What are your thoughts about Team Zero?
I am loving the way they've shown that they can play up to the potential that they had in the starting few days. Yes, they were facing a lot of hiccups. There were quite a few speed breakers out there, but I love the way how they were able to quickly secure those chickens. But I really want to see them move even further.
Exactly. We've got the format in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. This entire tournament started with open qualifiers from which only 8 teams qualified into the challenge season, which we currently are in, and 24 teams were invited inside of the challenge season. We're currently inside of the week 3 of the challenge season, and then after this challenge season, there's going to be challenge finale, where only 16 teams from this challenge season will be able to qualify on. That's a massive cutoff, but once again, I'm going to say this over and over again. The bigger or the better the format is, the more entertaining the entire show gets. And this is how cruel the format is supposed to be. Let's move on and take a look at the point system. It's going to be the generic one, nothing really out of the box. For chicken dinner, you're going to be getting 15 points. And then, of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see that one specific thing in red color. And that is each finish will grant you 1 point.
Now, we've seen quite a lot of teams focused on those possession points, and if not the 100% of the lobby, at least 80% of lobby focuses down on it. There are just a few teams that actually decide to go for those skirmishes. One of them is Orangutan, and since we were talking about the teams who are showing the potential of making the comeback, I think so this is the team that I want to keep my eyes on, because now is the time for them to move forward.
Exactly. Considering we've got a lot of teams, so we needed to divide those teams into a group of 8. And currently we've got 4 groups in front of us. In Group A, you've got some of the legends, of course. Group B, 2, Chemin Esports, a team that has been performing phenomenally well and super consistent. Recently, they have changed their approach inside of the game. They're preferring to fight a little bit more in the battlegrounds, and this approach has sort of seen a little bit of a dip in the performance of Chemin Esports. Definitely the consistency in some few games is not there, but still, considering it's Chemin Esports, we know they're easily going to be able to get back on the first spot. They're not that far away from Entity Gaming. Then you've got Group C, where you've also got teams like Revenue Esports who are doing quite good. Team Soul, Team Forever, FS Esports. Inside of Group D, you've got OR Esports, Team 8-Bit, TTE, a team that has astonished all of us, currently sitting on 4th spot in the overall standings.
This is one of the only team who were able to win through the Conquest finals and then even show us their potential in the main standings, because they are the only team who are at that in the top 10, if I'm about to say that. And I really wanted to talk about Team Together Esports as well, because the way how they have shown their improvement, yes, they were, I would say, performing fairly decent in the early week, but in the second one, I did see a few hiccups. But the way that they were able to end up those 3 matches that they were able to do specifically on that last day, I really love the fact how, even though we've seen multiple times how this team also tries to play it a little bit safe, do not want to go in for quite a lot of those skirmishes, but they end up finding one of the greatest positions for themselves. And if not being in the top 1 or 2 position, they always make sure to kind of ruin the game for other teams out there. But honestly, I love the fact that you touched up about Team Chemin as well, because I wanted to talk about that team too. Their approach was to play way too safe. Do not enter the circle until it's stage 3. But recently, specifically in the past week, they have tried to take an aggressive approach, and that hasn't worked out for them yet at all. And this is one of the teams who only scored 9 points. So I am pretty worried about them.
I mean, look, on day 9, Chemin Esports, they only got 9 points, if I'm not wrong. And that in itself is definitely going to be super hurting. On day 6, my bad, Chemin Esports only got 9 points. And in the entire one day, you've played 3 games. And from those 3 games, you only managed to gain 9 points. Now, that's a big drop-off. And Chemin Esports, they definitely need to bounce back from this drop-off. But considering their first position is compromised by Entity Gaming, it is definitely going to be hurting them. But once again, they're not that far away from that first spot. So I highly doubt Chemin Esports, they're even going to try to be that depressed about that thing. But as we've got the Finnish leaders in front of us, Ninja Boy, of course, at the top from Global Esports. He's been carrying the torch and marching it forward all the time for Global Esports. Then you've got Psycut from the side of Team Together Esports with 18 eliminations himself, with 18 matches being played. And then you've also got 35 eliminations, my bad. And then you've got Psycut with 29. Then you've also got Punk with 27. And then you've got Hirsch as well with 27.
I mean, seeing all the players out there, it's only Global Esports and Blind who are not in top 16, yet they've got one of the top fraggers of the entire Finnish boards. Because Ninja Boy, we have seen him multiple times, if I'm not wrong, even on the map of Vikendi. There was a time when Global Esports were being surrounded, were being pinched by the members of GT, and yet Ninja Boy was the one who was able to step up for his team. On the other side, Harsh, we are seeing how well he performs. We also saw a few embers of comeback coming in on week number 2 from Blind, because they were taking that aggressive approach. They were doing what they are known to do, but even after that, they just could not finish it off in that top position, because again, the one who's staying on top is going to be none other than Entity, and just following them up, trailing with only 10 points, it's going to be Chemin.
Exactly. As I mentioned, Chemin Esports is not that far behind from Entity Gaming, so once again, it's not going to be that big of a deal for them. But IQ Seoul being dropped down to 3rd spot, then you see Team Together Esports was also slowly and steadily tailing that first spot in the overall standings. Revenue Esports, another team that is supposed to be consistent inside of the games. Yeah, a couple of slip-ups here and there are definitely noticeable, but it's completely okay. WSP Gaming, a bunch of new players and still performing so well. Just like TTE, WSP Gaming as well has astonished all of us, especially when they got that back-to-back chicken dinner.
True. Still can't forget about the fact second one was on the map of Erangel, if I'm not wrong, and it was a heavy skirmish towards the Potato Hill, and that was one of the most reckless fights that we have seen from most of the teams out there. But at the end of the day, WSP were just able to position themselves so very well and got the chicken for themselves. Also focusing on position points more, because they've got 101 position points with only 64 finish points. But on the other side, Gujarat Tigers, this is a team which I was hoping I might see in top of the leaderboard. I also made a prediction that Gujarat Tigers might be able to clutch it out, because Clutch God was performing so very well. But on the other side, Alibaba Raiders, the team that solely focuses on placement points, are at the 10th place.
Absolutely. That's a really good point that you brought up. Alibaba Raiders. And inside of this team, we have seen a big dip in the performance without a doubt. I still remember in week 1 and week 2, or especially at the start of week 2, Alibaba Raiders was somewhere in the first half of the board, and now you see them on the 10th spot in the overall standings, which is not that bad. Trust me, they can easily make it back to the top 3 or top 5 if they want. But once again, they need one solid game to do so, which is probably going to be super tough considering we're inside of week 3. And there's a chance we might see a couple of switch-ups in the strategies and the playstyle. As we've got the 3rd page of the overall standings, Big Brother Esports, a team that is now currently dropped down to 17th spot, but they do pack a lot of punch.
I still kind of feel that yes, their run has been pretty decent. Looking the way how they were ending things in week 1 and how they ended it in week 2, I find that a pretty big jump, because they were literally on the last page, if not at dead bottom. So jumping up to 17th spot, I feel that yes, if they're able to carry forward the momentum that they brought in week number 2, they should be able to probably climb up at least till top 10, because they have literally shown that potential. Uzumaki has been giving some great call outs this time around. But on the other side, Team 8-Bit, we've also heard from the interview of Juicy how yes, there were a lot of survivabilities in terms of all the teams out there. So he's also facing a few extra hiccups into taking those decisions where they need to go in for the fight. But on the other side, OR Esports, we've heard so many times how this team was doing so very good in the early week, but eventually fell off.
I mean, look, initially, these teams are definitely going to struggle considering we have seen so many revamped rosters, right? So all the players are sort of new. They have never played again. They have never played with each other, and now they need to adjust inside of a tournament. yeah, in the initial phase of the tournament, there's always going to be a little bit of that struggle, and that's why maybe Godlike is struggling, but maybe inside of week 3, which is currently, maybe Godlike can bounce back inside of this week and maybe make it inside of the top 16 with a comfortable lead, with a comfortable cushion. And we've currently got the last page of the overall standings, and you can see TWM Gaming, Team 0. You've also got Skulls Esports, Metal Esports, 4Shot Esports. These teams, they haven't been able to live up to the mark at all. Team 0, they did showcase a big bounce back in the overall standings in the week 2, but once again, that bounce back is not enough at all. Team 0, they still need a couple of more consistent, solid performance, and then once again, they might just propel themselves in the top 16, but that still sounds a little bit too much.
It clearly shows that how the rankings were being upset by just one chicken dinner early on cannot be done so in the exact same way, specifically when we're talking about week 3. Because even just in week 2, we are seeing if teams get 2 chicken dinners straight with some decent points, it was not just a 15-16 point chicken dinner, it was over 20 point chicken dinner. So yes, they were focusing on the eliminations as well, and even that is not enough to bring them back into the third phase. So yes, things need to be changed, gears need to be switched up. And honestly, I love the way how Skulls were able to do it, at least in the previous week, because we've seen quite a lot of teams, yes, they've got bangers of the day with 58 points, 53 points, but on the other side, Skulls, they were facing a lot of struggle, but the way they ended day 6 with 29 points, I feel that was pretty satisfactory. But yes, some gears still need to be changed.
And then you look at the 31st spot and you see Metal Esports down there too. And you wonder, Metal Esports, we haven't really seen a lot of things change in that roster. It is still the same playing four, and still they are struggling when it comes to team communication and synergy. They've still got 6 more games in their hands. I mean, exactly, of course, today and tomorrow. That's why I believe that there's still a chance to come back in these 6 games, in these 2 days that are going to be upcoming. And if Metal Esports is not able to do anything in these 2 days, then everything's going to be screwed, because on day 3 of the week 3, all the top 16 teams, they will start building a lead that will be unchaseable, especially when you're all the way on the 3rd or the 4th page of the overall standings, where you're all the way at the bottom. So it's better if you try to take these 6 upcoming games as serious as possible and try to get a couple of chicken dinners, because that's the only thing that's going to save you, especially when you're all the way at the bottom 4 in the overall standings.
Normally, if you falter in week 1, that's quite understandable, because just as you mentioned, a lot of roster changes and a lot of synergy issues. But in week 2, we have seen so many teams settle down, and one of them being Revenant Esports themselves, because the way that they have performed, that was phenomenal. And if I'm not wrong, they also had a couple of days wherein they scored over 40 points for themselves. So that is definitely solid. But a very well mentioned point about how the teams are now building their lead up. So of course, these 3 games that these 2 teams will play, specifically who are the ones on down bottom, will be super important, specifically talking about Middle, Skulls, TWM, Chemin, because Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, these are the best 3 maps on which you can try and build up your lead, because this is the schedule of today.
I mean, a while ago, you guys saw the groups as well, and inside of the first game, we're going to kick off with Group A and B, and of course, it's going to be the classic map. It's going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. In Group A, you've got some of the big teams, some of the legends: Global Esports, Godlike, AUTOBOTZ, Plan Esports, Gujarat Tigers, WSP, 4Shot Esports, and then you've also got Godstream. But in Group B, you've got some of the consistent teams out there. Chemin Esports being one of those. Orangutan recently, of course, they have started to showcase that uprise. Metal Esports, things are a little bit on that downhill curve, but then you cannot forget a team like Carnival Gaming, who has been trying their best to showcase that consistency on the board. Sometimes they're able to deliver in some weeks, sometimes one single bad game can actually cost them their position in the overall standings. But we know what Carnival Gaming is capable of. We know they've got a lot of experience as well, and they're quite a decent team. So I'm not exactly too worried about Carnival Gaming. Inside of this group, the only team that I'm going to be super worried about has to be Skulls and Metal Esports, because for them, it's a chance to make a comeback.
That is indeed true, because the start is something that you need to be very solid. Now, since you do not have any more foundation to fall back on, these are the last 18 matches, and seeing how the points disparity is already pretty high, I'm also worried about the teams who are literally sitting on the 12th to 16th spot, because you do not have a solid foundation for yourself. Just one bad day and you will be thrown out of that top 16. And few of those teams, one of them being Orangutan themselves, and also on the other side, I want to see the performance of Team Hydra being built up now on this specific day, because they're also doing a pretty solid job. We saw a very good comeback coming in from them. They were also able to grab a chicken for themselves. So I am looking forward to the way they're going to change things in their roster, specifically talking about how they're going to drop onto the locations. Are they going to still go in for the exact same strategy of survival, or are they going to change a few things? Because on the other side, Blind, they seem to be very comfortable on the map of Erangel, and you just cannot count that team out.
Exactly. How can you also forget about Team Xpark, right? Journey started off quite in a flickering way, but Xpark, we know they're sort of in that uphill curve, and we like to see that. The graph is going up. And Xpark, I've noticed this over and over again, and I've also mentioned this sometimes in the past, is that Xpark's new lineup is completely firepower oriented, and they should try to stick to that. They should try to stick to the aggression. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 1 of the Week 3 begins now, where room for error is going to be even more low, as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Kameshki towards Primorsk. This plane flat path is quite nice, and teams are not going to have any issue.
Absolutely. I don't think so we're going to see any kind of drop clashes either, because most of the teams that they just decide to go in for their secondary drop locations, if in case they kind of find some other team who will be going in. For now, we're going to see Global Esports dropping directly towards Seveni. No problem that side whatsoever. Godlike would probably end up being in Yasnaya as well. Team Xpark, we've seen a peace treaty between both of these teams. They both loot up different parts of Yasnaya Polyana. It's just because that area is humongous. On the other side, Orangutan will probably take the same drop towards Peripia. Ash will go down south on the military base island. I want to see if Chemin are still going to go towards Zarki and Georgopol, because you also have AUTOBOTZ who might be looking to drop in the similar direction. If not, maybe they could try and change a few things, because you don't have Soul right now. So you might as well want to drop towards Rozhok.
Chemin Esports and one more team underneath them are going to the same direction. There's a chance we might see that clash instantly off the bat. But once again, Chemin Esports is one of those teams I highly doubt they would like any type of smoke off the bat inside of the battlegrounds. So maybe they will definitely try to avoid that fight. But Chemin Esports, they've already found themselves a little bit of ground, a little bit of foothold. And I highly doubt even they're going to be giving that away. There's a chance we might see a fight beginning. And I'm super down to see it. As usual, you've got Carnival Gaming inside of Gatka region. TWM towards all the way on left. Another team we need to speak of has to be TWM. Ninze, Kiolamau, Sam. We've seen these guys perform in the past, but unfortunately inside of the TWM banner, they're not exactly able to play that well. Ninze being one of the magnificent players, one of the mechanical gods that I've seen. Unfortunately, Ninze isn't really able to shine through that well. You can't see when you spectate that player, you know he's got a lot of firepower. You know he packs a massive punch. And when he hits you in the gut, it's going to hurt. But still, Ninze, he just haven't really found that activation to himself. And I'm not exactly sure how is he going to be able to activate himself, because he needs to do so as quick as possible. You've got the gang of Chemin Esports rolling up inside of the house. They've already managed to get one knockout on Novitsky. Gujarat Tigers off to a bad start.
Definitely not the one that you want to go for, specifically when you're starting in week 3, but it's very well touched point upon TWM as well, because I feel that Kyo's nades are providing some decent value, but we can talk about that later. Shadow now in the crosshair, and they should be able to pick him off as well, because there's just Wixie out in the house and they do not have any kind of utilities. Chemin really want to find 2 more frags onto them.
Oh, there's just absolute blows for Gujarat Tigers, and what? The entirety of Gujarat Tigers that came crashing down. Off the bat, you've only got 15 teams inside of the lobby. What a big blunder that was. Chemin Esports, they got some free points for themselves, as I mentioned a while ago, too. As soon as I saw these teams gliding to the same spot, I knew they're not going to be able to make it to Georgopol, so they have to take a pit stop. And as soon as the pit stop was taken, Chemin Esports, they just had the advantage because they were the quicker one. Just rolling
But now
out the
the
entire
question
squad
is-
of the opponent team like that, not even breaking a sweat. Chemin Esports, I mean, they've already got 4 points. Now all they can do is do what they like to do, is go for the med strat, I guess.
Don't give them ideas, Necro. Come on. Finally, we are seeing some good aggression coming in from Kevin. But yes, now I'm kind of scared for them, being very honest, because normally they would drop somewhere around Georgopol City or maybe go directly towards Zarki. But since they took this early skirmish and they took way longer than expected, that area has been occupied by Autobots. So they'll probably go for a long rotation towards Zarki. And if in case Autobots are quite vigilant, they should be able to stop them in their tracks. Maybe we're going to see some kind of skirmish, or maybe I'm just being too presumptuous out here. But on the other side, Team Hexpark, Godlike, both of them win their peace treaty and not doing anything different, just staying in their area. Where are the other members of Godlike? Alright, they're just down south towards Yasnaya. I also wanted to bring up on the point of TWM, which you already mentioned, how
Yeah.
Ninja, yes, it's got a lot of potential, but they're just not being able to pop off the way we expected them to. I also wanted to point out how Kyolamau, with those frags, has been on point. So I think so they can try and set him up, try and get a pick or two with his nades, and then follow up on it, because that follow up is the part where I think it's missing. And if they do that, they should be able to step up in that leaderboard.
I mean, at this point, as I mentioned, every single team that is currently on the 3rd and the 4th page, especially the team on the 4th page I would like to speak about, they've got a chance to make a comeback in the upcoming 6 games. And they're already playing one of them. 3 will be played today, 3 will be played tomorrow. So that means they've got 2 days, counting this one in. And if they're not able to do anything in the 2 days, you already know. In the 3rd day of the week 3, the lead will be so much that it would be next to impossible to catch up for the teams that are all the way at the last page of the overall standings. And you would not want to be in that spot. Of course, some of the 8 teams will be in that spot whatsoever. But still, you would at least die trying like a warrior.
I mean, seeing how 7 of these 15 teams are literally on the last few pages of the leaderboard, this is basically the best day for them to start things off, and that in a good style. And for one of the teams, Gujarat Tigers, who did not have a great day on day 3 of week 2, they might be looking forward to the map of Miramar already now, because they ended things up at 10 points and they haven't gained even a single one in this one. So 1 map down and still at the exact same position, if not worse. On the other side, Medal seem to be having the time of their life on Novo, not having any team to be worried about. But one thing that I want to focus on is going to be the circle, because that is away from them. And I am seeing quite a cluster being formed down towards the western part of the farm, where we're seeing Skulls as well as WSB and maybe the members of Blind creating a cluster. And you know that God's Reign are also going to take the route of the western military base bridge, where they might be welcomed by Orangutan.
Pretty much. OG, they always like to start things off from fair pier. So once again, the players of God's Reign, they're going to know there's a man waiting for them. And considering OG is also inside of the circle, I highly doubt they're going to be moving this early. OG is one of the aggressive teams. They like to play a little bit off-centric. So let's see what the approach is going to be looking like. We can't just say anything right now, right? Considering OG, they have been struggling as well a little bit. So maybe we might see some changes in the playstyle. But so far, they're still towards fair pier. But then you look at another team that is one of the most aggressive team, or I would like to say the most aggressive team inside of the lobby, hands down, is Blind Esports. Yeah, I understand they haven't really got the most amount of elimination points inside of the game, just like Global Esports, but just the play style I've seen these 4 players bring inside of the game, they do not like to back away from a fight. Neither they just straight up go in that fight, and then they like to make calls on the fly.
I mean, you can make as many strategies as you want to. All you need to do at the end of the day is win those gunfights. Just a couple of shots to the head of the opponent, and they're down to their knees. And all of their strategies are down in the drain. So that's what probably Blind wants to focus on. Does not matter where they want to try and take the fight on. If they've got a decent position, they're going to focus on it. And they will probably end up winning it because that's the potential that they have shown. Yes, just a few hiccups, but I don't think so that it's enough to shake this entire team. But on the other side, Middle needs to be pretty careful because now they've decided to go in for the rotation, and so has been the decision of Hydra, who will be taking their way and space towards farm as well as the entire bridge where Middle would think of rotating from, I think. So that could be potentially a trouble. But on the other side, Chemin, just as you mentioned, they'll probably be going for the exact same strategy of the Meds one and would not try to enter the circle before stage number 3. But quite a few shots being fired by Goblin.
That was a knock that was quite far away. And Goblin still easily managed to get that one. The confirmation's going to be next to impossible, though, considering the opponents, they've got 4 walls around them. And yes, they will be able to get the resurrection back up onto the fallen player. 4Shot Esports, a team that is currently all the way at the bottom in the overall standings. What do you expect from them inside of this week?
I think so. Play around Xian. Try and set him up for the skirmishes. And do not back away. Because I feel that they have been lacking in the homework department. Because this has been multiple times that we have seen Carnival Gaming, they like to go in for a very split play. So, seeing how Goblin was the one who actually knocked him, they should have the cue that there's at maximum of 2 players here and the rest of the cavalry is just not close by. They've got the numbers advantage already. So, I think so. I would have kind of rushed in for that fight. Maybe that's too presumptuous. But on the other side, I want to see them changing those gears. I want to see a little aggressive approach from them, trying to take this fights, trying to slam in, take the positions away from your opponents.
This is the phase of the game where all the teams are now going to try to rotate or maybe reposition themselves. And that's what the players of AUTOBOTZ are doing. They're on a move. One of the players went all the way at the top of the mountain, and he'll pretty much try to get as much information as possible from the top. Once again, getting the information is going to be a little bit tough considering it's one of the highest peak that Erangel has to offer, and it's probably going to be outside of the render distance as well. So let's see what the game plan's going to be looking like. Zgot, though, is already taking a lot of shots. His buggy's about to blow up. Pulls up behind a rock, will need to patch himself up and then keep on continuing his journey in that damaged buggy. He's got no other option. He cannot stay over there out in the open. But 4Shot Esports, they've definitely made that travel quite difficult. Jonathan's on his way as well to get the rescue mission done for his teammate. Once again, it's not that big of a deal for the entirety of Godlike. Zgot, yes, he was in a bit of a trouble, but not that much. He will be out of that spot easily. And once again, still it's the early phase of the game, so every single team inside of the lobby, they're going to find an easy shelter. And that's what Godlike does.
I'm not quite sure how good of a shelter this would be.
Ooh.
The car is actually pretty solid. I always love those. Because down south, they've got God's Rain coming up slowly. I mean, we can talk about those cars as much as possible and as much as we want, because there's no fight brewing up as of now, at least. And
I mean, you gotta admire the beauty, right?
Indeed. I'm also surprised that no one is actually admiring that high ground position of Everest. Yes, I understand that it might not be in the next 2 zones, but still, that position is pretty solid. Gives you a lot of information out there. And I mean, I'm surprised to see Chemin there actually out of the blue zone. I mean, that's a pretty good decision to make, I'll be very honest. Because you always want to see teams go on to that aggressive play, try to take those fights. But we potentially have a fight brewing up between WSB and Orangutan because AK, he's still in the vehicle, but he should be in the visible radius of WSB.
I mean, Chemin Esports, they're going to take that rotation from the bridge off the Georgia pool. Even Global Esports, all the players clustered up in that same house, in that same building. TWM Gaming, even they're looking quite cozy in that spot. I like that spread too from TWM. Let's see for how long that spread's going to work out actually, because nothing's been going in their favor so far. Metal Esports too, late preachers inside of the circle. Let's see what the game plan's going to be looking like. Once you are one of the late preachers, you need to be super aggressive in the lobby. Can Metal Esports afford to do that? That's the real question. If they do take a lot of damage while taking the fights, then once again, making the comeback, the chances will be even slimmer. So I guess for Metal Esports, survival has to be the key. But that's what they've been struggling at for the entire time. But then you look at another team like Global Esports, for them, getting the elimination points has been the key. Just set Ninja Boy up for success, and he's going to be the one taking down squads left, right, and center. He's like a machine gun in that squad who's got auto-aim on.
But every machine gun also need a little bit of a rest time where the other guns need to step up. And that is what's not been happening in Global Esports, because in so many games, we have seen Mavi falling so early on in the map that, I mean, it's the IGL. You cannot afford to lose your IGL. And talking about IGL, Ash always stepping up for his team, always moving forward. But AK has taken a knock, and Encore is the one who's been able to take him down.
Finally, some movements on the map, some knockouts happening too. Metal Esports out for blood, and this is what we like to see. This is the Metal Esports that's being missing inside of the competition. But finally, we're seeing those glimmers. Metal Esports, they've easily managed to get the confirmation flown up. Maybe going for the loot can be a good priority as well, but I guess every single player is quite stacked up, so I highly doubt Metal Esports, they're even going to be thinking of looting up. OG, even they were down to a three-man squad. Godlike too, down to a three-man squad. I'm not exactly sure what happened with Godlike, but Godlike was looking pretty comfortable in the compound they found. But somehow they managed to lose out of one player.
Yeah, that was very early on. AUTOBOTZ were the ones who managed to get that one pick. It was during the drops.
Oh,
on
wow.
the other side, yes, Orangutan now going dead in the center, where you already have AUTOBOTZ staying put, and also Carnival Gaming. So Orangutans are not going to be allowed to take any of the compound in center. But on the other side, down south, we're also seeing Drigger being taken down. And that is the exact compound we were talking about. AUTOBOTZ want to go in for the confirmation, but Ash cannot afford to lose another one of his fragger. They've already lost AK. They can't afford to lose Drigger as well. They would not be able to find those frags, those crucial position and placement points.
Skrills just scouting out the compounds in the front. He knows there's someone stationed over there. Godsreen, they can hear the return. Skulls Esports is the team that have got that swift play. For all the players of Godsreen in this one single hut, I'm not sure how good of a tactic this is going to be. As long as you're getting that intel, though, that's all that's going to matter. And I guess Godsreen, the only reason why they're holding this hut is for intel in the first place. All the four players in the same house, one single nade can just demolish all the hopes and dreams for Godsreen inside of the game. But once again, it's Godsreen. You know they're not that dumb, so they're not going to let that happen. Soon enough, we're probably going to be seeing that repositioning coming in from Godsreen. And I'm just waiting for that. Arto was taken down from the entirety of Skulls. That's an unfortunate turn of events for this team. They're going to start things off with just a three-man squad now. And to deal with just a three-man squad, it is going to be way much more tougher, especially for a team that is all the way at the bottom of the overall standings on the second last.
How Medal have changed a few things up for themselves now. Only finding one pick, but at least they found something. We're seeing this team perform well, also have a chicken in their hand. But in the meantime, Skulls and WSB. WSB is the one who's got the advantage, and Armin has basically been a key along with Raiden. Still remember how they were able to hold onto their position when they were being pinched from two different directions, and Raiden was probably the one who was able to stop a team down south back on the map of Vikendi, and Armin and the gang were just able to wipe out entirety of God's Reign by slamming into their compound. That was the map on which they also got a chicken. So really love to see those kind of aggressive gameplays. Now, I think so this DBS meta has basically changed things so much in terms of what the teams want to do. Because again, it's always a 50-50. The one whose shots gets registered first is the one who gets the pick. And just because that weapon is absurdly insane. So teams, whenever they kind of get the first knock, they lose first player, they just decide to fall back. Because, I mean, there's hardly any chance for them to go in for any kind of revive. And talking about that, Ash has also been taken down and wiped off.
Once again, though, but if you manage to bait that shot, then everything's going to be good in the hood. But getting that shot baited out, though, it is quite tough.
That's the risky.
Yeah.
Very risky.
You pretty much need to rely on the luck. Which is not a good thing as a professional player. You would never want to do that. Global Esports, Mavi being lost out, and look at this aggression that Team X Spark is showing up. Dream, Sarang, Ninja John, all the players pulling up at the same time in Global Esports. The Giants, the Goliaths might just fall down. Ninja Boy, a man who packs a lot of punch, and he still managed to fight Sarang. No, it was actually Beast who managed to get the knockout. Still, Ninja Boy's got 3 players up and alive in the front lines. At least the situation's taken down to a 3v3. Team X Spark, they do realize they've walked into a massive trap. Even the utility utilization from Global Esports, it just seems quite perfect. And Ninja Boy is not backing away from this fight at all. He's going for that head-on-head collision. But Team X Spark, even their position quite brilliant. Global Esports, they cannot share the same territory with a team like Team X Spark. So Global Esports, they're just not going to give up. Utilities are being poured from both the sides, but Ninja Boy, up close and personal combat, he comes out on top, but an instant trade comes into play as well. Team X Spark, they pull the situation down to a 2v2. But utilities can still be super hurtful, so X Spark, they need to reposition themselves. If they're going to stay in the same spot, things will be way too dire. And Slug, he's over here cleaning the floor, mopping the floor with the players of X Spark's body. Pulls out another nade, wants to go for the last elimination, but Dreams, he's just playing around the corner. Slug, he's also getting shot at from somewhere else, and he realizes that. Instant repositioned behind the door, but still Slug is way too softened up, and he's still got one more full line around him.
That was AUTOBOTZ behind him, and I think so that has been one of the worst plays for Global Esports in this situation. Yes, Team X Spark just down to Dreams. Will now try to force that fight because heals have been come up. Switching to FPP, goes in for the shot, and that lands perfectly, ending the dreams of Dream. But on the other side, Z-God trying to keep some alive for Godlike. And find some other opening as well. But oh my, what is this massacre out there? And WSB just wiping the floor off team after team. They've taken care of both 4-shot as well as blind.
Look at the amount of vehicles that are there. They're never going to be short on the vehicle supply, that's for sure. Almost 8 vehicles in that same watchtower. They've taken down 4-shot. They've taken down Blind Esports, a team that yields so much firepower. WSP, promising stuff. Remarkable stuff from them. Let's just keep on watching what WSB can make happen even more, because the next circle shift is going to be there, and it actually shifts out in the open. Once again, the concerns are just going to keep on raising up. Carnival Gaming in the prime spot inside of the circle, but they've still got a full line around them. In the name of AUTOBOTZ. And AUTOBOTZ, unfortunately, they lose out on carry. What a beautiful place nade that was. Carnival Gaming off to a great start inside of the fight. Carry knocked out, crawling back to safety. Mr. Spray's going to have a lot of hurt as well to inflict against the opponents. but Skrills, he's going to be taking a lot of damage even from the back line. Skrills gets knocked out by Sklug from Global Esports, and Mr. Spray is going to be the only glimmer of hope left over for AUTOBOTZ. He's trying his best to fight back with the S12K. That's the only thing he's got. Unfortunately, there's a chance he can be overwhelmed by the entirety of CG, and Neo is trying his best to give a tough fight to Mr. Spray. Mr. Spray does not have a lot of HP to back him up. Nades being tossed from both the sides, and utilities, of course, they're not going to do anything to Neo. He peeks out and shuts him down.
Beautiful shutdown indeed, but now we've got Ninja Boy coming in for a few scraps out here, left and right, because Carnival are not allowed to take control of that hill. This is the one where most of the fights are being taken, and I love the vigilance coming in, but look at the members of Orangutan in the back line. They're just waiting for a perfect timing to jump into this one, but on the other side as well, down south, we're seeing TWM making their rotation. Hydra, WSB also trying to find a prime position in the circle. Hydra now going to come in, and they might be welcomed by the members of Carnival Gaming. Hector right now in the smoke and try to play in for a survival, but only for so long.
It's going to be super tough. Carnival Gaming, they've still got some of the best spot inside of the circle, and they can control the high ground too. But controlling the high ground also means gathering a lot of attention, being the center of attraction, and you do not really want to be that. And Chemin Esports just mowing down the lawn once again. Unfortunately, they lose out on Phantom, which is going to be an easy resurrection if I'm not wrong. But Spursh, these nades, even if one of them connect, it's just going to make things even more worse for the side of Chemin Esports. Utilities are being poured back to back, and Spursh is not able to find any type of confirmation. He's also got 5 more grenades in his hand. Spursh is a walking nade machine. He's a grenade launcher.
That is indeed true. But the team who is actually finding success by being a grenade launcher is none other than WSB. And guess what? They've taken down TWM, and that was on the back of 3 impressive nades. Wow. And one of them to fall by that hand was Kyo Lamau himself. The man who's basically the master of those nades. But Spursh for now just raining havoc out there in the open. Chemin, they've got to just leave that position. They cannot stay put there at all. But shots being fired now, and WSB want to try and fight for the exact position which Carnival Gaming are holding. And Omega has been brought down to his knees already. Raiden going in for some insane spray down. Can he double it up is the question. Nade goes out. He notes the Neo's position.
No.
Hector takes a lot of shots. Now it's just going to go in for that quick scrap pick.
What is this change in the pace by WSB? They're not scared of any team that stands against him. WSB just moving fearlessly against the opponents, and the only man to go in the front lines is in the name of Neo. And that too, Neo's way too scared. He shrouds himself inside of the smoke. He knows if he goes for an open peek against a Goliath like WSB, against the beasts, it will be way too bad. And WSB, this fearless move is just looking super confident, but unfortunately this time, Anuj oversteps a boundary and gets knocked out. Zerf is still up and alive, though he can try to hold off the traffic if he wants to. And that's what he's probably going to be doing. But look at Chemin Esports, 3 players. OG as well, they're alive with 2 players themselves. Global Esports with Ninja Boy and Slug, and as long as Ninja Boy is alive, he's like the Grim Reaper in the lobby. Zerf, what a beautiful spray that was. Rich got shot out instantly. WSB, even for them, the mayhem keeps on continuing. It's an absolute pandemonium inside of the lobby. As Raiden, he finds 2 knockouts. Phantom, another man knocked out from the side of Chemin Esports. 1 more man to go in the name of Dope. For how long Dope is going to be able to stay alive?
I don't think so long. I mean, a Ninja Boy can be Grim Reaper, but out here, WSB just being the devil of the lobby. With 3 man, they've basically taken down 1 player from all different directions, and that's going to be Slug taking a lot of those shots as well. Just because of the high ground, he will be able to heal himself back up. That patchup's going to come in, right? And wants to find the opener, and he finds it. Gets Slug down to his knees. Also wants to find that wrap up as well, but Ninja Boy slowly creeping ahead, moving forward. Cannot go inside the blue. The DPS connects. And that's Chemin again being brought down to their knees. 1 member remaining, but Raiden from the backside. Yet again, finding another pick.
All 2, last man alive. and he's trying his best to move in with the blue zone. And the players of WSP, they've got no clue where exactly Alto is. They can hear the footsteps. Everyone just going for the blind shots. Alto's position spotted, but all the shots missed from Raiden. And what? It's also been stolen away. Wait, who was the victor? Was it WSP or Chemin Esports? It was a little confusing in the end. But I think so. It was Alto from the side of Chemin Esports who took it home. A 1v2 to close it off, if I'm not wrong. But let's find out who exactly was it. Who do you think was it?
I think so. It was WSB. I think it was WSB because he tried to go for that 180 shot, but it was just not possible.
God,
and yes, oh my, this team, if I'm not wrong, this is at least a 30-point game. If not more than that, that's at least a 30-point game. Because when I was last calculating, they already had 14 finishes, and that was before they confirmed the 2 on Global Esports and also at least 2 on the members of Kevin. That is just a great performance, and what a way to start things off. That is just nasty.
Absolutely. I mean, WSP, even in the final few moments, you saw the position from them. 2 players playing on the hillside and 1 player a little bit far away, a little bit spread out on the opposite side, and he was getting all the off angles on the players. First, he found one of the players from the side of, I think it was Ninja Jod, who he found, who was out in the open. I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember. My memory is not that sharp. But he was able to get those off angles. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who that was, right? But he was able to get those off angles. He was able to shut down players from the far fray. And then the 2 players from WSB that were up close and personal, they were doing a little bit of chip damage and gathering all the attention onto themselves. So it was phenomenally Dale.
I mean, I just love the way how, yes, as you've described, they sent in 1 member to quickly take care of the members of Kevin so that they could not go in for a quick push. And on the other side, they were also holding Carnival Gaming. And the way they started that entire push, man, oh man, that was absolutely insane. And I also wanted to focus down on the attention where God's Reign and TWM, they were taking it on each other down south before one of those final circles came into play, and before, of course, WSB took them down. And I love the way how they managed to clear that entire southern part first and then move into that safe circle, because they knew the position of all the other teams out there. And that was always on the back of the high ground that they had during the fight that they were going on against Blind. And I mean, how could anything go wrong for a team that has been taking all the steps so very calculated? But at the end of the day, I want to have another look at as to how things went on the Dart one, because we'll be having a quick look at the highlights of this game, because we definitely need to see that to figure out who was literally the one who won the fight at the end and in what way.
I mean, for WSB, it just feels like that game was written in their destiny. Off the bat, they were just eliminating teams left, right, and center. We just knew somewhere down the line that WSB is supposed to win that game because they were just feeling themselves. That team was in form. All the fights they were taking somehow were just perfect. They just got the perfect time in every single team that they took a fight against, especially this fight against the players of Blind Esports and 4Shot, and WSB was the one to come out on top in that fight. So, in general, it just felt like that WSB, for them, this game was written in their destiny. They came out on top. They pretty much did all the things correct, and they won the chicken dinner. Over here, CG, for a moment, it felt like CG had one of the best positions they could have asked for, but unfortunately, when WSB stepped inside of the ring, everything got screwed up for CG, especially this dominant move that they showcased. They were just moving up close and personal so fearlessly, and they were also able to get their hands on the knockouts.
Everyone's the king of Erangel until the actual king of Erangel steps in. Orangutan as well. They were able to kind of postpone their demise for a very long time, and I think so that gave them some crucial position points. But again, this spray down from Raiden, my god. How can you be so very perfect? With the red dot, he noticed the position of Slug and he knew that he was way too low, so he'll be going in for that patch-up. And at the end, Ninja Boy kind of ruining the things of Chemin out there, but here we go. This was the last skirmish that we were always wanting to see. Alto so very low, tried to go for the 180, but just missed by an inch.
Absolutely. I mean, especially even WSB with how they were exactly playing and how they were just positioned in that final fight. It just felt like they had so much intel to work with. Once again, I'd like to focus on that split a little bit more. There were 2 hills. One hill was unfortunately outside of the circle, which was not being used by any of the teams because teams knew that that hill is outside of the circle and does not really make any type of sense to go over there. But WSP realized that the hill that they currently are on, they can just try to play around the edge and gather all the attention onto themselves, and they can send one man outside of the zone and play a little bit from far away. Considering both the players in the front are currently gathering the attention from all the teams that are on the same hill, the man in the back line took the advantage and took down all the teams that got a little bit aggressive against the players of WSP who were on the main hill. And that's how WSP just pretty much got the upper hand in the fights. And unfortunately, even Chemin Esports, they lost out on 2 players in the same process, and only Dope was the one who was left alive. So brilliant stuff from WSP. Good micromanaging at the final few moments and good decision-making on the fly. You've got Raiden with the MVP, well-deserved, with 7 finishes and 39% finish contribution. Raiden, this man has performed up to the marks.
I mean, that still would be an understatement for the performance that he and his entire team has given us. This has been a delight to watch, I'll be brutally honest. I do not mind the entirety of the first 2 circles without any kind of aggressive plays, without any kind of fight. I enjoyed the way how they always found the perfect opportunities to go for those third parties and always were playing with this exact same kind of split. And the way how he only has 39% finish contribution, that is something mind-blowing. Now we are also going to have a look at the stars of the match because it's Raiden and Zeref. It's WSB all around the board.
It's WSB just all over the place, and then you've got Zeref as the finisher. And let me tell you something, right? Scared a little bit of flashback when I saw this team for the first time in BGMS. When I saw this team for the first time, of course, I knew one thing, and that was that they packed a lot of firepower. Unfortunately, the decision-making and the IGLing was lacking a little bit, and when they try to make the decision to position themselves on a certain spot, it just never really worked out. I had a talk with the coaches, I had a talk with the management team as well of this team, and I told them what exactly they need to fix and what they can try to do in order to get this team a little bit better. And like, fortunately for me, they also replied back, and you know, we were having a couple of talks, and now look at WSB. They know exactly what to do. They know how to micromanage stuff, and the calls that they made on the fly were just phenomenal. They were just perfect. And this duo between Raiden and Zeref, it's been going on all the way back since BGMS Season 2. And once again, this duo is shining through just like a bright diamond.
Shining in the sky, indeed. That too, one of the most brightest diamonds out there, because if I'm not wrong, I guess this is 3 consecutive chicken dinners for WSB now.
Exactly.
2 on the last week. This is the one. Now we're going to start things off in 3rd week. I mean, I am literally scared about all the teams out there who would now try to take on this one behemoth, because they just look like a perfect, well-oiled machine who very well knows when to go on the aggressive and also know when to play passive, never over-engaging, never overestimating their potential, always realizing that yes, they need to have the position first and then they can put the opponents in an uncomfortable position, never taking those 50-50s, always taking a 75-25 in your favor. A brilliant play indeed. But also on the other side, I want to talk about how Global Esports was also able to step up in this game, because they managed to get the 3rd position, and on the back of Slug and Ninja Boy, they managed to get a very good amount of frags too.
Exactly. That's what we need to focus on as well, right? We've been speaking of WSB a lot because, of course, they dropped an absolute nuke in the Battlegrounds with 33 points. But we also need to talk about the consistent teams, Carnival Gaming and Chemin Esports. The consistency just keeps on moving up. 19 points being secured by Chemin Esports. That means they're currently at the top in the overall standings. Unfortunately for the team that was at the top, they're going to be playing the later 3 games. So maybe right now it's Chemin Esports' time to sort of set a target for the upcoming groups to come, but Chemin Esports right now, they're going to be at the king of the hill in the overall standings. Global Esports with 20 points, looking quite comfortable. Carnival Gaming with 10 points. Once again, the consistency keeps moving. Orangutan with 8 points. They need to perform a little bit more better in order to achieve that cushion in the overall standings. Hydra officials, they're desperate to get any type of points next to TWM Gaming.
Blind Esports as well following them up. I mean, the team that was able to win that one skirmish should have been getting a lot more frags. It was WSB, just always on the board. So unfortunately for Blind, not having a good position points for the finish points. Yes, they've got 5. I think so. That's still pretty decent. On the other side, Godlike, again, that was not the best possible start you would expect for that team. Skulls as well, with just 3 points. They're not going to move any forward in the leaderboards. AUTOBOTZ, God's Rain, again, a team which I was thinking might be able to brush off the jitters that they had in week number 2 and would show us a good start in this one. A very unfortunate start for them as well. Just 1 placement point and only 1 finish point. On the other side, Team Xpark, the one who tried to take on Global Esports and could not finish the job up, and now dropped down to just 13. Gujarat Tigers not having even a single point for themselves. Medal and 4 shot in the exact same boat that they started on in week 2.
Hey, I mean, time to focus on the overall standings now. And as I mentioned, Chemin Esports is going to be at the top. Entity Gaming, 199 points, not that far away after the first game. WSP Gaming, they've propelled themselves all the way in the top 3, and they've pushed down Seoul on the fourth spot, and TTE on the 5th, Revan Esports on the 6th, God's Rain on the 7th. Carnival Gaming, they've finally breached in the top 8, and now they're probably going to be looking quite good, and they should have a little bit of more of that uprise in the confidence.
On the second side, we're seeing Global Esports as well pushing forward on that 9th spot. Gujarat Tigers, again, not having a greatest of the map. So they dropped down to the 10th place. And Hydra officials, Orangutan, slowly creeping up and ahead. But they need to have a banger game for themselves if they really want to stay in that top 16. So I think so maybe in the next one or maybe the one after that, because we've seen Orangutan perform quite good on the map of Miramar. But on the other side, we'll also be seeing Blind. They also have to creep up as quickly as possible, because this is not a stable position. All the teams who are on just those 18 matches will be getting their own chance to shine. So you cannot always be comfortable in that top 14 right now. You've got to be in top 10, if not in the top 8. But also, on the last few pages, I know that we would see 4 shot, we would see medal. They really need to change the way that they have been approaching into those fights, specifically medal, because they also found a good opening against Orangutan, but they just cannot seem to be building up on that momentum.
I mean, now I've got another page, right? You see Team Xpark, as I mentioned. Unfortunately for them, the woes keep on continuing. Xpark, a lineup that is completely firepower-oriented, still struggling so much in the battlegrounds. I don't exactly know what the solution's going to be, but Big Brother Esports on the 18th, being pushed down 1 more spot, Godlike on the 17th. All the Godlike fans are definitely going to be disappointed with this one, but then you move on to the last page and you see some more disappointments. TWM Gaming, yeah, the previous game was okay, but they need to do even better. Same thing can be said for a lot of the teams in general, for Metal Esports, for 4Shot, for Skulls, but these 3 teams are all the way at the bottom 3. And as I mentioned, they've got 6 more games in the hands, from which 1 game is already played, so that means they've got 5 games left over. If they're not able to make anything happen in these upcoming 5 games, you might as well count yourself out from the LAN finale.
You only have 2 remaining for the day as well. So, just as you perfectly mentioned, you need to change the gears, you need to step up, and this is basically going to be the time, because we've always seen the map of Miramar kind of change pace for not just 1 or 2 teams out there, but for most of the teams, because as compared to Erangel, I think so, there's just so many different ways that you can play around in one specific circle in the map of Erangel. Specifically, if you're talking about Los Leones, how there are so many high-rising buildings, you can try and gather as much information as possible. Plus, the entire map in general, you've got so many ridges to play around, you've got so many trenches out there, and of course, high altitude cliffs are something that you always want to be at. But we're going to have a look at the schedule as well, because WSB, with a banger performance, just as you mentioned, 33 points in total and a chicken on Erangel. They basically completed their hat-trick of chicken dinners, and we'll now be moving on to the map of Miramar. I want to see things changing, specifically from the teams who are down bottom in the leaderboard.
Exactly. I mean, now Group A and B once again will be coming in. Miramar being one of the biggest maps that the entire competitive pool has to offer inside of the game. And considering Miramar being one of the biggest maps, teams are not going to have any type of issues when it comes to rotating to their designated drop locations or even to the mid-game position. So let's see how well they're going to be able to utilize the terrains that are there on this map. But at the same time, there's a lot of open grounds. And I know Global Esports is one of those teams that likes to abuse these open grounds by taking that high ground early as possible. The same thing can be said for Team X-Spark. We've seen Team X-Spark play on the same map over and over again. And majority of the times, they just try to contest that high ground spot as quick as possible, which I'm a big fan of. I believe in the fact that if you do have a high ground somewhere and if you can get an advantage in a fight, so you might as well try to go for it. So high ground advantage should be the way to go in the map for Miramar, and Team X-Spark and Global Esports, they have been doing it over and over again.
I would really want to see how this one will pan out for them. But also on the other side, looking at Orangutan, how they really always go with the northwestern part of the drop, and also looking at God's Reign, who basically go on the exact opposite end of the map. I think so they'll still try to focus on those same drops because played, oh my god. Alright, seems pretty decent. But the teams who really want to go directly towards the west will probably face some problems.
I mean, the plane fly path is super tilted to the southern side. Considering it's starting all the way from Impala towards Prison, this plane fly path is completely tilted to the southern side. Even extending towards El Hazar is going to be way too tough. Even Picado, you're barely going to be able to make it inside of Picado, so I guess Siege is not going to have any troubles going towards the Picado side. But San Martin, Hassan del Patron, even Cruz del Valle, El Pozo, La Triela, all of these drop locations are going to be out of contention, and they will need to at least take a pit stop somewhere.
Absolutely, Necro, as you perfectly mentioned. I mean, this is going to be a bonkers start for this Tigers. After all, when it comes to the map of Miramar, you want to be able to see a lost linear zone. You want to be able to see an urban finish. But depending on how the flight path has been, this is going to be a tough rotation for a lot of these teams. After all, it is a southern-facing flight path. And as you perfectly mentioned, there is going to be quite a lot of driving around that these teams are going to be busy with, perhaps, but that all depends on where the zone is going to be dictating the majority of the fight and our game to progress along. With that, welcome everybody. This is game number 2 of the day. I'm going to be Blotter joined on along with Necro. And right off the bat, this is not the kind of start that Gujarat Tigers or X-Spark expected.
I'm not going to lie, I was about to introduce you as well. I was about to say, there's probably a chance that you guys have noticed that there's a change in the co-caster. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
He's Blotter. But hey, you just stole my lines away, all right? Anyways, though, we've got a fight brewing up in front of us, and Gujarat Tigers have already lost out in Shadow. This is not a good news, but considering now at least the situation's balled down to 3-3, and the opponent only has a double-barrel shotgun in his hands, it's going to be way too tough to clutch this situation out. One single shot, though, from that double-barrel shotgun can definitely change the outcome of this entire fight. And what is Wixky doing? He looks back and instantly gets shut down. One single shot from this double-barrel can change the entire course of the fight. And the only thing MJ is looking to find is that pixel angle, and as soon as he finds that, the shot comes into play. But a pump shotgun even in the hands of MJ, looking to find that one single connection, and he finds that.
Wow.
Nicely done. Another player taken down from X-Spark. The firepower this time just not working out against a name like Gujarat Tigers, and they're just dominating through. They're chewing on the flesh of Team X-Spark.
They definitely are, but now it all boils down to the final player remaining from the side of X-Spark, where Ninja John needs to be able to showcase some synergistic skill by his gun and be able to, at least if nothing else, get one single knock, one finish. But it seems it's all over for them, because this is going to be a 2v1 situation against the players of X-Spark. And as we talk about this fight, it seems Gujarat Tigers, based on the previous game start this time around, they've come in a lot harder to be able to rock the Miramar grounds, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do as they bring down a big name like X-Spark and get 4 finishes with all the 4 players still surviving. So that's a really good start compared to game number 1 for Gujarat Tigers, as they were the first ones to get eliminated in the previous game this time around. It is definitely looking kudos play for them, but this is just 3 minutes into the game. There's still a lot that they're going to have to prove to the entirety of this lobby and their fans. But talking about proving, Miramar is turning out to be quite a bloody start for these teams, because not only one, but another team seems to have been eliminated. We saw TWM going up against AUTOBOTZ in the feed, and it seems that the finished feed has resulted in one of those teams getting eliminated as well, Necro.
Oh, AUTOBOTZ. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure who was the one to get eliminated, but one thing is for sure, both these teams are currently desperate to get any type of points in the overall standings. I would say especially TWM, they're super desperate. So if TWM's the one to get eliminated from the game, the chances for them to make the comeback are even slimmer. And they probably just have 4 more games to make anything happen inside of the Battlegrounds, if they do want to have a chance to qualify inside of the finals in the first place. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure who was the one to get eliminated in that fight, but Gujarat Tigers, at least they have managed to find a safe rotation out of that spot easily. They move away, getting a squad wipe, getting a lot of points in their hands. One thing is for sure, their mood's going to be all jolly because they have started things off on a great note.
Indeed, a great note is what they've started off. Even though game number 1 did not fare out well for them, it's definitely not too late with game number 2 up their sleeve with 4 finish points already accumulated in the first few minutes of the game. So still a lot to be expected from the side of Gujarat Tigers and their lineup, but as we move ahead and talking about the zone itself, the zone has kept Lost Lane is still part of the entire fray. In fact, 30% of the zone is in the water, so I'd be really eager to see an urban finish. But again, we'll come back to that later, as on our screens we've got Hydra officials. Now, this team still has a lot to prove, a lot of metal that they need to be able to showcase if they are to get their numbers up, because based on how things have been going for them in the previous game, they did fare out fair with 6th position with 6 points. But Chemin Esports, ooh la la, what a dominating performance it was from the side of this team as well. They were just shy of getting that chicken in the previous one, but that's A-OK as well, because they were able to get the 1st position against Team Entity Gaming, which of course is not playing as they're part of Group D. But as of now, we've got Group A and B participating, for which Chemin Esports is utilizing their lobby perfectly.
WSP in the previous game, I wouldn't even say at this point they astonished us. They just showcased a little bit of more of what they're capable of. 33 points accumulated. That's what I like to call a nuclear performance.
True.
And they dropped a nuke in the previous Erangel game. And they're currently also on a massive streak of chicken dinners. They've won 3 games back-to-back. So that's even better. WSP Gaming, I mean, they've got some remarkable stuff going on. But then you look at the southern side of the map and you see Godlike and Hydra moving up way too close to each other. Starboy, there's a chance he can be eliminated and his throat can be slit if it does not move away from that spot.
Starboy is in a tricky spot right there. He cannot move, that's for sure. As soon as he gets into a vehicle, it is going to be guns blazing towards him from the side of Godel. But at the same time, as you perfectly mentioned, compared to what previous game fared for Godel, again, they need those points. They need to be able to showcase that resilience from them, because after all, it's a big name with big players in the squad. And the fans, I'm sure, are going to be elated to look forward to a performance, a dominating performance coming in from Godlike. Though, we're yet to see if that will be the case, or if Miramar is going to be their proving grounds or not.
Shot Esports too, they're quite close. Before now, Hydra, they were taking some shots against Godlike. Finding a connection that far away is going to be difficult. So getting a knock is going to be even more tougher. But still, Starboy, good suppressive fire. Make sure that Godlike's not going to be closing on up onto that spot anytime soon. Instantly moves away from that spot. Hydra officials, intel is going to be a massive key for success, and that's what they should realize. And once they do get all the things noted down on the notebook, how exactly teams are positioned, where they're positioned, everything should be good in the hood. Because majority of these teams are also stacked towards the shorelines, towards the edge lines, and there's a chance we might see a circle on those 2 islands that are completely isolated outside of the map. And if we do see that circle, I will be the happiest man. It is one of the rarest circles that you see, probably 1 in a million.
Indeed. I don't remember the last time I saw a zone like that, but that would be absolutely, like you perfectly mentioned, I'd be elated to be able to see something like that. Well, let's see what the BGMI gods have in store for us. But again, at the same point of time, more so is going to be the question being put up front from the fans of Godlike, as they've yet to prove their mettle to this lobby. In terms of the performance to the day itself, it's not really been the most ideal one for their side. But talking about another team that really needed to showcase a resilient performance, I'm going to bring up a name which fared second in the previous game's ranking. That was Global Esports with 20 points. As of now, in this game, they've moved away from the zone. They are the only ones who are all the way north towards the pyramid. And they're taking it slow. They're taking a decent passive pace in this game. Again, when it comes to the map of Miramar, we know that it turns out to be a very slow-paced play. That's normally what we show, with what the teams end up showcasing on Miramar because of the size of the map. But this time around, in the first stage itself, we were witness to 2 teams getting eliminated.
Yeah.
Compared to how Erangel was, where the first 2 stages, we barely saw any fights take place.
And it was completely because of the plane flat path. The plane flat path was just tilted down south, so teams, they could not really go to their designated drop spots. They had to take a pit stop. And unfortunately, some of the teams, they decided to take the same pit stop. And that's where you saw a little bit of collision. And that's what I like to see, right? Show me a little bit more of these extreme plane flat paths, and things will be even more interesting.
True.
Chemin Esports, a team that likes to go for the med strat. Once again, they dropped in towards Valle del Mar. They're still looking to rotate inside of the circle. It is going to be a late one, but Chemin Esports, they're known for their consistency. They're known for their survivability inside of the games, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to do. They're going to play on their survival instincts. WSB Gaming, they've got a good balance of both tactics and firepower, and they like to rely on that. Positioning sometimes can be an issue, but in the previous game, with the way WSB positioned themselves, I guess even that thing's starting to fade away.
Absolutely. For this game, they are going to be surrounded with the likes of Godlike itself. But at the same time now, Godlike, they need to find their find themselves a compound or a decent foothold in this lobby before they can start taking on those fights. And we can see in the top right-hand side that there is a team around in the vicinity that's going to be Spy, right next to the rotating team of Team Godlike. So a tough, tricky position that Team Godlike could be in if they decided to take on this open-ended fight against Spy. So again, as teams do make themselves rotate around, we are yet to see a skirmish between 2 proper teams with their footholds. Spy is going to be looking perfectly fine with their compound, and Godlike is going to be able to move away safely. So again, we're going back to the default known strat when it comes to the map of Miramar, where teams want to be able to take it slow. They want to be able to find the safety net within a compound, and then perhaps take on those fights. So talk about late rotating teams. You've got Chemin. They are still not yet to be seen because they're so far out in the blues. As you perfectly mentioned, Necro, they like to rotate real late. They like to go for those mid-strats, and perhaps that's what they could be working towards for this Miramar game as well, as we see Venom, along with his teammates, slowly come onto our screens. And from the northern side, we've got Global Esports finally making a rotation. Following them is going to be...
Oh, good spot though. I'm not gonna lie, Hirsch. Just through that little window, he was able to get the taps in. 4Shot Esports, this team's been struggling the entire time. I'm not sure what the counter's going to be. But OG, even they spot out the players of GE. For OG, the only thing they're probably able to see in front of their eyes is red. They're going to be super desperate, at the same time super pissed. No matter what they've been trying to do inside of the game, it's just not working out. You might as well just call them unlucky at this point. I'm not really able to spot a lot of bad things that OG is actually doing, but still it's just not working out. So I would say at this point, you might as well just call that team unlucky. Wizshot spots out a buggy. He thinks that there's a chance someone might just be out in the open, prone down. But that's not the case.
OG's had a tough luck till now, I would say. Which, of course, should change, as you guys perfectly mentioned. I mean, you and Scared, as the day started off, you were mentioning that today, you know, with week 3 initiating, this is going to be a very important week, and you do not want to be faltering down from positions in this week, that's for sure. You want to be able to capitalize on the opportunity that's being provided. Now, OG, they moved up 1 spot from the previous game. On the 14th position, I believe, is what they're at with 137 points. So as far as the top 16 is concerned, as far as being part of the LAN finale itself is concerned, they're kind of looking okay, but we've still got a lot of games in the pool. And if that consistency isn't showcased from their side, it could be tough luck being drawn against them.
Absolutely. And OG, they need to do some type of ritual, I guess, before heading inside every game.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the classic one they've got. But maybe something else. I'm not sure what they can try to bring up. Maybe they can't steal GE's slogan and be like OG fighting. Maybe that can work. Because for GE, whatever fights they've been taking, they've been coming out on top in quite a great way. They've got Ninja Boy, especially a man who's carrying the entire team on the back. I wouldn't exactly say carrying, but he's got the most amount of elimination points in the team. And he's miles better, at least for now, when it comes to the fragging department in that team from any other player. So, Ninja Boy, one thing is for sure, he's like that missing puzzle that Global Esports was looking for a long time. Even the previous lineup of Global Esports, it was quite solid, don't get me wrong. But even this new lineup, it just looks super promising. Hydra, another team that is not doing that great in the overall standings. Even Hydra, they need any type of points they can lay their hands on. Chemin Esports is all-too spotted out in the open. Shots were taken. It's going to be super tough to find the connections, though. Skull Esports under heavy fire. They lose out on Lucifer, unfortunately. But at least 3 players are still alive.
Skulls, the way this team were able to qualify from the open finals and jump in. This team was rocking the boats for quite a lot of the teams in the lobby in the open finals. But then again, as they jumped in with the big, heavy-hitting invited teams, Skulls has kind of fallen short of the promise that they had made in the open finals. Then again, they're still part of the fight. They're still part of that revival story, but we'll have to see if that'll be enough for them, because they're far down south on the 4th page of the leaderboard. So not to be expected from them, but moving away towards the team that was looking real good in terms of the rockers that they were performing on Erangel is Global Esports, with Slug getting 1 finish point for his team. A slow and steady progress is what we're part of right now in this Miramar game. And faraway spray is being brought on from the side of Ninja Boy against the players of GDR. Now, what are you going to say about GDR, though, Necro?
They're literally one of the best teams this region has to offer. Yeah, they're not doing too hot in the overall standings, but still they're in the top 8. And once again, it's not like you're going to be getting any type of special prize if you're going to be on the first spot, right? No, there's nothing. You just need to be inside of the top 16. And I guess for God's Reign, the main goal is to make it inside of the top 16. And as long as they're going to be in the top 16, it's okay for them. Now, once again, as a normal human being, you learn from your mistakes, right? Since from your childhood, you make a lot of mistakes. You learn how to live life. You learn what not to do, what to do. For these teams, their childhood era was the first 2 weeks. Week 1 and week 2. Maybe not even exactly the week 2. You would just say the week 1 was the term, or was the week that you can say that it was like the childhood week where they're supposed to make the mistakes and they were supposed to learn from those mistakes. But now
they were growing out of their puberty, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can say something like that. But inside of week 3, you will be tested. You cannot make any type of errors. And the only thing you as a viewer or you as a fan can hope is that hopefully they have learned a lot from the mistakes that they've made in the past. For some teams like WSP, it's clearly visible. They've learned a lot from the mistakes in the first week. But then for some teams who are currently all the way at the bottom, for example, Skulls, Metal Esports, you're still not seeing that improvement. And the only thing you can do is sit down and cross your fingers and hope for the best as a fan.
Yeah, so true. But again, you know, just to add on to that, Necro, there are some big names that we're looking at on that fourth page. That needs to change as well. I mean, you cross your T's and I's, but that's still not working out because when you're part of the battleground, it's just a different play. And talking about that play right now, Hydra official Starboy, the spray was there. Though, a bit knackered when it comes to the spray because Blind, they were able to move out of that spray miraculously well without even a scratch. Perhaps the buggies were scratched a tidbit, but apart from that, all the players are looking pretty good. They've been able to make the rotation. They were so close to getting into this fight against Godlike. But again, that is where their experience prevails. And now with the late rotation that Blind Esports have chosen, this is going to be a tough luck situation for them because all the positions
Oh
that
my,
they try and
what am I
cover up,
watching?
Oh, what a perfect turn of events from one fight to another. They just quickly mowed down the players of 4Shot Esports, where 4Shot Esports were ready and square with the DBS in his hand. Goku, along with his teammates, have been able to demolish quite a big chunk of Blind Esports.
At this point, it just feels like 4Shot Esports, they're just being disrespected. No value on their name. Godlike and Blind Esports, they just straight up rushed against the entirety of 4Shot. And now look at Jelly, being the IGL of the Godlike, he's just pushing up close and personal against the players of 4Shot. He knows that he's got a clear-cut advantage inside of the fight. And there we go. A final few punches in the gut, and that should do the job. 4Shot Esports, a team that was all the way at the bottom of the overall standings, they're probably going to stay there.
Indeed, a tough situation for them as they got sandwiched in that position as they were stuck in. But at the same point right now, Global Esports, oh my apologies, Godlike could very well be sandwiched looking at the top right minimap. They've got a lot of teams around the vicinity. Before now, with the 4 finish points that they've been able to accumulate and quickly re-evaluating their position, they found themselves the compounds, which is a really good positioning. From Godlike, the revival story seems to be kicking in on the map of Miramar.
Absolutely. And for TWM, even for them, it feels like the revival story is going to be on the way. In the overall standings, they've managed to get 6 points so far. Off the bat, they got 4, and they got 2 more a while ago. So even for TWM Gaming, even for them, it's all good in the hood. Now, you look at the centric part of the circle, the upcoming one. Global Esports in the Smack Center. Around them is no one. And the advantage that Global Esports has is that no one can actually even think of settling around them, because it's the open grounds. Global Esports, they literally have the prime spot in their hands. The most dominating one, and they can probably be the one to decide the tempo in the upcoming fights. And imagine the amount of intel Global Esports is going to be gathering. It will be immense, but there's also a chance every single team that will be playing in the outskirts or playing around them will know exactly where Global Esports is in. And that means there's a chance they can also be the center of attraction.
True. Which is a much more precarious situation for Global Esports to be in, because they're going to be fed upon from all the different angles. At the same time, you perfectly mentioned that they could very well be controlling the intensity of the fight being in the center of the zone. But right now, it seems like the question is going to be in the hands of Godlike as they try and make that rotation against the players of Hydra, where Starboy once again is going to be in the limelight. But this time around, he's not going to be allowed to survive for long, as he is going to be mowed down from the players of Global Esports. Indeed, none other than Ninja Boy himself.
Metal Esports, 2 of the players in the front lines, from which Top Dog's knocked out and even Sam's being chipped away. Tosses out a couple of smokes, and look at Shadow is getting up close and personal. Goes for the spray, but it's not gonna matter. Especially against a DBS that close. You cannot utilize an AR, because all the man in the front needs is one single pump to your chest, and you will be done. And that's what exactly happened. Shadow being knocked out. Now Gujarat Tigers, they will be forced out of that comfort zone, and they will need to get the fallen man back upon his feet. But look at Skulls Esports once again getting caught off guard in that rotation. This happens with Skulls all the time, and even Arto's vehicles gets blown away. This is what happens when you do not really have a set play plan according to the zone.
As you beautifully mentioned, Necro, Global Esports, they're dictating that fight. They're dominating, being in the center of the zone. But right now, it all boils down to the team on our screen. That's going to be TWM against CG. Once again, just like on the map of Erangel, CG find themselves out in the open against the team TWM, where the nades are being brought on to perfection. The utility utilization right here from the side of TWM could be spot on, but it's just not connecting the dots right now. With Hector on that cover from the side of Carnival Gaming, this could be trouble brewing from the players of TWM. They're stuck at the edge. They want to be able to jump in. They want to be able to take on those points, but CG is not making anything easy right now. One thing that Carnival Gaming is doing right is the utilization of those utilities, because from far away, they can very well be sprayed on as well.
Keep this thing in mind, there's still 12 teams left. And a lot of these teams do not even have any type of shelter to position themselves in a good spot. No cover, they're just roaming out in the open. The only things they're using as cover is a little bit of dips, a little bit of ridges, and maybe vehicles. And soon enough, even those vehicles are not going to work that well. What a beautiful nade that was. TWM down and dusted. Now Global Esports, they push up against the players of Chemin, and they even take care of them just like they do not even mean anything to them. Global Esports being the dictators inside of the final circle. Of course, the next circle shifts away from them, but the amount of intel they've gathered, there's a chance they should be able to position themselves in a good spot. But they will need to move out in the open, and that can be the massive kryptonite for Global Esports.
The Blues definitely catching up to Global Esports in their position. Right now, it's going to be Skull's final player, if I'm not wrong, who seems to be able to stop down the rotating team of OG, where AKOP's already dropped down. Ash is going to be his cover, and that nade played to perfection could be the demise for OG right now. Perhaps I spoke a little too soon, because Trigger has jumped in, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to be able to bring down the players of Skulls. And just like that, another team getting eliminated, leaving us with only 20 players. 7 teams remain in this lobby. Orangutan trying their level best, but Global Esports as well as Gujarat Tigers, they've played their cards right in this game, because both of them are sitting with 9 finish points.
The Giants have now finally woken up from the slumbers. God's Ring, they realize it's time to take matters in your own hands. And now God's Ring, even for them, they're starting to mow down the lawns. Justin and Shogun working together in the same compound, while one man's a little bit in the back lines. I like this split that came into play from the side of God's Ring, but let's see how well it's going to work out, especially when the Wall of Death is going to be forcing you to move inside of the circle. Shogun, the damage is going to be too much, but he still stops in the back and goes for the sprays. And Wixkey gets knocked out as well. Nicely done. Good tracking from Justin. Wall of Death now is going to force these players to move out in the open, because they've got no other option anyways, too. And that's what they exactly do. God's Ring, they're still going to be alive and looking okay. They need to patch themselves up, but everything should still be good. Global Esports against OG. The players quite soften up. It's all down to Ninja Boy, but you cannot underestimate that beast. Ninja Boy's proven to be one of the best players the lobby has to offer so far, but this time, he gets put to sleep himself by a sleeping Ash. Ash finds the knock on to Ninja Boy. Global Esports on the verge of getting eliminated. It's all down to the one last man surviving in the name of Beast.
Global Esports is destruction. The Global Esports is mayhem in this lobby, because the position that they were in, they've played it to perfection. But right now, it's going to be OG's with God against Global Esports' player. And from far away, we can see GDR. They're just patiently waiting. God's Reign, they know exactly where their opponents are at. For OG and GDR, this is the final call. Who gets to decide? Who gets to be the one who will walk away with this chicken dinner? A 3v3 situation between these two teams. Trigger, he needs a revival. And it seems that this is the moment that GDR are slowly going to be utilizing those smoke walls and getting closer and closer to the positioning of OG. Though, who gets the first knock?
God's Ring. They've got clear advantage inside of the fight. And they've also got a vehicle to work as a cover. OG. One of the players quite softened up, but the same thing can be said for them too. The Wall of Death is going to start to pressure these players to even get closer to each other. Utilities are the only something that's keeping these two teams a little bit far away from each other. And soon enough, the smokes are going to start to fade away, and that's when the real barrage of bullets is going to start to happen. It's going to be raining hellfire all across the board. A wish shot. A good position. He finds out the knockout. What a big overcommitment from Shogun that was. And now things are down to a 2v3. One of the players from the side of OG is way too softened up. Vidshot gets knocked out, but Destro as well is knocked out in the first place. So now it's all down to Justin in a 1v2 scenario. Justin needs to pull things back. And considering the players of OG, they're moving up close and personal, slowly and steadily. They've got a brief idea on where exactly Justin can be. But Justin, he still returns back with one. It's a 1v1 scenario between Justin and Ash is catching a bit of bullets from the smoke. But it's not going to matter, because Ash is the one to clutch things out for OG. And he will be the one to secure the chicken dinner.
What a sensational end to the map of Miramar right here between two Goliaths going head to head, but only one came up on top with a winner chicken dinner. And an incredible conversion in terms of the points that were very much needed for the fans as well. This is time to start bringing in the hype for these two teams, because winner chicken dinner is up in the air, and it is none other than Orangutan. Well, Necro, you mentioned that they need to change their slogan. They need to change the way that they bring themselves, the roar that is needed and required from the side of OG. Well, it seems that Miramar is the game that they were waiting for, and they've done it in style.
Exactly. The unluck now fades away, and OG, they shine through. And this is the OG that we all have been waiting for. They've got a stacked lineup. They've got Ash. They've got Drinker. Then you've also got a man like WizJod that tries to back you up in every single scenario that you go in. WizJod is the man who always likes to stay in the front lines, who always likes to go for those fights. OG, they've got a stacked lineup. They've got a lineup that have got immense firepower, but still, unfortunately, something wasn't really clicking in that well. But fortunately for them, this previous game in Miramar, it actually worked out quite nicely. But then, hey, you cannot really forget the teams that were also doing quite good. Global Esports themselves, even Godsreen, they performed quite nicely. GT themselves too. Unfortunately, they were in a bit of a crossfire between GE and I think it was Godsreen. So that's why GT weren't really able to survive for that long. But still, these teams were able to do quite nice.
And this is how it all started for the side of GT, of course. I mean, Gujarat Tigers, they got that momentous start for them as they eliminated the players of X-Park, which was not an easy climb for them, an easy start to them, because they did lose out on two of their players, but slowly and steadily, they all brought themselves all the way back, and that was all thanks to Gujarat Tigers and Jay, who was able to get his team revived and then push on ahead to a really good, convincing finish for this game. But again, now this is where the entire kerfuffle took place for the side of Crore Esports. They thought they were secure, they were looking at okay, that's when Blind jumped in, and as soon as Blind jumped in, that was an entire open call for the players of Godel to, of course, utilize that third-party sandwich situation, and that's where Blind as well as Crore played it in with their blood.
I mean, Godlike especially, I like that third party that came in, and the previous game, Godlike got eliminated on the 5th spot with 4 points. That's not a lot of points, but still it can be a good start to consistency considering they've still got one more game to go today. So inside of the upcoming game, if Godlike is able to get at least 20 points, they will be back inside of the top 16 where Godlike needs to be desperately. But if they're not able to get those points, then there's a chance they will still be outside of the top 16, and the upcoming 2 groups might just catch up and maybe put Godlike down a little bit more in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure Godlike do not really want that to happen. But in these highlights, you can see the trace from Justin was just so mind-blowing to me in the first place. GT, as I mentioned, they were caught in a big crossfire between Global Esports and Godsreen. And unfortunately for Gujarat Tigers, the only thing they could do is just accept the fate.
True. That's all that they could do. But hey, till then they had a good run on the map of Miramar. So again, nothing taken away from their play. And of course, eventually in the end, this is where it was all brought down to a 1v1 between Justin and of course Ash, where OG's Ash got the better half of that fight and got a chicken dinner for his team. So perfect turn of events for the fans of OG, as well as nothing taken away from these big names. But hey, when you've got really good performing teams, you've definitely got the other side of the radar where there are underperforming teams, and sadly there are big names in there as well, as you keep on mentioning, right? X-Park, I mean, one of those teams that has the hungry firepower. That is what their team and their teammates are. But for X-Park, sadly, they've just not been able to find the right crux that is needed for this lobby.
Metal Esports, X-Parks, Skulls, once again. And for Skulls, they've always been getting caught out in the open doing their rotations. Now, you cannot really exactly say, right, that that's unlucky. If it happens once,
Right.
that, okay, maybe you can understand, all right, that's unluck. But if it just keeps on happening over and over again, at that point, you got to blame yourself, Skulls, because maybe you're just not really gaining a lot of information before going for the rotations. And that's why you're getting caught out in the open. Lack of intel is something that's really haunting the players of Skulls. But we've got the MVP of the previous game. Once again, it's going to be Ninja Boy. As I mentioned, he's a beast. He got 5 finishes for himself with the finish contribution of 45%. Ninja Boy, this man has done phenomenally well once again for his team.
Oh, most definitely. In fact, Global Esports, the positioning that they were in, had the zone not moved away from them, from the center, as soon as the zone moved, they were pushed to the edge of the zone, and as they try to enter, that's where they, I think, met their demise against the players of OG themselves. But overall, again, a wonderfully played game from the side of Global Esports, where we've got Ninja Boy as the MVP, but the entirety of the squad, they held their ground, they held their compound strong, and of course, when it comes to the MVP, followed along is going to be the stars themselves. And where all are the stars coming on from this game? All right.
Stars of the match,
good.
MJ from GT, you've got as the best companion with 4 rescues and 1 assist. And then you've got Ash as the finisher, getting 3 finishes and 3 assists with the survival time of 27:42, which is, of course, the maximum considering Ash was the finisher. But in general, OG, after this game, they're going to have a massive sigh of relief on their faces, and all OG needs to do is in the upcoming game, maybe get more than 10 points, and they should still be quite okay in the overall standings. As I mentioned, you're not going to be getting anything special if you finish yourself in the top 3 in the overall standings right now. Yes, in the grand finals you will, but not over here. So all you need to do is try and squeeze yourself in the top 16. That should be your main priority.
And that's all that one should be focusing on right now, because again, there are teams right here who have gotten 3, 4 chicken dinners, as we were talking about WSB from the previous game itself, with 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to accumulate overall. And of course, with that, from this game, we've got OG Orangutan with a wonderful chicken dinner, and 25 total points is what they were able to secure. So definitely a GG play coming in from their side. And as Necro's been mentioning again and again, all that matters in the end is to remain in the top 16, because those are the teams that are going to be participating in the finals. And the LAN is where we shall see those top 16 teams after week 4. Right now we're in week 3, and talking about week 3 itself and the underperforming teams, well, they're still underperforming. They are the ones who we can actually name from the 13th to the 16th, the teams that really need to pick up their pace.
Exactly. I mean, you can see in the match rankings itself. Yeah, WSB a little bit of a fall off in the performance, but hey, you cannot keep on performing well in every single game, considering WSB, the previous 4 games were just incredible for them. So one single fall off is completely okay. They're currently in the top 3, and 3 points secured from this game. It's not really going to make that big of a difference. Then you've got Global Esports with 21 points. You've also got Godsreen with 20 points. You've also got Gujarat Tigers with 17 points. And Team Godlike getting 10 points for themselves. So in general, the top 5, it's looking quite stacked up. And all the teams are the massive teams in the lobby.
Indeed. And again, I mean, you know what? We need to give, at least I do need to give credit where it's due for Carnival Gaming, a team that has really been consistent in terms of their play style and the way they're able to take on those individual fights for themselves. They're not getting a lot of points, but that consistency is definitely keeping them in the top 8 on the first page, which is looking good for them. But let's confirm if that is what they are going to find themselves at as we move on to the overall ranking between these teams. Chemin Esports, of course, leading the charge with 209 points. WSB Gaming with the play and the wonderful plays that they've been able to make, they are going to be jumping to the 2nd position. Top-notch performance from them.
Exactly. OG, they've managed to breach inside of the top 8, so that's really good news. TTE, they've been pushed all the way down to the 7th spot. Global Esports, a massive position being made by themselves inside of the top 6, which is going to be incredible. Godsreen, as usual, they're always going to be on the first half of the board. Nothing else expected from that team. Carnival Gaming on the 9th spot, still quite comfortable in that in general. And then you've also got Team Godlike on the 16th spot. Now, they've barely managed to squeeze themselves in the top 16, but as I mentioned, the upcoming game for Godlike has to be a chicken dinner in order to have that cushion to play for the upcoming games.
Absolutely, and as we move on ahead, now this is where you see a team, or rather 2, that have played in today's 2 games. AUTOBOTZ as well as Team Xbox sitting on the 20th and the 23rd position. definitely not what we expected from their side. And if this is how week 3 is looking, then perhaps LAN can be very, very difficult for these teams. But at the same time, again, I want to keep my fingers crossed for the side of these teams, because there's still a possibility, there's still an opening which they need to be able to utilize. But is that the same case for teams like Skulls Esports, Metal Esports, Foreshore Esports? Well, the cutoff, it is definitely moving far, far away from where they're sitting at.
Absolutely. And then you've still got teams like Metal Esports, Skulls Esports, and Foreshot, who are just not changing that spot from the bottom 3.
Yeah.
You're not seeing anything being changed on those bottom 3 spots. And it's starting to be a big sign of concern as the games are passing by. As I mentioned during the pre-game segment before the first game even began, I mentioned this. These teams currently in the bottom 4, they've only got 6 games in their hands, Blotter. Now, I do understand in this week, they're going to have total of 9 games, but still on the last day to make a comeback, it's next to impossible. Let's be honest. It's literally next to impossible, because at that point, the lead would be too much. And now, considering 2 games are already done, they've only got 4 more games to go. And that's just going to make things even more worse when these teams do get a wake-up call.
Absolutely, and that is not the kind of wake-up call you want to be, of course, waking up to, especially this late in the tournament itself, where week 3 is what we are part of right now, and 2 games already done. That means Group A and B, they've got 1 final game remaining for the day, right, before we move on ahead with Group C and D. So that would mean that if they are underperforming in the upcoming game as well, then you're absolutely on point, Necro, that, to be able to get that LAN position secured for them, it is looking like a tough situation. In fact, we can very well be honest and be absolutely clear that it's probably not going to happen in this
I mean, that's a whole other story. If they do something like Team Zero and have 2 magnificent games and somehow just manage to propel them at the top, then maybe our mouths will be shut. But let's be honest, as a human point of view, I highly doubt that's going to be happening. It just sounds a little bit too unrealistic, making it inside of the top 16, especially when teams have already built such a massive lead. It just sounds a little bit too much. And now, considering we know the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Erangel, it's like a comfort zone for every single team in the lobby, because that's the basic bread and butter map for BGMI in general. So every single team is going to be super comfy on that map. They're going to be feeling at home, and especially to gain any type of points in that map, it's going to be even more tougher for the teams in the bottom 4.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you've got teams like CG who are just constantly racking up those points, even though it's not a double-digit point that they're getting and securing for themselves, but every single game they're getting 6 to 8 points, which is working out well for them. You've got teams like Gujarat Tigers who were underperforming, but they take on 1 good game and they jump themselves back in the Shogun altogether itself, right? So with this kind of competition in the lobby amongst the 32 teams, it is definitely a tough affair for these underperforming teams that we're talking about. And again, we've got big names in those underperforming teams that of course nobody anticipated to be able to see. But anywho, you know what, we've got another game that you perfectly mentioned is going to be lined up for Group A and B. And of course, this is where Chemin Esports, I mean, they're racking up some good points. Global Esports, they're racking up some good points. Same can be said for WSB. It seems they've got another opportunity to be able to do exactly that before we see the likes of Entity jump into the fray for this day, week number 3.
I mean, still, the teams that are currently outside of the top 16, they're quite lucky that they haven't really seen Blind Esports perform so far. Because when Blind Esports performs, things will be even worse. Because the teams at the bottom, at least they have something, at least they have one less thing to worry about, and that is Blind Esports. But when Blind Esports wakes up, it's going to be even more worse. So I guess now the time is there. You might as well try to establish the comeback before the Giants wake up from the sleep. And considering the upcoming game is also going to be the last game for Group A and B, it's the last game to set the target for the upcoming Group C and D. Blotter, who do you think's taking this one home?
Hey, we're going back to the map of Erangel this time around. The way that things are turning, I'd love to be able to see the likes of, God's Reign get themselves a decent performance on this Erangel game. Same can be anticipated from the likes of Global Esports and Godlike, actually. But hey, who's to say another team that we haven't really looked at or mentioned could be the one leading the charge? I mean, you've kept on mentioning again and again in every segment throughout the start of the day itself that X-Pac needs to showcase that perfect prowess, that aggressiveness, that dominance from the side that we're missing. I mean, who's to say that this could be theirs for the taking?
That's actually a really solid pick, and I like that decision too. It's unique, but at the same time, you know what that team is capable of, so you pretty much know that there's a chance that X-Spark can definitely pull this one off, and they've done it a lot of times in the past as well. Unfortunately for them, there's a bit of a break in the consistency, and that just keeps on haunting them over and over again in the overall standings. And I've mentioned this too. They've got a firing squad. Every single player in that team is supposed to yield a gun in their hand. It's just straight up barrel stuff their opponents, but unfortunately, it's just not working out for them. Maybe some new changes in the tactics can definitely work out, considering Dean's Dreams being the IGL. He's a young man, but he needs to take matters in his own hands.
Well, with that, I thought for game number 3, match number 3 of week 3 is going to be on our screens as we start off on the map of Erangel all over again. And join along with me, it is going to be Skadget once again to take us through this flight path and these teams. What's up, mate? How you doing? And Sked, how scared are you for this Group A and B underperforming teams? What do you think is going to take place in this final game for Group A and B for the day?
I mean, thank you so much for that introduction, Plotter. I was very enthusiastic, but then you asked me a deadly question, and now I've got to think twice before answering that. Because, yes, this is basically their last chance at redemption. We saw even a chicken dinner at max is going to get you in that top 8, that too if you're in 14th or 13th place. So I'm not quite sure how much they could do with this one, but one step at a time, because that's what these teams are now taking. Global Esports as well, heading to their drop 7, a pretty northern-oriented plane path. For the teams who want to go directly down south towards Military Base Island, I think so it's going to be a little more problematic for them. Specifically talking about God's Reign, maybe they would need to find a few extra vehicles, or they would have to go in for their secondary drop location. But for Godlike, X-Spark, they're going to take the space that they always do. Also, 4-Shot Esports down south of Rozhok towards the schools, they won't have any kind of major problems. WSB, again, this team multiple times have shown us, and is the only team who's got 3 consecutive chicken dinners. And unless you've got the potential like that, and also you've got days like that, I don't think so if any of those teams down in those leaderboards would be able to get on top.
Oof, but again, I mean, these are some big names with a lot of fan base, and of course, that's why we want to be able to see a completely unexpected turn of events, and especially as I was mentioning the likes of Team X-Spark, Necro was mentioning the Dreams being the one with the baton for the side of X-Spark. You know, you really want to be able to see them perform and overperform with the opportunity that they've been provided. And this time around on the map of Erangel, they get started off with just that. 1 finish point confirmed from their side. But that's just, you know, slow start to their day. We want to be able to see a lot more points rack up for them.
True, and that was so a knife. I mean, that is just ouch. And for the members of Blind who've been having such a troublesome day, I don't know how that is going to pan out for them.
Well, they were oblivious to the X that was around them, and that in turn has resulted in well, them losing out on one of their players. But Necro mentioned this perfectly. You know, eventually in the end, what matters is being in the top 16. And that is what these teams need to be focusing on, especially the ones that are big names that are not even being seen in the top 3 pages of the leaderboard. So a lot of underperforming big names that we've got right now. But in all of that play, we've got a team like Hydra officials. I mean, they do end up participating in decent fights. It's just the conversion that they're able to get is not always racked up for them.
Conversion is something, yes, they really need to worry about. And it's not like they've not got the potential, because they have shown us that they can get those chickens. They've been in those top 3 positions, and not just once, multiple times. But again, it all comes down to how consistent you are in getting those points. If you're talking about teams like Chemin, in every other match, you always see them racking up some points. If not a massive 20-25 pointer game, at least 10-15 points are almost always on the board. And that is how Entity has been able to stay on top as well. because even though 2 matches up, we still have not seen them drop down from that top 5 position, and that is when they've yet to play their 3 games of the day. They've got to fill their own quota as well. So I know that they will probably end up being on top yet again, unless they're having a very horrific day. Specifically, the one that Fawn or the teams like 4Shot are having, and also the members of Team X-Park are having, because again, they need to step up, and this is their final chance to do. It might not be a lot, but even a small single step in towards that direction is something that can get you moving. And honestly,
True.
talking about moving, I'm actually seeing God's Reign directly down south in Military Base Island, and the zone has taken a hard north shift.
Hey, and that's the only team on the Soskova military base. That is, of course, GDR. That's, well, we shall see if the late rotating is what they shall be anticipated to do. But all the way on the other side, on the opposite side, from down south, we move up north towards Severny, and that is where we've got the likes of Global Esports. All by themselves, nothing to worry about, as from far away distance, there's no team in the vicinity for Global Esports to worry about, which is another wonderful thing. And I wish to be able to see, once again, a really good position convert into a really good finish for the side of Global Esports. But will that be the case? That only time will tell, as we're still part of Stage 1 itself, and we're yet to see teams participate in those fights, because, again, on the map of Erangel, as the day started off as well, compared to Miramar, the teams are so very much more careful, right? I mean, they're cooking, but they're cooking it slow. It's like a biryani, dum biryani, that they're slowly keeping in the earthen pot, and they're just letting it cook all the way till Stage 5, and then the entire chaos button is pressed on, especially on the map of Erangel.
I just always wish we end up saying, oh my god, what a cook, apart from who let them cook. But again, on the other side, since we're just looking at the circle right now, there are quite a lot of teams who are way outside the circle, and with the way that they've got the potential to play, I think so we're going to see a build forming around, specifically talking about around the area of School, Rozok, Yasnaya, where we are already seeing a small cluster starting to form. And also, WSB and Pochinki, they'll be also making their move as well. And I also wanted to talk about the members of Godlike, because yes, they're having some struggles here and there, but I think so this has been still a pretty decent day for them. I would not say this has been a great one, but at least a decent one, because as you and Necro both mentioned, that they managed to breach their way in that top 16, but they cannot be comfortable, because they can be overthrown with just one game. And they've got to make this one count, at least a chicken, and if not a chicken, a bare minimum 15 to 20 point a game.
That is so very true. And again, I mean, it's so obnoxious, actually, you know, when it comes to week 3 and the kind of performances that we're seeing from these really big names. It is certainly not what we anticipated, what the fans anticipated. But again, the best part about all of it is that we're in the middle ground of the tournament itself. And there's still such a big fight taking place as to who exactly is going to be the ones who will find themselves in the top 16, will move all the way into the LAN finale. Because one good game, and we're looking at teams making a jump all the way from the second page to the first, all the way from the 16th position onto the top 8. So it is absolutely ludicrous bend that has been showcased, especially in this tournament, which I'm absolutely loving, thanks to Snapdragon Pro Series.
Big thanks indeed. And also Samsung Galaxy and Monster Energy, because they've also been providing with some crucial support out there. And talking about support, Orangutan, really, on the back of their fragging IGL, I wanted to mention how one of the great performance about Orangutan is not just from Drager or AK or even Vizjot. I mean, they're all amazing players, and their fragging potential is absolutely horrific. 1v3s give them and they will still cook and win. But Ash, being an IGL and being able to frag so much, especially winning out those important clutches for your team, that is something which basically makes a team stay on top of that leaderboard. And this was the Orangutan that we all were waiting for. Now we're waiting for Blind to show that exact same potential, because we've seen Adi, we've seen Harsh, Dark Lord, everyone, they're just absolutely insane. And they really need to kind of change their gears now at this point.
Well, your word right there, Scared, as we can clearly see Blind Esports being in the limelight. They are taking on shots. They are bringing down players. We've got WSB's Raiden brought on down to his knees, but it seems that not for long, because after all, it seems For Sure is going to be able to steal that finish point away from the likes of Blind Esports. They did all the work, and 4 shots Goku jumped into the fray and stole it beautifully. That is what we love to be able to see. I mean, this is what the masala is when it comes to the teams in the lobby. But hey, you mentioned it perfectly, mate. I mean, for Blind Esports, we really want to be able to see them cook beautifully and be able to showcase the kind of resilient performance that we've seen from them time and time again. And we know that they're capable of it. Somewhere along the line, why is it not being showcased? What exactly is it that needs to change? Again, you can perhaps be a better judge of that. Because I want to believe that they're keeping those strats to themselves and they're just slowly and steadily inching from first gear to the second and then back down to first gear. Because it all boils down to, so perfectly as Necro mentioned, it doesn't matter where you fare when it comes to the end of week 4. All you need to be focusing on is the top 16. And if you're part of the top 16, you're part of the LAN finale. When you're part of the LAN finale, that's when you start talking about the positions, because the money comes into play.
Indeed, that is true. But still, there's one philosophy that I always go with. If you want to end up in top 16, then you've got to always aim for the top 8. And only then you'd be able to provide yourself some cushioning and confirm your position in that. Another zone shift.
Sorry.
Yes, please go
I
ahead.
have to cut you off right there, mate, because what I'm going to say is perhaps going to be controversial, but at the same time, we Indians, we've done this time and time again. You know, either you're in high school or you're in college, you're expecting, all right, if nothing else, I'm going to work this much so that I be top 10. But one, it is again bringing in that perfect plays along with the DBS and the chaos being ensued right there on this compound against the players of OG, none other, where WSB and OG with a 2v2 situation on their hands, Zerf along with his teammate on the backlines, is going to be able to drop down the players of OG one by one. Ash to his face is going to take a nade, but that will be all that OG could cook, because previous game they got a chicken dinner. This time around, it is WSB showcasing who's better.
My God, what a nade by Zeref, but no rest for the wicked, because Blind now rushes in. He's been taken down to his knees. Dark Lord wraps it up. And Blind, even though they lost Adi early on, they now want to fight for their space. This one compound, this has literally been one of the most chaotic places in this entire map. And this is not the first time that we're seeing it. If I'm not wrong, even on day 1, we saw at least 2 or 3 different teams going in for the exact same kind of place and going in for those fights time after time. And Skulls as well, in the outskirts, lurking. Want to try and find a timing, but since Blind did not lose any member, I don't think so Skulls can try and go in for this slam. But again, what a wraparound coming in, Blind finding the perfect timing. And one thing that I wanted to point out was that, yes, Blind has the firepower. They also have the idea of the position that are crucial, but they're always lacking on the timing. They just cannot get that timing right. And that is the reason why their opponents are just a little more ready as compared to them, and are able to take the better advantage of that position and also win those crucial gunfights. Now, if that timing could be worked upon by the members of Blind, this is the kind of success that we would be looking them achieve time after time.
Absolutely. That is if it works out in their favor. And it seems that momentum is what they were lacking. And perhaps from this game, with this one push, hopefully the momentum's going to be in their favor, but again, just that one finish in the name of Dark Lord, it's just not going to be enough for now, because again, the night is too young. We've still got 56 players in the lobby for this Erangel, and this being the final match for Group A and B, I mean, we really want to be able to see overperformance coming in from Blind Esports, but will that be allowed is something we'll have to come back to. We'll have to touch base on that conversation, because right now, they're looking pretty comfortable in the compound that they're at. They don't want to be overextending, and after all, why should they? They are pretty much in the center of the zone, and it's only stage 2 after all.
I'm still going to say that is a cursed compound. Leave it as quickly as possible. You don't know how many teams are going to come there. But yes, Chemin, TWM, both of them taking the entry from the northwestern part. Global Esports seem to be in a prime position to try and stop them, but they're in their own skirmish with Gujarat Tigers down south. And onto their east, we're also seeing Medal. They're not exactly camping on towards that cross, but just holding that position so that if in case the zone wants to play a little bit nasty and want to take that northern shift, they would be ready for it. But are the members of Chemin and TWM ready for the mess that they're trying to step into slowly and steadily? Because X-Park as well, they've rotated down south of Yasnaya, would probably face some contest by Hydra or maybe Skulls. But again, not a lot of fights brewing up, just potential fights that we might witness. I really like the positioning of Godlike in the meantime, though. Exactly dead in the center, not having any major difficulties. Yes, surrounded by quite a few teams, but none of them are going to make their move because they like to play it slow.
Absolutely. Now, even the late rotating teams like the likes of GDR have made their way into the zone. And now the entire kerfuffle is going to begin because we've got so many colors spread all across the board when it comes to the zone. And there just isn't enough space for all of them to be able to find a decent compound for themselves. And then those names is going to be the likes of Medal Esports, as you were mentioning as well. Now, for Medal Esports to be able to get those points, it is definitely very, very crucial because they are sitting on the fourth page of the overall ranking. The kind of performances that we've seen from them previously have all been, diminishing actually. Diminishing returns is what we've seen from the side of Medal Esports, at least in the first 2 weeks as of now, till now. But perhaps this could be the day that it could all change. Perhaps that is the conversation that needs to be brought in for the likes of X-Park, for the likes of Medal Esports, for Blind Esports. But will we be able to see that? Only slow and steady progress is what we're looking at from these teams.
I mean, for the side of Team X-Park, they have shown that they can get quite a lot of chicken dinners, specifically on the map of Erangel. Not just once, if I'm not wrong, they've done it twice already. And yes, as perfectly mentioned, they have got a humongous firepower. They always kind of lack into those decision makings as to which fights they need to take and which ones they don't need to. But TWM, they really need to try and survive because they are being chased. Global Esports getting one knock right away, and TWM, are they going to try and take revenge? I don't think so. That's going to be the case because everyone is just trying to wrap away from Global Esports. They know that they'll be trying to gatekeep them, so it's going in for a super long rotation. And I would still say it could have potentially been an opportunity for them to try and wrap around Global Esports because it was out in the open. But still, they lost an early member, and we've seen quite a lot of teams just try and let that one member go. I'm not exactly sure if this is actually a good position for Middle because they're open from so many different directions and the ridge is just not high enough to protect them, and those nades are going to take them down, if not the bullets.
They're definitely going to be provided a metal from so many of these teams that they're surrounded by, but we'll see if they keep their heads up for too long or not, because right around the vicinity is going to be like the team of Godlike, where Jonathan with his Carnival and 3X is patiently waiting. He can hear all the kerfuffle taking place right next to him, and that name is going to be X-Park. Before now, it's the trigger discipline being showcased from the side of Jonathan. He wants to be able to retain the information, but not retaliate on it just yet.
Shogun, the man himself. On the map of Miramar, it becomes almost impossible to stop this guy. Top Dog on the other side, though. You were just talking about Godlike, and they've taken a knock. And this seems to happen a lot of times with them. But on the other side, Global Esports trying to gatekeep. Some shots being fired. Ninja Boy just being taken down so very low. Out in the open, you fire your shots. Your back is not covered. And seems like the top fragger might be taken down. Slug in the meantime, trying to find some revenge in the form of Altu, as he was out in the open and was taken down as well. Phantom will be finished off too. Mavi wins out his own crucial duel. And just things going southwards for the side of Chemin Esports. Dope way too far away. And no teammate inside. It's just Venom on top of the roof. He's trying to stop any revival possibilities. He's got a nade in the hand, but I don't think so that nade would be able to cause any kind of problems to the members of GE. Yep, not even reaching that place.
Absolutely. He's just one final player surviving for the side of Chemin Esports, and he's trying to do as much damage as he possibly can, trying to gatekeep the situation and not allow the players of Global Esports to be able to move away from this small little garage that they're stuck in. Of course, from far away, Global Esports' Beast is going to be positioning himself inside the zone, and what a perfect nade. It seems that Venom is finally going to be able to sting. And that nade is going to be bringing down not one, but two of the players with 0 finish points for the side of Chemin Esports. It seems like Venom is going to be just dictating this fight. Beast is definitely not coming back for Global Esports. And it seems that 2 finish points for Venom are going to be an easy draw from this one, which in turn will take down Global Esports down to a 2-man spot. So definitely not what they anticipated. It seemed like an easy finish of Chemin Esports, but just this one man, Venom, has been able to overperform and take down the players. Marvi has jumped into the fray. It seems it's just a little too late, Marvi. Not going to be able to help out his teammate. All he's come back for is revenge, perhaps. But is that a good decision? Sticking out in the blues with 800 meters away being the zone on stage 4. Perhaps not the best decision for Global Esports, but they need that revenge right now.
Blind on the other side as well, trying to hold their compound. Vikendi also trying to move in. MJ was already taken down. Clutch God as well finds a good hope.
Wow.
That was absolutely miraculous from Skibbs, saving the life of his teammate. But this could potentially be an opportunity for Team X-Spark to try and find another pick. A couple of scrap points they can try and achieve, as Blind, with just 2 members remaining, will be wrapped around by X-Spark. Oh my goodness, look at the way that they're trying to hunt. Just like whales out there, the orcas, they will be taking down both the scraps for themselves. And X-Spark, this is the way that they slowly want to play. Smokes will be out in the open. Man, just creating those covers. But Skibbs, he gave a crucial 3 points to Blind.
That was a really good push coming in from the side of X-Spark, of course. As they get the compound, and they find themselves pretty much in a good position when it comes to the zone itself. But talking about the likes of Godlike, well, they are right now in the open. Right next to them is going to be the team of Metal Esports itself, as they find themselves at the edge out in the open. The top position of this zone is not looking good for the likes of Metal and Godlike. It seems Godlike are going to be able to get the start of this fight as they bring down the numbers for Metal down to 3. Paradox, top dog, they are going to be moving away, but of course in the vicinity is going to be X-Spark as well. A difficult position that Metal find themselves in. But the best part right now, as I can clearly see, is this compound that can help them out against the players of X-Spark as well as Godlike.
Or will it? Because they're genuinely just at the edge. Hanging by a thread is what I would like to say. And Hydra as well have got an angle onto them. Godlike should have the information that Medal are just down to 2 members now. Venom was taken down by the play zone, so Global Esports quite early on decided that they do not want any part of it. They've already lost a couple of members. Just want to try and play in for those position points. We can see Beast in the outskirts should potentially be welcomed by the members of Team X-Spark. Maui was also trying to take the entry quite a while back. And just as I mentioned it, Beast has been taken down by the members of X-Spark. Spray God quickly confirming that pick too. Jonathan with that nade, trying to potentially find a lucky frag that goes inside the compound and take them down. Oh my goodness, as soon as I talk about that, Encore has been brought down to his knees, but they cannot be reckless because you know Hydra is also in their vision. Jonathan's going to provide that cover while his team now decide to go in for that slam. Everyone with the vehicle, Z-God, Mag, Jelly as well. Going to try and find this another scrap. Top Dog in the meantime will just be a spectator. As Jonathan will be walking on his speed, was able to finish him off as well. A beautiful play yet again coming in from Godlike, and this might be the game that they were waiting for.
Definitely seemingly the start that they were waiting for, as Godlike now pounce onto the opportunity to take down the players of X-Spark as well. A lot of smoke being deployed from the side of X-Spark, but will that just be enough? Because the position that Team Godlike find themselves in on the top of this mountain is just going to be perfectly set up for them to be able to bring down a team like X-Spark. But X-Spark have a compound there at the edge of the zone. They're going to be able to hold on to this compound for as long as they possibly can. And while all that goes on, we're down to 10 teams remaining. Team Xpac, they've got 4 finish points. They need a heck of a ton more to be able to dominate in this lobby.
Indeed, because even if they try and get a chicken from this position, it's only going to give them 19 points, and that's just not enough. But for now, Jelly needs to drive away, but at the end of the day, he actually wraps around Mavi behind him and gets a good pick. S12k in the hand, and that's all he needed. Global Esports taken down, picked apart, but on the other side, Autobots trying to pave the way. Long range shots being fired by Jelly, trying to get a few scraps out there. Hydra in the meantime making their rotation very close. From Jelly though, he was able to still survive. God's Rain in the outskirts, still in the covers of the smokes and the vehicles. But this third party just looks so very menacing.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Godlike, they have come into action. Just a few minutes ago, we saw them with 2 finish points, and now they've racked up that number to 6. And that is where Team Xpac are also going to be chiming it along. Through the smoke, they spray, and it's none other than Spray God being able to dominate the spray as he brings down those bullets against the players of GDR. Now, GDR are very close to the zone compared to Xpac, but Xpac are not going to back down that easy, or are they? A perfect nade as Dream goes down, and Godel are the ones dominating the charge in this fight and in this game with 9 finish points. There is no way Godel is going to be able to not get this chicken in, it seems like.
But they still need to make their way inside the circle. Shogun is the one who's going to be a thorn in their way, at least out in the open. Justin as well in the covers, going to throw out a few of those smokes. They've got the advantage of a little bit of a height, I would say, but that's another good nade coming in. Jelly though, he was traded quickly just as he got that first pick. Justin out in the open, a feed not being blown apart as of now, so he's going to put another smoke out in the open. But if I'm not wrong, I guess a nade from Mac actually took down 3 players of Team Xpac, and it was in the same compound that they were able to slam in against the members of Blind. I mean, I'm just going to call that a cursed compound as well, because that was just way too horrible for them. Z-God now trying to pave the way, moving forward right up front, and the members of God's Raid, who will now try to figure out where his position is, and he's just going to be a nuisance running around left and right, trying to find jump, coming in, try and finish him off, but Delta is the one who actually falls first, and Destro too. Slowly gets in the car though, super low in the HP, dodges all the utilities, will be moving out but cannot dodge it any further. Because this is going to be Godlike, again getting another one just into the off angle, tries to somehow find some retaliation, and Mac is down to his knees. They've already lost one, but Jelly in that smoke fires the shots, and that should be it. Godlike yet again winning that fight, but on the other side, 4th shot up against Carnival Gaming, yet another skirmish.
Once again, CG, somehow they always find themselves in these performances, and this time around they're not going to be allowed to survive for much longer, but 4th position with a decent amount of placement points is where Carnival Gaming finished their play for today. With that, we've got 3 teams remaining. In all of that play, we of course do need to see what exactly is 4Shot going to be able to do. With the way that they've spread themselves out, they're looking really good with all 4 players, but they're outside the zone. On the other front is going to be the players of Skulls Esports. They are very close to the vicinity of the zone, and they've got a compound with all 4 players still surviving. So the numbers advantage is going in the favor of Skulls, as well as, well, 4Shot.
But
the aggression is in the name of Godel. What exactly is Mac going to be able to dictate with this perfect flank that is able to create, and following him in close is going to be Jonathan.
Pitchlu up close, and so is Beast. Skulls, they need to win the fight, but that Molotov's not gonna connect, but Mac cannot move forward. Still jumps in quickly inside that Molotov, will be burnt alive and taken down to his knees. Beast wants to try and get that scrap as well, but the cover is coming in, and on the other side, we're also gonna see 4Shot trying to make their way in. Arto in perfect covers, take him down, and this just seems to be a game for Skulls because they are in the circle, and in the only compound. Spray yet again in the smoke. Arto finally jumps down. Goku now tries to find a timing on the back of it. Nate just chips him up a little bit, not a lot. Again, the Jumpy coming in, trying to find an angle, but they cannot just connect that bullet. Still 3 teams remaining. Shan has been taken down, 4Shot. Goku needs to make a play, but cannot be reckless whatsoever. Playing it way too smart, way too slow, continuously changing the positions. I really love the way how he's moving.
He knows he's got no utility to play around with, and it seems sadly that is the same case for Skulls as well. I mean, they've got 4 players and they're still not pouncing onto the opportunity to take down this one player that's right across the wall, mates. They just need to jump on a crest spot. It's easier said than done, and that is where the cover comes in to Goku with his teammates, and this is where 4Shot can probably dictate. But a third party being brought in from the side of Jelly, from the Blues all the way, is perhaps going to be the opening that 4Shot were waiting for. And with 7 finishes, this is their game for the taking. Goku needs to be confident right now. Jump in with a DBS, and that's exactly what he does. 1 shot down, but does not get the second. And now it all boils down to his teammates. What exactly are they going to be able to do?
The answer to that question may be not much, Shayan.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, dog, hanging by a thread, being at the edge of the blue, and so very low in the HP. But I still feel that this might now potentially be a game for Skulls, because 4Shot had the chance when Jelly got a good knock from behind and then was taken down. That was the moment when I was hoping maybe Shayan and Harsh could try and make their way, but now it just seems almost impossible. It's a 1v4 situation. Harsh has been noticed. No, he is not. Wait! Biscuit has been taken down by Shayan. Using Harsh as a perfect bait. Gets one. Can he find the second? Almost gets it, but that's going to be a game for Skulls. What an insane match coming in, and we were hoping that we would see a good performance from at least one of the teams who are in the bottom of the leaderboard. But guess what, Lotter? We are seeing a good performance from 2 of them.
Exactly, and that is what we wanted to be able to see, which is perfect. I mean, this time around, it is Gujarat Esports that walk away with an incredible chicken dinner, a perfect utilization of their position coming in their favor. Nothing taken away from 4Shot. Perhaps undecisiveness over the wall is what resulted in that fight getting extended against them, but that's a-okay, because after all, they got decent points from that entire spray as well. But hey, I mean, there were so many teams. You got Xbox to talk about, you got Blind to talk about as well. We're all looking pretty good when it mattered the most, actually, in today's day.
So here's the thing about all of these circles of the positions. You can try and win one fight, but then there's almost 100% guarantee that you will be third-partied by other teams. So you need to win that first fight whatsoever, because that's what happened with Blind, that is what happened with Xpark, and that is exactly what happened with WSB as well. We've seen some amazing performances from them, and even in this one, they had a perfect start, taking down Orangutans, who had the momentum back on the back of Miramar chicken dinner, and they were able to just lose one in that entire skirmish and finished off the entire of Orangutan. But just after that, there was another breach coming in, and if I'm not wrong, it was Godlike who went in, tried to take that space away from them. I might be wrong, but I think it was Godlike. But that's the thing. You need to find a perfect timing to try and find a pick. Right. And in this one, I would just directly say it was Godlike's match altogether. The way that they were playing, if I'm not wrong, they had at least 12 to 14 finishes in their bag as well. So yes, could not secure a chicken for themselves, but again, we were hoping for a good game from them too, and they've delivered it.
They most certainly have, and of course, what is required right now is going to be the highlights themselves that shall recap the entirety of the play that went down on this third match of the day, where Erangel, again, as we keep on mentioning again and again, the final game for Group A and B for the day, and it turned out to be quite an adventurous one for a lot of these teams. I mean, the way it started off, it seemed that this is going to be a slow poke affair, but not for long actually, because a lot of these teams, they were able to get into the zone, and that's when the entire chaos ensued from one fight to the next that we were witnessing. And again, I mean, yeah, there's always going to be underperforming teams, but this time around, you perfectly mentioned as well, you know, the pre-game segment, we wanted to be able to see underperforming teams perform, and that's exactly what they've done. So let's recap that through the highlights right now.
Let's start. I would not even say it was pretty slow, because 4Shot, they showed the way that they can play. But this one fight where WSB up against Orangutan and Zerif, using that nade to bait that fight out, and then it was the members of Blind as well who actually jumped onto them, not Godlike, and got the good pick. They only managed to get one, not more than that, but honestly, this one last stand coming in from Venom of Chemin, I was just not sure he would be able to take 2 of them down with the nade, but the positioning coming in, just one small adjustment, that was it.
Absolutely, and this is where, of course, the final player of Godlike, also Jelly, I mean, he stood true when it mattered the most, and he was able to bring down the players of Skulls, but that did not deter them from walking away with the chicken dinner. Of course, Jelly tried his level best, but overall in the end, again, a very good play being showcased from 4Shot as well as Skulls, because both of them needed those points, and they did so perfectly well. But will that be enough? That is what the question is, because again, this is week 3, day number 1 for these teams, and their play comes to an end, where of course now we'll move on to the other 2 groups, but we've got tomorrow and day after as well. So if this is the kind of performance that they keep bringing in tomorrow's games as well as tomorrow day after, then perhaps there might just be a chance. It is a silver lining, not an easy one, but there might be a chance we might see one of them maybe jump into the top 16.
Potentially just 3 more games for them to try and make that comeback. Very well mentioned. Yes, you still got 2 days, but again, at the end of week 3, the gap will just be way too humongous for you to cover, because last week you just cannot leave things for the last hour, and last 1 week only 9 more games up on the table. The pressure will be humongous. You just cannot even fathom what those teams would be going through, specifically the one who would be ending anywhere between 12th to 20th, because that's the middle ground where almost anything could happen with just one chicken dinner, and that is going to remain I guess the same by the end of the week 3rd, or maybe at the starting of the week 4. So again, just last 3 more games that you basically have a chance to try and start your comeback, and Skulls with this one definitely have started, and we're going to have a look at the MVP of the game as well, because again, I just feel it should go to none other than Mac, and he's the guy with the MVP. 6 finishes for himself from Godlike. They had a total of 12 finishes and 50% finish contribution.
Incredible. That is what we want to see from the likes of Godlike. Again, 6 finishes, and that amounts to only 50% of the finish contribution coming in from Mac. So definitely a kudos play being showcased in this game from the side of Jonathan and his teammates, where it mattered the most. I mean, it definitely has resulted in them walking away with a decent number of points. And overall, as Necro has been mentioning again and again as well, it all boils down to, if you're in the top 16, then it's all well, mate.
True. And here we go with the stars of the match. Harsh with the best companion, and on the other side, Arto with the finisher for Skulls. I really love the fact how today we are not seeing those heal battle finishes. We are actually seeing
that's good.
People getting the finisher star of the match. Yeah, I mean, I believe it was me and Fritz on the desk previously, or it could be me and Necro as well, and we were always discussing how it's ending at a heal battle situation, so no finisher. But I'm just happy that we are seeing, and again, looking at going all out, Mac with 8 knockouts for himself, a damage of 625. That is actually pretty high. And Harsh with a survival time of 28 minutes and 57 seconds, health restored 88, and 3 rescues. That's the kind of teammate you always need in your team.
Absolutely. As we move on ahead towards the match ranking, another point to bring up right now is going to be Scared. What irony that you mentioned the heal battle situation right before we jump onto the map of Sanhok. I mean, you were waiting for that. I think it is probably around the corner. But we'll see if that is what this day has in store for us.
That is true. I just hate the heal battles. I'll be brutally honest about it. And honestly, it's a good strategy, yes, in certain situations, but you really I'm kind of biased on this opinion. I want to see a lot of action, a lot of fights, and that's why I love the map of Sanhok, because there's so much early aggression. But before we head on to that one, these are the teams with the rankings for this specific map. Skulls on top with 22 points, and Team Godlike as well with 22 points for themselves. And I think so this is just a massive leap.
Absolutely. 12 finishes is what we saw right there. I mean, we saw it all start off with Jonathan bringing in the nade parade and, eventually getting that frag started off by it. But boy, oh boy, this is the team that we were missing, and this is the kind of performance that we were missing from the likes of Godlike. But hey, look at that. Carnival Gaming once again with just 1 finish point, 8 placement points, find themselves 9. Again, the consistency works in their favor. Will still find themselves in the top 8. So they're playing their cards right. But right now, as we jump on ahead with the overall ranking, Global Esports sitting on the 7th position, 177 points, 1 point shy of Carnival Gaming.
way too close for comfort for any of these teams because they're Carnival Gaming just a few points away, maybe 8 if my maths is correct from IQ Seoul. But Seoul is just going to increase that lead further because we know that next three maps are the ones that they are going to play upon. But on the other side, Chemin followed by WSB with 211 and 206 points. WSB having a pretty shaky past 2 games. I guess a lot of people might have just jinxed them finally because of the back-to-back wins that they were getting. But still, that is just an amazing performance from their side. Orangutan were eliminated way too early on in this one, so have been dropped out of the top 8, but still retaining their spot at 9th. I could say that yes, it's still a pretty decent place to be at, but not very comfortable if you really want to try and have that leeway. In that top 8 is where you're going to find that. Gujarat Tigers as well, not having a very good day today. All the 3 games back to back, not being able to secure a good position or finish points for them.
Absolutely. But you know what? I mean, for GT, nothing taken away from their position as well. They started the day sitting on the 9th position and they've jumped, 1 point down, 1 position down, but that's still okay as they're on the 10th. They haven't dropped too far below after their games. But now we'll have to see, as you perfectly mentioned, we're going to be moving away from the teams that have played 21 matches up until now towards the teams that are sitting on the 18 matches mark. And in that, looking at Skulls Esports, looking at Team X-Park, this final game, they showcased some sign of resilience, some sign of improvement. I just hope it's not a little too late.
I don't think so. If in case they carry this performance forward tomorrow as well, start things with kind of the same pace, maybe they'd be able to. Because look at the 17th place. It's just 137. Yes, it's going to increase even further. Maybe would go to at least 145, maybe 150. But that's a gap that you can actually cover in the next 6 games that you potentially have for this week. But as we move on to the last page, for short, middle, the bottom trifecta has been broken down because Skulls have moved up, but Foreshot and Middle are still stuck at the exact same place, not even crossing the 100-point mark after 21 games. I am so very worried about them, and I think so maybe TWM would also move down a few more spots because they are at 25 with just 118 points.
Indeed, a tough affair for these teams sitting on the final page. Now the crosshairs are going to be brought on down towards the likes of OR Esports, towards the likes of Vingod, who of course are the ones who got themselves not invited, but they played their cards right in the open finals, and that's why they are here. So now it all boils down to Group C and D, and also these teams that are, really good as far as their performance is concerned in the open finals. But now in week 3, they need to be able to showcase a lot more, because they need to be in the top 16, and a team like OR sitting on the 4th page of that overall ranking, there's just so much more that is to be expected from them, and perhaps it will be showcased right here in the next 2 hours.
Highly possible, because it's not just OR, it's also Reckoning. I want to see perform. Wind God, this is the team that basically is the only team apart from WSB who gave us a 33-point chicken dinner game. That was again on the back of the map of Sanhok on day 1 itself against Alibaba Raiders. I still remember that because it's a 3v4 situation. These are a few clutches that you basically never forget, and that's the kind of memory that they've given, not just to me but all the fans out there too. So I'm expecting that maybe, since it's kind of the repeat of what happened on the first day in the first week, they could potentially show us the exact same things, maybe the embers, but we're going to talk about that later because that's all a potential. What we have confirmed right now is going to be the interview that's going to be up on your screens now.
WSB guys, how are you doing? Welcome to this interview. आज का दिन बहुत अच्छा गया, so first of all congratulations for that. कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
चलिए, अब ये लोग मुश्किल सवाल पूछेंगे तो मैं इनको खुला छोड़ देता हूँ.
I think 4-5 महीने पहले हम लोग मिले थे, तब आप लोग अंडरडॉग से थोड़े से सहमे हुए थे. वहां से अब तक आपने लॉबी के अंदर आग लगा रखी है, क्या बदला है?
अभी तो बहुत चेंजेस हुए थे, तो अभी वापस से अपनी टीम बन रही है, तो अभी हम लोग अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा है.
अभी मुझे एक चीज पूछनी है कि अब जो परफॉर्मेंस आपकी आ रही है आप बड़े टीम्स के बीच में भी ऐसा करके दिखा रहे हो. अब आप अभी जब बैठते हो टीम में तो ऐसा डिसाइड करते हो कि यस वी हैव डन इट, हम कहीं पहुंच चुके हैं, मतलब झंडा गाड़ना था, एक स्टेटमेंट रखनी थी WSB को, मैप पे रखना था, रख दिया, ऐसा होती है डिस्कशन?
ऐसा डिस्कशन तो होता है, लेकिन अभी हम लोग वहाँ उस स्टेज पे अभी पहुंचे नहीं है। उस स्टेज पे अभी उसका काम जारी है। यहाँ पे जब हम कोई टूर्नामेंट जीत जाएंगे तब फिर उस चीज पे हम बोलेंगे।
अभी ऐसी कोई टीम है जो नई क्वालिफाइड टीम आई है जिसने आपको बड़ा इंप्रेस करा हो, बोला कि भाई ये लोग थोड़ा सा बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं?
ऐसी टीम तो अभी फिलहाल बहुत सी टीम है, उसमें स्कल्स है एक टीम जो अच्छा खेल रही है, और भी 2-3 टीम है। ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स भी काफी अच्छे, वो लोग फिनिशेस वगैरह निकाल रहे हैं, तो वो लोग काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं।
अब ऐसी कोई टीम हो जो आपको लगता है कि मतलब दे कैन डू बेटर बट परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे, कुछ डर रहे हैं, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं फंस रहे हैं, कोई गलत डिसीजन, ऐसा कुछ?
ऐसा तो ये मैं अपने आप को हमारी टीम को ही बोलूंगा ये चीज।
अच्छा एक और बात बताओ, ये जो एंटिटी आती है एरेंगल में, तो फिर पोचिंकी क्यों छोड़ देते हो? एक टाइम तो एंटिटी को बाहर निकाल देते थे।
वो हम सोच रहे हैं, फिर वो भी अगर उन्होंने थोड़ी बातचीत करी थी तो हम सोच रहे हैं उन्हें भी थोड़ा क्वालिफाई देने का मौका।
ओ भाई साहब, चलो छेड़ दिया, शॉट्स फायर्ड। बट यहाँ पे एक फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन है, क्योंकि देखो आप लोग रिसेंटली बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हो, अभी वीक 4 भी बाकी है, तो अब आपका नेक्स्ट टारगेट क्या है? बहुत ज्यादा अग्रेसिव जाने वाले हो या फिर यही मोमेंटम मेंटेन करना है लैन तक?
हमारा नेक्स्ट टारगेट यही है कि जितने मिल रहे हैं हम लोग को टीम स्वाइप करनी है और एग्रेसिव ही खेलना है पूरा।
एक सवाल सर,
नहीं मैं बस कहता हूँ बात पूरी करने दीजिए, वो गेस्ट है हमारे।
मतलब कोचिंग की सेंटर है ऑलमोस्ट, ठीक है, और वहाँ पे लूट भी अच्छी होती है, बट जब कोई टीम, अब जब एंटिटी जा रही है, आप थोड़े और ड्रॉप पे जा रहे हो, उसमें गेम पे कितना फर्क पड़ता है आपको? मतलब बची कुची लूट के साथ आगे बढ़ना कितना मुश्किल हो जाता है?
वो उसमें हम लोग को इतना मुश्किल नहीं होता है, क्योंकि हमारी टीम बढ़िया है, चारों मारने वाले असोल्टर्स है, आईजेल हमारा अच्छा आईजेल कर लेता है, तो हम कहीं से भी रोटेट करने में हमें कोई इशू नहीं होता है। बस मेन वही है कि एंटिटी आ जाती है तो वो बहुत होल्ड करने लग जाते हैं, हमारा भी अपना गेम बिगाड़ते हैं, वो लोग अपना भी बिगाड़ते हैं। वो चीज़ को वो लोग, सबसे बढ़िया तो यही है कि मैं बोलूँगा एंटिटी को यही चीज़ इंप्रूव करनी चाहिए, थोड़ा हीट कम बने वो लोग, तो बाकी सब सही रहेगा।
Anuj 2 OP man, definitely 2 OP जो आपके टैग में हमें नजर आता है। You deserve that that tag over there, but आपके पीछे भी आपके एक साथी घूम रहे हैं, उनको भी बुला सकते हैं आप।
वो क्वालिटी चेक के लिए बैठे हुए हैं कि जो प्लेयर से बह ना जाए ज्यादा। अनुज भाई बह जाएंगे थोड़ी देर में।
बट जी आई थिंक वो टी-शर्ट पे जो लिखा है,
क्या लिखा है एक बार पढ़ना अनुज भाई, पीछे टी-शर्ट में क्या लिखा है? वो भैया की, भाई की,
धक्का मार आगे बढ़,
बस यही सिस्टम है।
एंड आई थिंक जैसा आज आपका परफॉर्मेंस रहा, आपने बहुत लोगों को धक्का मारा, बहुत टीम्स को भी आपने नीचे की तरफ धक्का मारा है रैंकिंग्स में। थैंक यू गाइस सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू, एंड काफी ज्यादा मजा आया आपसे बात करके। कल के मैचेस के लिए बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू।
You know what?
Assaulters themselves.
That's incredible. That's the kind of energy and attitude that you really need to have when you jump into a lobby.
True.
And you know what? You don't need to be scared as you bring down a big name, as that guy really did bring down a big name. I've been talking to Entity and just completely thrashing them under the boat is just the kind of you know, masala that we need right here, and that's the dum aloo and biryani being cooked right there with the likes of WSB and of course their fans, I'm sure.
I want to see what's going to happen in the next 2 days, because there is, again, we're going to see both of these teams clash, right? If not tomorrow, then maybe day after tomorrow. We will see the drop clash coming in, and these are the situations where we're going to see some extra aggressions, which we used to see in the past between teams like Blind and Global Esports, which now has slowly been creeping up ahead in those leaderboards. But nothing is too comfortable, because on the next one we'll be moving on to the map of Sanhok, and we'll be having the teams of Group C and D, and the ones that really want to focus on, again, it's going to be Revenant, who have shown some promising results after the synergy was perfect, or let's just say after they were able to synergize well. It just seems that there's no stopping this team.
Indeed, and you perfectly mentioned Revenant's name, and at the same point of time, you know, we've got Soul that's going to be jumping into the fray, you've got Entity that's going to be jumping into the action play as well. They're going to be reclaiming their positions all over again, as they were dropped down a few positions based on how the day started off. And now it all boils down to what exactly is Sanhok going to be bringing in, because you perfectly mentioned it, Scared, that you know, those heal battles that we've got, that is something that shouldn't take place, but we'll find out in time.
Again, we have to wait for that, right? But I really want to bring a huge shout out to the sponsors. First is going to be Snapdragon, because again, they're the ones who made it all possible. And on the other side, we've got Samsung Galaxy as well as Monster Energy. You want to unleash the beast after all, and that is what all of these teams did. Specifically WSB and Skulls in the last game, just unleashing that beast.
Absolutely, mate. And alongside all of that, now we move on to the schedule where Group C and D are going to be jumping into the limelight. We're going to be moving on to the map of Sanhok, followed by Vikendi, and to close the day off, it will be Erangel all over again. But before we talk about that, it is Sanhok. It is going to be an accelerated map, a small-scale based map, of course, where we don't have enough space for all the teams to be able to, well, showcase their best results, because you've got snakes crawling across, you've got a lot of third parties that are being brought on. And at the same time, of course, the best thing or the worst being the fact that you want to be able to get at least 20, 30 medkits, right? Because that's just what you do on Sanhok.
You know, Blotter, you should just stop giving the ideas to these teams to collect those first aid kits early on. But yes, quite a lot of positional advantages is what teams will be looking forward to, because we've seen multiple teams going in for some amazing flanks out there. And I mean, we've seen some long range spray downs as well, if I'm not wrong. One was, I believe it was middle, or maybe the members who were targeted were of AUTOBOTZ back in the previous weeks. We've seen a lot of that happen, and I want to see how that's going to roll out today, because again, we'll be seeing Revenant, we'll be seeing Reckoning, and Reckoning is also another team that I wanted to talk about, because they've got a player who literally is in that top fragging department, and even after that, they're not being able to breach the top 16. But we'll have all of that later, because again, it's going to be the map of Sanhok, Blotter.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, Group C and D are going to be in the limelight. Along with that, we've got Necro joining us once again to take us through the action-packed games that's going to be on our screens. How are you doing, Necro? How was the break, mate? And first things first, are we going to be looking at some heal battles today, mate?
I mean, look, I'm not even sure if that was a break or not, because the previous game was quite engaging, I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
the
yes.
team's in the bottom 4. We finally saw some movement in the overall standings, and I was super excited to see, especially Skulls Esports being the one to win the chicken dinner, and 4-Shot Esports getting so many elimination points and getting the second spot in the previous game. Finally, we saw some sort of an improvement from those teams that was desperately needed, and I guess they got the wake-up call that they needed too. Now, of course, in the map of Sanhok, things will be way much more different, considering you've got some of the big Goliaths like Revenant Esports, Team Soul, OR Esports joining inside of the fray. Even 8-Bit, you can't put them up in the mix. Entity Gaming, a team that was ruling the overall standings. Yeah, the position's taken away, but I'm pretty sure, once again, they should be at the top because they've got 3 games to go. Reckoning Esports, a team for them. Consistency, we've just not seen it for a long time. And once again, Reckoning Esports, it just feels like they're going to have a bad start. Team Prince is the one on the aggressive stance, and Reckoning Esports, they can't be on the receiving end of things, but Kyoya, he's moving up close and personal, even from the back lines, and Prejwell, he's softened up a bit. So Team Prince, they cannot really get a little too aggressive inside of this stance, and even Prejwell is sort of trapped up behind this rock. Team Prince, they cannot move a lot. This is such an awkward engagement.
It really is, because after all, I mean, you can clearly see that when it comes to Punk, all he's roaming around with is just that dagger. Along with that, when it comes to what he's up against, what a play! UMP in his hand, and this is what he's had to dictate. Punk, what a legend along with his teammates. The conversation being a key, critical element in that fight, and that's exactly what brought him down, and that in turn has resulted in Reckoning Esports starting off with a really good play right here, where of course Hunters was dropped down, but that's okay. Revival is going to be around the corner along with a finish point.
I'm not going to lie, Prejwell's not going to be feeling good after that one. He's going to be feeling super embarrassed.
That's just ridiculous. A UMP in your hand, and I mean, against a dagger, you know what's going to win. It's Reckoning, this is what we were missing, and that's what they deliver, you know? Just the first fight, and that is what Sanhok has for us.
I mean, oh man, I just feel super bad for Team Prince. I would say a little less proactivity from Team Prince, and that's why they pretty much lost that fight. Where were the teammates? The question still remains. The rest of them were just not in that fight at all. I guess they were busy roaming or looting. I'm not exactly sure what's going on the screen. Good spray though, Robin. Oh, could have found the knock as well. The man's barely alive.
That was a good spray for the QBZ, but just not able to get those dots ending. He has another opportunity, but it's just a little too far, a little too late perhaps for Robin. That's okay. But going back to Prajwal right there, I mean, you know what? Credit where it's due. Necro, it was a really good dance from him. With the UMP in his hand, he was dancing across that rock like nothing else mattered. So that was a good thing.
Pretty much. The funny part is, I was actually going to speak about Team Prince. Because that topic, it's been sort of like a forbidden topic for a while. In week 1, Team Prince was leading the charts. They were the one just dominating the entire game, the entire tournament. In week 2, you saw a slow and steady downfall in the initial days of week 2. And then later on, they were just not there in the first page at all. Team Prince, that big dip in the performance was a massive issue for them. And right now, they're currently sitting at 14th spot in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure that is something that's affecting their confidence inside of the games. But I'm not sure how they can try to gain the pace, especially when they're going to start Sanhok off with just a 3-man squad. And I consider Sanhok one of the maps that you need all the players alive in.
True. That's a really interesting storyline that you're building up right there, because this is something that Scared also mentioned. When it came to week 1, all the teams that came in from the open finals, they were still high and dry and were looking pretty good and compared to the invited teams, because they came in after having qualified. But as they got comfortable in the lobby, it seems that the invited teams, they just completely showcased that a different play is going to be required to compete against these invited teams. And that's where we see a downfall from week 1, invited teams doing good, to week 2, where they slowly start going down, and then week 3, where they're just completely out of the fray.
Oh no. FS Esports are out in the open. Not a lot of intel. Team iFlix, they instantly pounce on top of the opportunity. They get 1 elimination point for free. Crypto, great start for this entire fight. Already Team iFlix in a big advantage. I highly doubt this fight's going to be escalating for any longer. But as I say that, if another knock gets found too. FS Esports, what a big blunder that was for Team iFlix. These are free points that are being feeded to them. But looking at the circle, there's a high chance the circle's going to be ending towards Camp Alpha Island. And whenever that has happened, Team Soul's the one to come out on top. In the past, Team Soul was, of course, called Team Blind, but then the entire roster got signed up by Team Soul. So whenever the circle actually ends up on the Hot 10 or the Camp Alpha Island, there's a chance. There's a high chance, 90% chance, that Team Soul will probably win that game.
Absolutely, because they're dictating Camp Alpha. So is the zone. But for now, as FS play their first game of the day, right off the bat, they've lost out on 2 of their players. Dionysus as well as Aru drop down, and only left are going to be Atanki and Secret. Now we've seen Atanki and his playstyle, and he can be very aggressive actually. But with just a 2-man squad, it is a tough situation for him for this first game that he's a part of. At the same time, roaming around with the vehicle on the map of Sanhok, it is definitely inviting trouble. That's what FS is after. But to what end, I wonder? Oh, Revenant. He do not want to stop.
No matter how bad of a situation FS is in, it cannot be worse than Team Prince. What happened to Prajwal was just straight up mental harassment.
Indeed, that is true.
I mean, getting knifed like that in a scenario where Prajwal just stuck in an awkward engagement, he can see the enemy too. He's only 1 step away from taking down the enemy, but still is shy because the backup is there from the enemy. And that's why he cannot take that 1 single step. And then later on, he just gets a knife like that. Oh man, it's going to carve deep in his heart. But you know what? I like the approach from Big Brother Esports. Uzumaki and Sarvit already on the base. And then you've got the rest of the players slowly and steadily swimming in. Proactive nature, that's what I like to see. Big Brother Esports, hopefully they're good on loot as well, because it's quite early inside of the game.
Indeed. Let me just quickly check. When the day started off, where were we looking at Big Brothers? I just want to quickly check that and find out. what position rather is what I wanted to just quickly check. In the 32 teams, Big Brother started off on 17th when the day started off. So again, with the way that the other teams have played from Group A and B, they've got to rack up points. They've got to be able to climb up into the top 16. And so they're playing it safe, that's for sure. As they get closer to this compound, they've all racked up really good rotation coming in from Big Brothers. But oh, it's a little too late and a little too sorry for Team Zero are the ones who are going to be leading the charge. And they were ready for the spray and onslaught being brought on from the side of Big Brothers. And that perfect Molotov is going to be burning Uzumaki. Where Daksh from Team Zero, he's just patiently waiting. Eye on the prize, that's all he wants.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you're going to step in an unknown territory without even scouting it properly. And Team Zero, they've got a clear advantage. It's a 4v2 scenario. Big Brother Esports, for a while I thought that they're doing a great job in being proactive. Yes, it was a good job.
True.
But then they stepped in an unknown compound without even scouting it properly. And that's where things started going downhill. Even Safe goes down. Big Brother Esports, what a massive blunder that was. Team Zero, good opportunity that they grabbed onto. And hopefully this latch is not going to go away for a while. 2 players knocked out from Big Brother Esports. At this point, these 2 players are pretty much done and dusted. You cannot even get them back up on their feet. Safe is way too low. Uzumaki soon will be confirmed too. So yeah, pretty much done and dusted for Big Brother Esports. One last man he needs to play for the survival. Might just be too much to ask for. And even in the elimination feed, you see another team get wiped out. In the name of Gen X FM, so many early fights going on, so many early collisions happening. You just love to see it in the map of Sanhok.
Absolutely, yeah, man. Now we've got 53 players. That's all that remain out of 64 in Stage 2 itself. And this is where, of course, Big Brothers, they are left with just this one man. That's going to be Rishi. Of course, his time is numbered in this lobby. As all by his lonesome, he's not going to be able to run away from this precarious situation that he's stuck in behind that rock, as Team Zero know exactly where that opponent is at. But while Team Zero wait for an opportunity to strike, they are being proactive as well, because a lot of noise has been made from their side and they need to be aware of all the angles around their compound. And that's what we can see Shadow trying to utilize and see. Again, this is where Camp Alpha Island is what we're looking at. Where initially, you mentioned, Necro, we've got IQ Soul looking really good, looking really confident. And right around in the vicinity, right down south of the positioning of IQ Soul, is where we see Big Brothers being brought down. And a lot of these teams are now going to have to slowly get in close proximity to Camp Alpha, because that's where the zone is dictating.
Wind God. Are we? Position compromised. And Soul, they're not the ones that will break the silence that easily. Shots will only be taken when they have a confirmed knock. And right there, it's not confirmed. OR Esports still moving in slowly and steadily from the edges. This approach can be quite harmful, especially the team that is currently at the top if they do lay their eyes on top of the players of OR. But at least so far, OR Esports is good. 3 players working together, pushing in tandem, while that one player still in the back lines looking around and getting the information done. Love to see it. Even OR Esports, for them, week 1 started off quite in a decent way. OR Esports, they looked super confident. All the fights that they took, they were looking pretty nice. And they've also got a stacked lineup. Robin, you've got Admino, 2 experienced players. Then you've got new and upcoming players as well. Pro and Zap. I've seen these players perform in the past. They pack some incredible firepower. But so far, they're just not really able to unleash it on the lobby.
In time, I'm sure. And again, this is the time, actually, because this is week 3. As we see OR sitting on that 4th page. This is the time for them to shine. And talking about a team that is shining, actually, it could very well be Revenant. That, at least in this game, started off real good. And slowly but surely, we were looking at OR making that slow and steady poke to a rotation towards the northern side of the zone. And right in close proximity, following them up close is going to be Winsgod as well. Now, a lot of these teams, based on Sanhok, they're playing it very, very ultra safe, in fact. But it's only a matter of time, as we can see the zone is slowly going to be shrinking all towards the western side of Camp Alpha. And all the colors are slowly making a rotation. We've got some really late rotating teams, and amongst them, if I'm not wrong, is going to be Entity as well.
Even Reckoning Esports, they're breaching in from the northern side. You can see on the minimap. Reckoning Esports a little bit late on that rotate, but it's completely okay. Considering it's the map of Sanhok, you can just always go for the med strat. And maybe, I guess, Reckoning Esports, their secondary plan is going to be that. Probably has to be someone between Blaze or Sensei going for the med strat, because they cannot afford the Assaulters to go for the med strat, because they would need that firepower inside of the circle. Looking at Team Forever, even this team is in a decent spot. Still, they can't play around the edge. But considering Team Zero and Big Brother Esports is one single man is in the back lines, this can be a big backstab incoming.
Absolutely, and talking about backstab again, Entity on our screens, the late rotating team right behind GT right now. It seems Somraj, he's aware of his opponent's positioning as well, but they're playing it really safe. I mean, Entity, this is the first game that they're playing for the day. They've been jumped down from the first position that they held. Now it is their time to shine, and with that, they've got
the
TDE.
Some massive whiffs coming in from Semi Plays, and he needs to pay the price for that. AK pulled out from side cut. He finds the return knockout onto Equinox, at least trying to dial things back to where it was. But Stagger's taken down way too low as well. This is going to give Fierce a bit of a chance to get the breather in the fight and maybe potentially go for res onto the fallen comrade. But even the wall of death is now starting to close in. Fear finds a beautiful knockout onto Psychot as well. Blaze closes on up. The backup's going to be there in the fight. Stagger's all by himself from TTE, and too much to look up to as well. A 1v3 in the process. Can he make it happen? Sounds too much as well. Stagger in a really uncomfortable spot behind the house. And now finally he tries to push up close and personal against Fierce. The battle breaks out, but Fierce, he's got the HP advantage, but it's not going to matter. Stagger still somehow comes out on top. Needs to patch himself up too. But Stagger instead, repositioning is the key, and that's what he realizes.
Oh, is it a little too late? I mean, he played his card to perfection, but the health not helping him out. The health bar going down against him with the blues catching up to him is all that Stagger could do. But definitely, he held on strong, got one finish point converted, left Revenant with just a two-man squad. And as he move away from them, we've got Reckoning Esports on our screens as they take on shots against the players of a late-running team in the name of Entity Gaming. Entity Gaming have made their presence felt. They've taken on a knee as well. Somraj is down, but thankfully his teammates will give him the revival. Though for Reckoning Esports, this positioning is really good. Just the map for a second, then we're down.
Oh, look at this. Deep Forever this spot out Shadow. Easy knockout, no issues in that regard. Say it's going to be in the front lines, but even Rishi is at the top. So there's a chance Hellfire's going to be raining down the top of the players of Team Forever. Omega gets the confirmation onto Shadow, so Team Zero, at least right now, they're not looking that great, but Sayed OP pushes up close and personal, pulls out the DBS from the bag. It's going to be a big backstab from Rishi. As I mentioned, even Rishi was at the top, and he takes the advantage of that, and he mows down the lawns in the front. Somehow, Sayed is still alive. But Team Zero, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Unfortunately, Sayed does not have a lot of meds, but he can loot up the dead bodies that are around him.
And while that goes on, a perfect nade from Admino right here from OR. It seems like Winsgod have caught up to the positioning of OR, where these two were following closely back to back against each other while they made that northern rotation. Now, the perfect nade needs to be brought onto the face of Godmax as well. It's got lose out on one of their players. Godmax has been damaged. OR is holding on steady. But all the noise that they're making is also going to be drawing attention. As we can see in the mini-map, we've got IQ Soul being drawn to all this chaos.
Oh, this is not too good. Max all by himself in this scenario. Being pinched between two squads, but OR's going to be the one to take the advantage this time. And they shut him down. But even Soul's going to be a team that's looking just around the corner. They've got the high ground to play around with this well. And as I mentioned, whenever the circle ends towards the Camp Alpha Island, there's a 90% chance it's Team Soul to come out on top. But for now, 8-Bit's the one who's got the mightiest position inside of the lobby.
Absolutely. They've been dormant throughout this entirety of the game itself. And they've got a compound in their hold as well. So 8-Bit, again, they're playing their cards right. With only 8 teams remaining, we've got a few of these teams who are making a very late rotation. They're going to be going for that mid strat, of course. But right here, right now is the moment that IQ Soul could very well just jump into action, as we've got Manya with that flank angle that is created. He's got a lot of information that he's retaining. But the team of IQ Soul, they need to get into the zone.
And Reckoning Esports, they're trying to do so. The same thing as well. iFlix, they find one man of Revenant isolated. And they instantly take the advantage of that. Look at Blaze. He's got 30 first aids. As I mentioned, it has to be someone between Blaze or Sensei. And Blaze is right now just going for the med strat. He's probably going to be healing for days, that's for sure. Another team that is well known for med strat next to Chemin and Revenant, also Entity Gaming. But I'm not exactly sure if they are going for the med strat or not. OR Esports, they pull up inside a house instantly. Team 8-Bit, now they feel quite threatened by the presence of OR. Utilities being tossed from both the sides, but the exchange is a little bit more better from the side of 8-Bit. Mighty, oh, catches so much damage, barely survives on the sliver of HP. And OR Esports, now they're of course starting to wreak a lot of havoc inside of the lobby, inside of this compound. And as I mentioned, even 8-Bit, they feel quite threatened by the presence of OR. OR's not a team that has got less firepower. Yes, decision-making can be a little bit dire in situations, but over there, OR Esports, they took the right pounce on the opponents. IQ Soul against Reckoning Esports' Punk, who's in the front lines and his position's compromised as well. But Reckoning Esports is the rest of the players. They're not ready for the fight. Immortal was knocked out. The res is back up, and they're also quite low. Everything's not looking that great for the side of Reckoning Esports. On the verge of collapsing, even the wall of death is now starting to close up. Reckoning Esports, nowhere to go. They might as well accept the fate at this point, but there's still a chance they can't survive, I guess.
Oh, what a nade that was. An incredible nade will be the demise of Reckoning right there, as we move on to the compound of OR Esports as they jump into action with the DBS praise all across. They're bringing in the numbers for them, as 5 finish points is what they've accumulated. But again, it's the zone, it's the blues that's catching up to them. And as soon as Pro jumps out, he's been caught out in the blue. The team of OR, they held on strong for as long as they could, but that is all that they are going to be able to dominate. With 5 finishes, they get eliminated on the 5th spot.
Robin had a lot of first aids, but unfortunately he was not able to heal in time, I guess, and that's why he got taken down by the blue. But that's a whole nother story. For now, you've got iFlix dominating this game with 6 finish points. And they've also got a solid positioning. Team IQ Soul can be the only big thorn in the way. And Manya, good knockout found on Insidious. Instant confirmation follows up. Now it's only down to a 3-man squad. Team IQ Soul, they're just dominating. As usual, the kings of the hill. That's what IQ Soul are looking like. This is their turf, and no one's gonna be able to take it away from them. iFlix now looking forward to make the push happen against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Roman OG's taken down way too low. Chris OP's in the back lines, but I highly doubt Chris is going to be able to do anything. And Chris instantly gets mowed down by the entire squad of IQ Soul. Soul now on the march for success. While iFlix, they need to play a little bit more defensive, and that's what they're doing. But soon enough, even the wall of death is going to start to push up close and personal, and iFlix will need to close into the safe zone. Mane has been found. Now the situation's taken down to a 3v3, but Mox gets found in return as well. Good trade from Soul. But even another man falls down once again. Trades happening back and forth. But Soul, they're still keeping things in their own territory and in their own turf. While iFlix, they need to invade this personal territory the players of Soul have created. Crypto falls down too. Now it's all down to Mad Wreck. Maverick is a man who's got a lot of fighter power, but can he win this fight this time? The answer is going to be no. Still, the kings of Camp Alpha Island are IQ Soul, and no one's going to be able to steal it away from them.
What an incredible play right there from IQ Soul. I mean, the zone worked out for their favor, and they jumped into action as soon as it did. In doing so, they walk away with their first game for day one of week 3 into a chicken dinner. And an incredible start for IQ Soul right there, as they have dominated once again. Nothing taken away from iFlex, of course, because they got a decent finish point as well. I believe 9 finish points is what iFlex were able to accumulate in this game. So definite kudos play where it's deserved. But Team IQ Soul, a perfect chicken dinner going in their favor for game number 1 for their day. And there's still 2 more games remaining. They are jumping into action, and they're going to be working towards perhaps catching up to Entity Gaming.
I'm not going to lie, it was an entertaining game of Sanhok, but at the same time, it was quite weird. Some of the fights were happening in such weird patterns. It was so unpredictable. Even the last fight, for a moment we thought that it's going to be Team Soul to come out on top. Then later on, iFlix was able to find another re-knock, so trades were just happening back and forth until the end. We were not just sure was going to be the one to get it. So in the end, it was just all down to Madrek, and unfortunately, he did not have a lot of HP to back him up, and that's where I guess the players of Soul got the advantage. But in general, it was quite an entertaining game of Sanhok, but it was one of the most unpredictable game of Sanhoks that I've also casted, considering it was on the it was on the island of Camp Alpha. So somewhere down the line, I knew that Soul's probably going to be the one to take it home, because that's what has been happening. Their win percentage on that island, I would say, is pretty much 90%, and that's what happens once again. They pretty much win that game.
They did so in style, of course, and that's what they deserved as well, because of the zone working out and, of course, the firepower going in their favor. At the final moment, of course, had iFlex had a better, higher ground in that fight, it could have gone either ways. But eventually, in the end, of course, the numbers dwindled down. Soul came together at the perfect time and brought down, of course, the players of iFlex one by one. Madrak, no matter how hard he would have tried, the position that he was stuck in, it was just not going in his favor. But of course, let's recap all of that to the highlights right now, and of course find out this chaos where it all started.
Oh,
this is where it all started.
The observers got to do him dirty, huh? They showed that knife clip, but I guess we can't try to move on from that. Team Together Esports and Revenue Esports' fight. This was another awkward fight that I just didn't understand. Why was the commitment there for so long? Especially when Revenue Esports knows that even they want to go for the med strat. Yes, the med strat came into execution, but that fight got way too close. Especially when Revenue Esports knew that things are now starting to fall out of their hands. They should have just backed away from that fight. It's completely okay if they're not really able to win that fight and get that elimination point secured, but they could have just lost that entire game and not even got any type of points in their hands. So it was a big risk taken by Revenue Esports. In the end, it did sort of pay off, but it was not that good of a game, I would still say. They were just going for the med strat. That's it.
Absolutely. And right here, this is the final moment where we saw the team of iFlex lose out to the players of course, IQ Soul, and they got an incredible chicken dinner. Now what we need to see is how many points were IQ Soul able to rack up, how many positions are they going to be able to jump up from this game. And of course, they've still got 2 more games remaining. So looking at Entity and the way that they played, they made it a very late rotating play, which did not work out in Entity's favor. So this time around, perhaps in terms of the points, it is going to be IQ Soul who probably going to be catching up to Entity.
Once again, I mean, Soul, they were the table toppers a while ago in the week 2, so I'm pretty sure Soul's going to be looking forward to get that entire tabletop position once again in their hand. And it's not going to be that tough for Team Soul too. It's a stacked lineup. Every single player in that team packs a lot of punch, packs a lot of firepower, so it's not going to be that tough for Team Soul. They have been winning some of the official tournaments, so once again, it's not going to be that tough. But let's move on and take a look at the MVP and find out who was the man who got the most amount of elimination points in the previous game. It's going to be Mafia from Team Forever with 71% finish contribution and 5 finishes. Mafia pretty much carried his team on the back.
He definitely did with the performance that he showcased right here with 5 finishes and 71% contribution. Team Forever, Mafia leading the charge. But along with that, we also need to find out what were the stars of this game part of. What all did they do? How many points were being accumulated right here from the stars, of course, because we saw a lot of these individual teams being part of those fights. We've got Reckoning Esports to start the fray against Team Prince, of course. Then we moved on to Revenant being part of interesting fights where OR also jumped onto that compound and made decent moves against, first it was Vinsgod and then towards the compound itself. But right now, let's have a look at that stars of the match.
And once again, it's going to be Mafia going all out. Best companion being Mafia too. This man's an all-rounder. And then finisher is going to be Knuckle from the side of Seoul with one finish. That's the only finish he wrapped up in the end. And that too was the clutch of the century, I would say, pretty much from the side of Knuckle. And then assist as well is only going to be getting one. Survival time of 21:52. Knuckle, of course, as usual, he's one of the best supports inside of the Indian region, and once again proven the same thing. He did not really play for the finishes. Instead, he plays for his teammates, and team play is the gameplay for Knuckle in general. Team Seoul, they made all the right decisions, and at the first place, they did not even need to reposition themselves that well, but there was an instance where the circle moved away from there. And that's when things could have been way too tough. But Team Seoul, they showcased the right amount of patience in that scenario, and they just let all the fights happen because iFlix were just dominating in that final few moments. And Seoul, I guess they realized that iFlix is getting rid of their competition for them. So all Seoul needed to do was play a little bit patiently.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the moment where Team Seoul, we saw on the map, they were getting closer and closer to the positioning of OR, I believe it was, and as soon as they started making that rotation, the zone shifted away, and that's when a complete reevaluation was done from the side of IQ Seoul, which resulted in them getting back into the zone. And of course, that is where we saw them slowly but strongly get that positioning working in their favor and get a perfect chicken dinner to start things off. Now, talking about not only IQ Seoul but other teams that played out right here, we've got to mention Revenant Esports on the 4th position with 14 points, and so much more can be said about Team Zero right there with 1 placement points, but 6 finish points, find themselves on the 7th position with 7 points.
I mean, Revenant Esports, they managed to get 8 placement points with just the med strat, so that's really good and a consistent score. Once again, 14 points accumulated. Alibaba Raiders, a team that we need to speak about over here because it's been a while since I've talked about this team, especially today. We haven't really spoken about this team at all. And I would say Alibaba Raiders can be an interesting part of the conversation too. This team has seen a lot of upside and a lot of downside, but in general, Alibaba Raiders, as long as they're going to keep themselves inside of the top 16, they will be all good. And I think so the main motive for Alibaba Raiders is that too. They just want to stay inside of the top 16 instead of impressing anyone. And as long as you're in the top 16, you have a confirmed ticket for the finals. As we do see the overall rankings, though, now, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us, and IQ Seoul, they've moved up all the way on the 2nd spot of the overall standings. WSP, they've been shifted down to the 3rd spot, which is completely okay. Entity Gaming on the 4th. Then you've also got God's Reign on the 5th, Revenant Esports on the 6th, and then you've got Carnival and Global Esports.
Again, I mean, they've IQ Seoul, they've still got 2 more games remaining for the same as the case for Entity as well for the day, and the way that they're playing for sure are going to be easily getting all the way up to the top of the leaderboard with only 2 points shy. Team Seoul sitting on the 2nd position, and for Entity, again, it's not going to be too difficult of a climb perhaps, but we'll come back to that later because in this game, they were only able to rack up 2 points for themselves. But moving to the 2nd page, now this is where, as Necro was mentioning, a team like Alibaba Raiders sitting on that 12th position. I mean, they're just right around the corner in that top 16. They're working their numbers up, and we can clearly see how, because the majority of their points are coming in from those placements. 115 compared to 49 finishes for Alibaba.
Exactly. As you mentioned, Alibaba is still on that okay stance in the overall standings, considering they're on the 12th spot, and as I mentioned, top 16 is the way to go, but still, if you're somewhere between 12 to 16, you're always going to have that paranoia on top of the head. You never know when a team's going to be bouncing back from the latter half of the board, and maybe your position can be taken away. It's like a danger zone that you do not really want to be. And if you want to be in a spot where you want to have that cushion, top 10 or top 8 should be the way to go. Once you're inside of the top 8, you will always have certain games cushion that you can, of course, use later on, but still, in general, Alibaba Raiders, it's just the first game for this group, and I'm pretty sure in the upcoming groups, we might just see the consistency from them. But as we do see the next page, Skulls Esports, considering they won the previous game, they propelled themselves all the way to the 24th spot, so I like to see that. Team X Spark, unfortunately, even for them, the woes keep on continuing. Reckoning Esports, things started off in quite a nice way for them, but ended off in as usual and certain way.
Indeed, but again, I mean, if we look at the 17th position held by iFlix right there on 141 points on 17th position compared to Reckoning Esports' 23rd position with 123 points, it is still a doable jump for Reckoning Esports, but they need to have a good game in the two that remain for the day. But as we move on to the final page, now this is where OR Esports sitting on the 25th position with 118 points. I'm sure that they are slowly and definitely going to be working in the right direction. But today is the day that they need to move away from this final page, at least to the second or the third page, if they want to look on towards the top 16 and the LAN finale.
Not just that, another team that can be quite promising is WindGod Esports. I'm not sure what exactly has happened to WindGod, but in week 1, they started things off with a chicken dinner. First day, first game, WindGod Esports was the one to get the chicken dinner. And then after that, we just haven't seen them inside of the games. They're just not able to play that well. And I'm not exactly sure why this is happening, but one thing is for sure, a lot of these known teams too, they're just struggling quite a lot. And maybe it's just the intensity of the lobby. It has increased quite a lot. But if you're not able to adjust in as a pro player, then once again, it's all your fault.
That indeed is true, mate. And of course, the storyline that you had already dictated earlier, you know, these teams that we're talking about, like WindGod, for example, Skulls, for example, I mean, these are teams that came in from the Open Finals, and the way they played week 1, they were on that high horse and they were looking really good doing it. But as they got comfortable with that play style, they understood that the lobby that they are part of with the invited teams, it's just not going to work out, and slowly we start seeing them going down. Though again, fingers crossed, of course, Necro, because we want to be able to see that exact same week 1 performance coming in from these teams. And today, maybe we might just be able to see that, as the same was what we saw in match number 3 with Group A and B. Perhaps today's final game could very well bring us to that. But for now, well, 4 games done, mate. 2 more games remain. And now, moving on to this interesting map of Vikendi. Yeah, this is something which, again, is just like Sanhok. You just don't know where the cookie's going to crumble and which team's going to come up on top.
I mean, Vikendi, once again, the only thing similar to Sanhok inside of Vikendi is the Met strat. Even inside Vikendi, a lot of teams do go for the Met strat. And considering Entity Gaming's over here, Revenant's over here, so one thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of Met strat. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Vikendi is still on the horizon. And for now, we're going to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back.
Settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get
here. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby, the way that I'm trained.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Usually in winter, everyone is super lazy. And that's what Vikendi brings on the table as well. Vikendi, in my opinion, is sort of a lazy map in the first 3 stages where nothing's really happening, no one's really moving anywhere. But then later on, when you get that motivation to go and hit the gym, that's where the real fights start to happen in the game of Vikendi 2 after the 3 stages. So initial phase laziness, when that goes away, is just an action-packed, entertaining game of Vikendi, and that's what we all like to see. Unless if we're going to see a castle circle, then I'm up for a treat.
You may never know, because again, it's going to be the next one that's going to be up on boards. Not quite the way we expected Sanhok to go, so maybe we will be up for a surprise on the map of Vikendi. And you've already mentioned about the mid strats, because that's the only common thing that teams tend to carry forward from Sanhok to Vikendi. And I'm not a very big fan of that, but again, if done right, then you can get a lot of jump in those position points. And that's what Revenant was able to achieve in the previous one.
I mean, it's really hard to screw up a med strat. Come on, what do you mean it's done right? It's really hard to mess up a med strat in the first place. So it is going to be right though, most of the times.
I mean, there could be a few hiccups left and right. You know, it eventually happens. But yes, at the end of the day, on the map of Vikendi, I still would love to see there are quite a lot of teams that end up playing a little bit aggressive, and one of them being Team Prince. We've seen them secure a chicken dinner onto that one, and the previous one did not go in their favor. Yes, there's also a mental barrier that now Prajwal needs to break free from. It's going to be difficult, but if there's any other map that they'd be able to do it, it's going to be this one.
I mean, once again, Vikendi can be an opportunity for the new teams that are not really able to perform. Now, Alibaba Raiders is one of the consistent teams. Revenant's one of the consistent teams. Seoul as well, the same thing. But it can be an opportunity for the teams that are not really able to perform so far in the overall standings. Maybe they can have something, a ray of hope in the upcoming game of Vikendi. And let's just hope that that's going to be the case as well, because if that's not going to be the case, well then, once again, you will be staying at the latter half of the board, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams do want to make it to the LAN finale. That will happen somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where the location is, but for now, the upcoming map of Vikendi is on the way too, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flat path starts all the way from Binary towards the opposite side, which is going to be Cosmodrome, if I'm not wrong.
Love to see this kind of plane, which basically gives you an opportunity to jump anywhere you want to. If it was a little bit more towards the center, I think so the teams who would want to go towards Dobro Mesto would also have had no problems, or even towards Kirchas too. But at the end of the day, teams seldom go at those places. But on the other side, the ones who want to drop towards castles, cement factory, even towards gold mines, Abawa, Dino Park, you're gonna not have any difficulties whatsoever. Talking about Revenant, how they always love to drop around in a spread whenever they were playing on Vikendi down south of the castle, and it eventually helps them out as well, right? Because they can make some easy rotations towards the circle. But a few teams that I'm going to keep my eye on, Team Together Esports, they showed a good result, a promising one in the previous week, but not quite the start that you would expect them to have.
And TT, they've currently dropped on the southern side of Winery. As usual, Seoul likes to drop towards Abbey and Volnova, and that's where they're going to drop. I'm not exactly sure how good of this split's going to work out, though. Ronnie's all the way down south, quite close to Kronal. And if any of them spots each other out, there's a chance a fight might just break out as well. Revenant Esports, a big split from them, too, towards Castle and Tovar. So let's see even for them how that's going to pan out. There's a chance we might just see a bit of a kerfuffle happening soon enough towards coal mines, because you see the players of FS Esports quite close to a massive threat. So there's definitely a chance we might just see a fight happening over there too. But so far, we're not really seeing a lot.
I mean, you got to be a soothsayer. You mentioned that we're not gonna see any major fights, and that's exactly how Vikendi plays out at the end of the day. But I didn't like this quite hard north shift of the circle. At least 30% of it is still in the water, we would probably see it end up being somewhere towards coal mine or, if possible, Zabawa, keeping those locations in the center. But on the other side, all the teams who are playing down south would need to make a long rotation. And I'll be brutally honest, I am worried about Team 8-Bit because, yes, they've been struggling to find that momentum. They were able to do that in a couple of games, but just could not keep it going time and time again. And looking at the position that they are, their only entry point towards the circle would have been through Kirchas, where iFlix are now taking shelter. And they would probably have to brute force their way through Big Brothers, and the timing is going to be super crucial.
Look at the players of Team Prince, too. Look at Prince where he is. 3 players towards Mount Kresnik, and then you've got Prince all by himself towards the right side. Team Zero can try and pounce on top of them if they've got the information, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And once again, as I mentioned, Vikendi's quite a lazy map. At the start, nothing's going to be happening. And I like to call these type of hours the podcast hours, where we can sit down and talk about life, maybe.
And don't make it the 3 a.m. thinking here, man. Come on. I already have my schedule booked with my brain at 3 a.m.
I didn't get it. What do you mean 3 a.m. thinking schedule?
I'll probably let you know about that later, but it is just going to pan down to overthinking about all the life decisions that you made. You need to stay up till 3 a.m. if you actually want to head into that specific zone, which no one loves.
Oh. I mean, I sleep at 5 o'clock every day.
Jeez.
In the morning. But maybe I'm just not really much of an overthinker, or maybe I only overthink certain things. And speaking about the choices that you make in life, once again, you need to understand that you made those choices in the first place to begin with.
You're talking exactly like my brain. But
exactly.
At the end of the day,
all you need to do is own up that either the choice was good or you messed up.
That is true. Just like quite a lot of teams, even in the zone, needs to own that up. Because a few of the decisions have been questionable. But we all know that they've got the potential. They've got all the skills that they need to. Very slow zone indeed. No one going in for any early rotations. And I love the observing. We're just seeing the map and bits of action on towards the right side of the screen, but a potential fight going up?
Yeah, exactly. My eyes were over there too. Uzumaki from the side of Big Brother Esports. Way too close to the players of FS. And FS Esports, they've spotted him out too. Big Brother Esports, all the players in the compounds. I'm not sure how comfy of a spot this is going to be. But I think he's all by himself and way too close to a potential threat. And that's why he decides to back away, which is a wise decision. Of course, he should not be too overconfident in these situations. And that's why FS Esports, they decide to pull out of that fight. Big Brother Esports, for now, this is going to be their turf.
Taking the real estate and keeping them with yourself. Again, a potential fight that was about to brew up. I was getting ready for the action, but it all just ended. But maybe this one, because again, Roman, he is unnoticed, and Punk, he just saw a slither of that pixel off as a shot, and now his position is noted.
Classic Reckoning Esports making classic decisions and not really paying out because they do not really have a lot of information to back that decision in the first place, and everything's now going down the drain. Alibaba Raiders, they've got the advantage in this fight without a doubt. Roman OG in the front lines can't deal a lot of damage to back it up. But so far, he's not really able to do so. But as soon as I say that, he finds a knockout on the Punk with a beautifully placed nade. Tosses out the second one as well. But Roman OG realizes that he needs to patch himself up. And he goes for the patch up, but it's not going to matter. What a beautifully placed nade that was from Hunters. A return knock comes into play. Reckoning Esports, at least for now, the aggression's going to be silenced from Alibaba Raiders.
Can they try and find that flush on Roman? Is the question. They have already lost 2 of their members, Alibaba Raiders, having that one finish in their name. But I'm actually surprised that neither of the team actually decided to fully commit to the fight. Roman now slowly will be healed back up as well. Potentially, there's also Team Prince in the outskirts who would want to try and take a piece of the pie, but that's about it. Again, none of them making their move. Playing it way too safe. And I think so that's a little bit too safe at this point. Maybe you need to take those calculated risks at this point, because this kind of safe gameplay is just not going to let you go anywhere. And if you need to move up in that leaderboard, I mean, for Alibaba Raiders, yes, they don't need to do anything. But for Reckoning, they need to change a few things. And this is what they're going to do. Hunters tries to find the second one with the DBS, but now has got the nade in hand.
Yeah, but he does not really check the sidelines, and that's where he gets pinned from. Hunter's knocked out. But even Team Prince, they've lost out on Prince himself. The resurrection should be there from both the sides, but Alibaba Raiders on the corner. Even they're waiting a third party, and they're waiting for the invitation to walk inside of the houses, and instantly they do so. Third party's on the horizon. Team Prince, they do realize this compound's not safe anymore, but Reckoning Esports, they've been wiped off the bat. Vikendi so far, not that bad of a start. One squad wipe already. And that's what we like to see. Alibaba Raiders, they decide to pull out, though. This could have been a really good third party if Alibaba Raiders was wanting to go for it. But instead, they decided to pull out.
There's no full commitment. Previously from Reckoning and this time from Alibaba Raiders. I'd be brutally honest, those could have been a few easy 3 or 4 flushes if they would have played it perfectly. But 2 of their players were just not close for any kind of commitment, and I don't think so they even had the vehicle to bring them forward. That's the only potential reason that I feel was there for them to pull back. But I mean, that could have been a mistake coming in from their side. 2 players in Cosmodrome, they also had a pretty decent angle onto the opponents, and maybe they just missed out in the finish feed. Could not see that 2 players of Team Prince were actually knocked down.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but look at the amount of bullets every single player of Alibaba Raider has. 52 bullets in his G360. Ralph is the only one who's got the most amount of 5.56 so far. And they're still trying to tap away in the far fray, which they know is a waste of bullets. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is going to be looking like in the future lines for Alibaba Raiders, but they're running low on ammunition. And that's one of the important things that you need inside of the game, because of course you're not going to hit the opponents with the fists, right?
True.
Shots taken.
I mean,
Team Prince once again softened up and bruised up, but they're just not able to find that confirmed knock.
I don't think so that's going to happen, because even at such a far range, they would not be able to get that flush unless they've got a clear-cut vision onto them, which they don't. But if I was Alibaba Raiders, I would be worried about what's going to happen to my East, because that is where Entity and, if I'm not wrong, it's Team Zero will be fighting against each other, trying to find those finishes. 1-for-1 trade possibly at this time, because Gamla Boy is also making his way towards Saeed OP. This could actually be a detrimental fight.
Oh, it can be an Entity.
Whoa!
They engaged themselves in a massive fight against the players of Team Zero. But still, there's one man called Shadow. It's just not going down yet. And Troy, he finds a 2-piece for himself. Nicely done. Reposition comes in the way. Troy is way too low. One single bullet away from meeting the makers. But Troy, he still keeps himself pinned against the wall. But it's not going to matter. Syed, what a beautiful peek that was. Peeks out of the wall, gets the confirmation, instantly backs away, and then Picard from the top is dealing a lot of damage. Team Zero, they've lost out on 3 players, but they're still knocked out. They can be recovered.
But Dark Lord seems like he might be flushed out, and that's going to be the Molo. Sent in, Pukar chipped down through that nade. It's got the DBS in the hand. Just one shot. It's a 50-50 trade. Anything could happen. Saeed goes onto the rooftop, slowly creeping ahead. He has to find the shot, but Pukar is the one who will save the lives of his mates and will keep Entity's engine running. Team 0 eliminated, but maybe S-Power now wants a piece of Insidious.
What a big blunder that was, S-Power. He could have got that knock easily, but he keeps away the M4 and switches up to a nade. I'm not exactly sure if that was a fat finger or not. It has to be a fat finger. But S-Power, that could have been an easy confirmed knockout. But he still misses on that opportunity. And now Seoul, the only choice they have left over is to back away from this entire circumstance. And that's what they do.
Be able to bring his mate back up on his feet, but pulling anything off from this position just seems way too treacherous for Seoul. Only 2 players with 2 of their eliminations. Maybe they would just decide to play on the mid strats again. Slowly we are seeing the stalemate between Alibaba Raiders and Team Prince being broken bit by bit, piece by piece. Roman OG creeping ahead. And I don't think so AJ actually has an idea of the positioning of Roman. Just one misstep, a one slip up, and that's going to be the end of his life. It's going to happen now.
Oh, Prince. AJ! Ooh, what a big blunder. Did not really check that corner. He did not think that Roman's going to be sitting there for this long. But Roman was still pinned in that same spot. And he finally finds one confirmation and instantly tries to back away. Good find. Alibaba Raiders, it's better for Roman OG to back away now and reunite with his teammates, but no, instead, he wants to keep on pressurizing the team in the front. But he does not even realize that there's exactly no one in the front lines in the first place to pressurize. Team Prince, they're quite scattered apart. You see on the map, look at Team Forever, all the way towards Dobro Mesto. And Team Forever, they're probably going to go for a Met strat. 110%. Entity Gaming as well. This late to rotate inside of the circle. That too in the game of Vikendi. Yeah, these guys were collecting all the Mets they can.
For Entity, we could also say that since they were already in the skirmish, maybe they were just trying to patch up their wounds that were created. But yes, getting few extra meds is never going to hurt. Unless you have no room for those bullets after all. But for now, Sensei has found himself a room that is out of the vision of Team Together. And he's giving all the information to his team that is needed. We've seen Revenant perform on the map of Vikendi. Maybe this could be the game. But on the other side, Team Together. They found their footing previous week, but are kind of slipping up. So they've got to stop that. And this is the exact map. Now, they've got to be worried about the team onto their west. It's going to be Wind God. And then there's also Revenant. Fierce Head has been noted. So Saikat's going to provide all the information to his team. And up north to this team, we also have Big Brothers who will be hearing all the commotion that's happening. But it's not just them. It's going to be around them as well. Because Gen XFM will probably take the fight against the members of 8-Bit.
Saikat's helmet 62% damaged. One more shot on the head, and it will be completely taken down. Luckily for him, there's a level 1 helmet just in the back. But once again, this level 2 helmet is going to be quite valuable in the upcoming few circles. This game of Vikendi so far is not that lazy as we expected to be, because we've seen a lot of fights happen. We've seen a lot of these icebreakers. But Gen XFM now in the territory of 8-Bit, this can be an interesting one. 8-Bit is one of the most defensive teams inside of the lobby, or at least that's how they've been playing so far. They do not really like to force any type of fights. Instead, they just like to play for the placement points, but not even go for the Met strat, which is quite respectable. But if 8-Bit's not able to get the consistency in their hands and the consistent points in their hands, then you might as well try to opt out for the Met strat.
Juicy, Madman, Mighty. They have been together for a long time now under this roster. Ronak being the new addition. Wanted to add a few extra firepower into the mix. But just not found the synergy between the teams. Was JD able to find that opening though? That's the question, because that might clear that space at least a little bit. But wait a second, might he actually clear skill quickly as soon as that door opened?
These type of knocks will happen. But is the pounce going to be there? That's the real question. And Vikendi is one of those maps where everyone likes to hold their own ground and not really leave that comfort zone. You only find a few teams that like to actually leave their comfort zone and go for the fight. We did see those type of fights happen a while ago, but once again, once you do collide in a 4v4 fight, damage is going to be dealt equally on both the sides. And at this point, there's just too many desperate teams to try and make it inside the top 16. Genix FM is one of those. Even Team iFlix was one of those. But Team iFlix, they've been playing pretty nice since the game of Sanhok. So I guess they can definitely redeem themselves. But then you've also got another name like 8-Bit and Big Brother, which are still struggling to make it inside of the top 16. And that just keeps on raising the concerns even more.
But for now, the concerns are being raised for Team Soul. Just last two members being chased by Team Forever. Really want a piece of that pie. Knuckle has already been chipped down, so it's going to be difficult for him. But they're still holding their compound. iFlix Crypto, way too far back. Maybe would try and find a timing for that third party. But the utmost perfection. But we've seen the last stand of Soul, not just once, but multiple times. You cannot underestimate this team whatsoever. They hold their ground in such a way that it becomes almost impossible to breach those defenses. And Team Forever, they realize that. Just leaving that space to be and making their way inside the circle, directly going up north. They don't want any of what Soul is selling out there, even though it's a 2v3.
Revenue Esports. All the four players next to each other. Stagger's the only man from TTE who's isolated in this warehouse. And he can hear all of them approaching close. Stagger's ready with the nade though. This nade's going to be completely useless considering he's not going to find anything. And Stagger's also got a level 1 helmet which is almost about to break up. So he's not really looking that great when it comes to the gear. And Stagger, for him, the probability of losing the fight, it's quite high considering the gear's not exactly on the point. Nice nade, Fierce. I like to see that. Stagger taking more damage. And Team Together Esports, if Stagger gets knocked out right here, to win this fight, it's going to be next to impossible. And Stagger's currently surrounded by the foes. The backup needs to be there as quick as possible. I'm not exactly sure what Invader and Psychic are doing.
And here we go. Again. Teams moving forward, not finding a pick with a couple of nades, deciding to go backwards, but they're trying to circle around the members of Team Together, if I'm not wrong, trying to find an angle for the flank because Fierce and Aquanox just having the hard cover, trying to go in for a pincer maneuver. In the meantime, Knuckle has been brought down, so another big blow for Soul, creeping one more step closer. Sensei has been taken down in the meantime, so that's already a big step back for Revenant. They've got to try and find a retaliation knock, otherwise it's just going to be downhill for their entire team.
Revenant Sensei is being knocked out. Overstepping the boundaries, and that's what you're going to get. Instant Smoke is there to evacuate the man from that spot. But it's not going to be that easy at all. Wall of Death as well, and that's starting to move in, and it's dealing a lot of damage on the players of Genix FM. Even the vehicles have taken a lot of damage at this point in time, and he cannot afford to move out in the open. What a beautiful net that was. Kronal finds the opening. Revenant Esports down 2 men, but Sensei's back up on his feet just in the nick of time. Revenant Esports still in a big man disadvantage, and Team Together Esports, they've got the man advantage in the fight itself. Aquanox just pinned in the corner. He can hear all the players just marching on top of him. But the Molotov's also dealing a lot of damage. And Kronal, what a big blunder that was. Over peeks the corner and gets taken down. One more man in the front lines. And Aquanox finds a 3K. Solid stuff from Revenant Esports. And Blaze in the front. He's taking a lot of damage from Psychic. Team Together Esports, they're making this fight come so close. But Revenant Esports, they could have had the advantage in that one, but everything came down. And now it's all down to the sensei, the IGL. Can he make this clutch happen? He could have went for the resurrection on the Fears if he wanted to, but he moved out in the open. Repositioning is the key, and Psychic's position's compromised.
Nade?
And unfortunately, Psychic cannot even reposition at this point. A beautifully placed nade finds the confirmation. But Sensei, he squeezes that resurrection too. He needs to go for the patchup. Another nade tossed in, and that's it. Revenant Esports, they have been dealt with that easily by the players of Team Together Esports.
What a big blunder from Sensei himself. He knew the position, disrespected the possibility of a nade. And on the other side, FS now trying to gather a few scraps for themselves, taking apart Gen X FM, who are being targeted from 2 or 3 different directions. Wind God, one of them, directly down south of them. And they've also got to make their move in towards the circle, and it's going to be Big Brothers who will be stopping them to enter. They'll be the ones who will be gatekeeping. Team Together Esports will get the reses up and will also move up in the circle themselves. Up on north, we're also seeing Team Forever, but one team that I want to focus down on, who's got one of the best positions in the circle, is going to be OR. But Wind God, in the meantime, taking a few chunk of damage. NXFM made finally the inevitable demise. NFS have decided it's time to go in towards the safe ground, but that's where Team Forever are waiting for them.
Oh, FS Esports.
What?
Oh, they were quite stacked up. But unfortunately, one single nade is just going to take down all that stack. I think he knocked out. The nade barrage just does not stop. It's an artificial grenade launcher being tacked up. Another nade tossed up, and Secret softened up even more. This is not too good. FS Esports. Another nade, and that's it. All the nades in the same direction as Secret is still prone down in the same spot. Should have learned from his mistake in the first place, but he doesn't. Now it's all down to Aru and Dionysus. 2 glimmers of hope for the side of FS Esports, and I'm pretty sure to get the resurrection onto Secret, it's next to impossible. Secret has to cross on over such an open terrain.
Thing is that all the other teams are just taking the fight against each other, so he might find an opening. Alibaba Raiders as well, trying to take down the members. Team Prince slowly creeping ahead. Prince OG's got the DBS in hand, will move forward, but still stays up in patience. I love the patience coming in. He's the last man standing. Can he find a few extra flushes is going to be the question. Another nade to chip him down, and things just go from bad to worse.
OP. Oh, look at this.
Prince and Prince.
Yeah, DBS will always prevail in these close quarter combats. But if you've got an aid and if you've got the precision to back it up, it'll prevail even better.
Wind God has basically got the perfect opportunity to pincer Team Forever. With the help of FS, they should be able to take them down, but that is if FS decide to go in for the fight. iFlix taken out finally. They had pretty solid 4 finishes, and also based on 8th position, I don't think so they're going to face a lot of problems. But on the other side, Big Brothers finally stepping up, taking one person down. They've also got to make their move in the circle, which is basically on OR, so this should be their game. This should be the match that they get their chicken on, because everyone will be making their move. Wind God as well, slowly creeping ahead now. They've got to go in for their own rotation. Big Brothers were just able to wipe off the members of Alibaba Raiders. Still got a few of them standing maybe. Team Together taken out of the picture too. Look at the position of Aru and Dionysus. Dionysus, yes, noted, but is Aru, can he find an opener? It's going to be rendezvousing with Dionysus, and I'm not quite sure if that is actually pretty good, because Big Brothers can just push them off, but Wind God on towards the other side. It's a trifecta, and anyone could win this one fight. Sarve taken down, and Dionysus Aru will be taken care of, and now it's Big Brothers up against Wind God, who will be moving closer to Team Forever, and OR should be able to get the scraps.
Indeed, the scraps. And Wind God as well, they've been put 6 feet under. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, inside of this game. where Big Brother Esports, the only big thorn in their way to win this entire scenario, are the players of OR Esports, and the circle is right on top of them too, and they've also got the solid cover to play with. How can you even win in this circumstance? How can you even win in this scenario? A team that is currently inside of the compound, that is the only available compound, and also the circle is right on top of them. OR Esports, they've got all the advantages they can ask for themselves. And Big Brother Esports, they need to be the breachers. Now, this is the defending versus attacking game.
And that too with the member disadvantage. So the only thing that can save them are going to be those nades. They need to realize the kind of compound, its architecture, and they need to bring out some kind of angle with which they can throw it inside. But for now, Admino's got the angle onto Flock, tries to fire a few shots, but out in the open, should be taken down. And that nade, it's actually pretty solid. But on the other side, it was Big Brother Safe who was able to finish him off. Mafia out in the open in the smoke, will be flushed out as well from Safe yet again. And now it's down to a 1v1 situation between both of these teams.
Big Brother Esports, they finally found that opening that they really needed to step inside of the compound. OR Esports, they reply back in style. The defense for now is working out quite nicely. Big Brother Esports, for them the attack is collapsing. But Rishi, maybe he can just pull things back. But Safe is the one to find the knockout. Admino taken down. And one less experienced player inside of the roster. But Pro showcases his firepower. He shuts down another man from Big Brother Esports. And now Robin and his teammate, they peek together. A double swing against the player, and that's it. OR Esports, they win this game. And OR Esports, they need to win this game so desperately too. It's been a while you've seen OR Esports on the winning phase, and finally they have been the one to secure the chicken dinner.
Finally, indeed. And the upset comes through. So all the teams who are basically in between 12 and 20 here, they've got a lot to lose. So you'll see a lot of slow-paced gameplays. But OR, the one who's got nothing to lose, this time, even though they don't have a lot of finishes, but this chicken will finally give them the momentum that they're looking for. Will finally give them the room to move forward. Because again, they need to reciprocate this kind of performance if they really want to end up in top 16. This one would probably give them a way to enter in, I believe, anywhere between 17th and 24th position. But they still have a long way to go. On the other side, I really like the way how the teams who are again on the bottom of the table have showed up in this one. Because Big Brothers, they've had the momentum in week 2, they're carrying it forward, but Wind God, even in the previous match, they were not able to perform. This time, they are on the 3rd position. So those placement points are going to give them some cushioning.
I mean, cushion for now, for OR Esports, it's not going to be there, no. I highly doubt. Cushion for OR Esports is not going to be there, considering this was just the chicken dinner that they desperately needed. Once again, they were desperate to get these points. Now, there's a chance they can breach inside of the top 16 without a doubt, but you know how dire the situation is inside of the top 16. It's going to be filled up with a lot of paranoia. You never know when you're going to be pushed out of that top 16, when a new team's going to arise and maybe place themselves inside of the top 16. There's just so many possibilities that can happen. The only time when you can really get a massive cushion is when you're going to place yourself in the top 8. And that's when you can have a big cushion to play with. Even if you slip out in 2 or 3 games, it's completely fine. You will still be in the top 16 whatsoever.
I mean, that's one thing to do because you always need to keep that consistent performance. But you're going to have a look at the highlights of the game and see how things unfolded. Because early on, yes, we saw a few skirmishes, but then things went dead silent. But after that, and towards the end, we still saw quite a bit of aggression coming in from quite a few of those teams. And Reckoning being one of them, along with Team Prince.
I mean, this moment from Troy itself was quite impressive. Troy getting the 2K, unfortunately not really able to get the 3rd one though, was of course an unfortunate scenario in the first place, and that's why Entity Gaming, for them, this game sort of got left out. But in the end, Team Zero, I'm not going to lie, this is one of those teams that has showcased a lot of improvement in the games in general. Their firepower has improved, their positioning game has improved by quite a lot. And I just want to see Team Zero improve a bit more. Considering 2 games are already done, Team Zero, they did not really get a lot of points, but you can see the confidence and the aggression that they're showcasing. But if you're able to utilize that confidence and aggression and put together with some survival tactics, it's just going to be even better.
Just a few upgrades and that's all you need. But my oh my, you just cannot miss out on that nade. I would still say that moment was where Sensei should have revived Fierce and then they could have double pushed onto Psycard. But he just decided that he wants to go out near that container and revive either Blaze or Aquanox, which eventually led to the demise of that entire squad. And that was, I would still say, a mistake coming in from their side. Nonetheless, in towards the end, we did see some embers coming in from Big Brothers, the way they were able to wipe out FS, and also the way they got the angle on Team Forever, specifically at this moment.
I mean, especially Admino, when he got taken down in this fight, I thought that OR Esports might just be done for a moment, because Big Brother Esports, they took the right advantage, considering they knew that OR Esports is busy up fighting in the front. Big Brother Esports took the advantage and they pushed up close and personal. And as soon as Admina got taken down, I thought, okay, maybe there's a chance Big Brother Esports can easily just swing around and win this fight. But no, that was not the case. OR Esports, it's just DBS versus DBS, and in the end, you just know whoever's able to connect their shots is going to come out on top. And OR Esports was the one who was a little bit more precise in that fight.
I like the positioning from OR as well in that one, because Big Brothers have a tendency of sending 3 men up front forward and leaving the 4th one behind, trying to find a higher ground position, and that's exactly where Safe was. But all the fights that were being taken were behind those compounds where Safe could not find an angle to provide the support from. And that was one of the reasons why all the fights, even though it went into the favor of OR and Big Brothers had basically a fail-safe for them, but that fail-safe was just not in the perfect and the correct place, and that's why Safe was the last one to come into that team fight, and it was basically a 1v3 situation for him, wherein a double peak up in front of him, that's rarely a situation which you're gonna come out as victorious. But either ways, that was a good performance, I would still say. Big Brothers carrying a good chunk of momentum forward, but on the other side, there are still quite a few teams out there who I feel could have done better. One of them being Soul, other one being FS. Yes, they were still able to somehow crawl up in that top 5, but you need to get a lot of finish points if you really want to solidify your lead.
FS, understandable. Yes, they could have done better. Soul, they're already in the top 16. No one's going to be able to stop them now.
That is true.
Even if Team Soul stops playing right now, they would still be in the top 16. That's how many points they've got. So Team Soul, they're just super comfortable in the top 4 or top 3. But now we've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Seth with 4 finishes and 40% finish contribution. Not a lot of elimination being wrapped up by the side of Safe, but still some decent contribution to the team.
Probably a 10 finishes game for the side of Big Brothers. Again, that is if my maths is correct. But on the other side, we're going to have a look at the stars of the match. I'm going to call it, maybe Pukar is the one with most rescues. We'll just have to wait and see. And here we go. Best companion, Pukar. 2 rescues, 2 assists, health restored, 707. Safe again, going all out for finishes, 6 knocks. But look at Zap. Finally, we are seeing finisher again. And it's been all the games we've seen finishers.
Exactly.
Finally.
No one's really died to the play zone, so that's a good thing, right? Finisher over here is going to be OR Zap. As I mentioned, Pro and Zap, this duo is quite deadly. OR Esports, they have 2 experienced players and 2 new players inside of the roster. And at the start, of course, it's taken a while to gel up, considering the new players, they're still on that learning curve in the pro tournaments. But once they do learn all the things, once they do know how to play strategically with your teammates, everything's going to be okay. Communication is the key to success. And I'm pretty sure soon enough, all the errors are going to be patched up. A few tweaks here and there, and OR Esports will be good to go. But now as we are going to have the match rankings in front of us, I'm pretty sure, of course, Big Brother Esports should also have a decent amount of points, considering they were super close in the overall standings to breach inside of the top 16. And Big Brother Esports, they actually have the most amount of points. OR Esports, unfortunately, lacking when it comes to the elimination points.
So I was about to mention the exact same fact that yes, OR got the chicken, but it was on the back of the zone continuously forming on them, and they basically did not move for, 3 circles, if I'm not wrong. So Yeah, they were not able to wrap up a lot of elimination points because no one was pushing onto their compound. They were having a comfortable life for this game. On the other side, Big Brothers, they had to fight hard for their battles, and they were also able to win a lot of those fights. So, grabbing 10 eliminations for themselves with 12 placement point, putting them up on top with 22 points in total. Wingod still liking their play. Yes, in the position they were not having a great positioning for them because they were being pincered from two directions, but having those 6 finishes clearly shows that they're now finally stepping up on that gas and changing a few things.
Exactly. I mean, especially you can't see even Team Forever and Wingod Esports. Both of these teams on the 3rd and the 4th spot, especially Wingod Esports. We had a conversation about this team. I had a conversation with Blotter about this team, actually. Wingod Esports, as soon as the challenge season started in the week 1, day 1 itself, in the game 1, Wingod was the one to start things out for the chicken dinner, and then after that, Wingod Esports just completely disappeared. And now finally we're seeing Wingod Esports on the 3rd spot in the previous game with 14 points, Team Forever with 13, Team Forever 2, even they needed any type of points they can lay their hands on, and they finally got 13 points. FS Esports, for them, they're still just stuck in the same spot in the overall standings that they were. These 8 points can definitely create a bit of a difference, but not that much. Now let's move on and take a look at the overall rankings to confirm some stuff. And Team Seoul, they've already climbed all the way at the top on the 1st spot, even though they did not really get a lot of points in the previous game.
They only got 2 points in the previous one, so even after that, yes, just as you mentioned, they are on top. And congratulations for them because they've done a ton in terms of the finish points as well. 100 finish points with 111 placement points. Just one more and they'll basically be having that lead over Chemin. So the next map is just going to be to see how much lead can they get. On the other side, Entity as well, slowly creeping up and ahead. They did not have a lot of position points, but those finish points definitely helped them out. Revenant, again, I would still feel maybe just a few extra points might have helped them out, but they're still pretty comfortable, not having any major difficulties. 182 would definitely want to hit the 200-point mark by the end of the day. Team Together Esports as well, not having the greatest of the game, but they're still pretty comfortable. On the other side though, Alibaba Raiders, they definitely need one more good game, and I like the pace change coming in from them. Even though they're a team that avoids all the early conflicts, this time around we are seeing them go for the scraps. We are seeing them take the initiative for that fight.
Exactly. And then look at Team Godlike. They finally sort of managed to get themselves in the 14th spot. And now Godlike was, of course, playing in the previous 2 groups. The only thing I am sort of happy for Godlike is that they haven't been pushed out of the top 16 yet. There's a big yet over here because we know Big Brother Esports is slowly and steadily on that climb too. And once Big Brother Esports topples over Godlike will be on the 15th spot. And maybe in the last game, if any of their team from the latter half of the board, they decide to bounce back and make it inside of the top 16, then Godlike will definitely be kicked out of the top 16. So once again, problems are going to keep on brewing up for the teams that are in the 12th to the 16th spot. That will always be a zone that you will be paranoid in.
That is indeed true, but I still feel you can be pretty comfortable because seeing 2 or maybe 3 teams with a 20-point game, it's not that easy because iFlix sprints again with 145, 144 points. They can breach in top 16 for sure, but I don't think so they'd be able to topple over Godlike or even Team Forever. They're still 15 to 16 points behind them. And this is the last map that we're going to see. And we rarely see more than 3 or maybe 4 teams at max go over 10 points. Most of them are still lingering around 8 to 3 points category. And one of the reasons why that is because they don't take those early fights. So they basically have 4 position points and 4 finish points. That's the kind of trifecta we're all stuck in. But looking at that last phase, Team Zero, FS, I really want to see Team Zero back on the momentum. They're losing it.
That is true. A while ago in the previous page, you also saw iFlix, and they had a perfect balance between the elimination points and the placement points. And that perfect balance is something that's really keeping the players of iFlix in the run. Yes, they're not in the top 16, but they're not that far away too. They're only 2 positions shy from actually making it inside of the top 16. So once again, it's not that tough of a task for the players of iFlix. But then as you do look at the last page, you find Wingod Esports. They've taken a bit of a leap. Genix FM still in that same spot. FS Esports, as I mentioned, they need any type of points that they can lay their hands on. And right now they're on the 29th spot. And even the same thing can be said for the side of Genix FM, Wingard, and FS Esports. They have 6 games left in their hands, from which 2 games are already gone, and now 4 more to go. If you guys want to make a comeback from the latter half of the board, from the last page of the board in the top 16, it should be done in the upcoming 4 games, or else you will be knocked out of the tournament.
Because even now, if you look at the gap that has been created, the teams on the last page, they've got somewhere around 110, 15, 20 points. And in the tops, to enter the top 16, you actually need somewhere around 30 to 40 points. And that is just not that easy to grab. And just as you mentioned, you've only got 4 more games remaining, out of which 1 is you're going to play it right now on Erangel. And this is again the bread and butter for all of the teams. We mentioned it multiple times, how all of them are just super comfortable. And I'm talking about Team Forever, I'm talking about Soul, Revenant. They have all shown how well they can get those chickens. So trying to brute force your way through the map wherein your opponent has basically had an experience of eons on it, I think so it's going to be difficult, but it still is possible.
Now, I'm not going to lie, we've been speaking about the known teams for a long time, but the main focus over here should be on the Genix FM and all the other teams that are currently on the last page, because this is going to be the last game of the day, and that too, it's going to be the map of Erangel, where everyone feels at home. And for the teams at the last page to make a bounce back, it is possible, but considering every other team's going to be feeling comfortable, that's just going to make it even tougher. So I want to see how Wingard, Genix FM, FS Esports are going to be tackling this situation, especially FS Esports. This lineup was super promising when I saw this lineup for the first time, but so far those promises are not being kept.
Promises not being kept, that is true. And I was hoping to see a chicken dinner from Chemin as well. I mean, they promised it. You can't blame me for that. But again, we'll just have to see, because this is possibly a time for them to reset things as well. I always say you've got to end things on a very good note. Even if you do not have a good day for the past 2 games, your chance of ending things on a good note basically revives your chances of getting a good start onto the next stage. Because tomorrow there will be 3 different maps that you'll play on, maybe along with an entirely different group. So that could potentially help you out. But just before we go into the game, Necro, I just want to ask you one random thing. What kind of flight path do you think are we looking at?
I want to see a complete southern plane flight path from Primorsk to Milta Power. A complete southern plane flight path, and then I want to see a lot of collisions happen on the pit stops.
Congratulations. It's on the opposite direction, but yes. That is the exact fly path, ladies and gentlemen. Before Necro went away, he spoiled a few things for us, but now we're going to be joined in on the desk by none other than Blotter himself. How are you doing, man?
Absolutely incredible, dude, and I am super duper happy for Necro. The way he set this up for us, mate. I mean, he just called it. He was like, you know where I want this flight path to go? Down south. And that's exactly what the BGMI gods have done for him. So incredible. Kudos gift from him to us. Now, what we need to figure out is, are these teams going to be happy though? Because quite a lot of them, as we saw previously in today's Erangels, love to go down towards Yasnaya, towards the northern side, as we've seen that happen before. But the biggest factor in all of that is that now, based on the Erangels that we saw today, they were for Group A and B. Now we jump in with Group C and D. That's a big change.
A big change indeed, and I think so Reckoning is gonna love it, because they always drop in the military base, especially in the absence of God's Reign. So they're gonna have a time to loot this entire area. But on the other side, we've seen quite a few times that Hydra love to go around Milta Power and then start their rotation while going towards Milta, and Milta is where Revenant always decide to loot. So we could potentially see an early skirmish, and that I am already seeing being brewed up directly towards the western part of the map, where you're seeing the members of Big Brothers as well as Genix FM probably taking on each other for those vehicles. But Big Brothers have just decided they're going to quickly move away from that fight. And you have so many teams clustering up directly inside the circle, because it's taken a hard western shift.
Indeed it has, and along with that we can hear a few sprays being fired upon as well on the players of BB right here, because it seems that they stole the vehicle. And oh my, what a play, what an incredible flank that was coming in from Troy, but not for long, because now he is definitely getting mowed down by not one, not two, but three of the players of Team Forever right here, where forever strong they will. And just like that, we've got the first elimination being brought on to our screens as Troy gets eliminated from the side of Entity Gaming. Now, talking about Entity as well, Sked, today, the games that they've been part of haven't really been their best games thus far. They have not been able to accumulate a lot of points for themselves.
Not a lot of points, yes, that is true, but I mean, they've already done their work in the previous 2 weeks, so I don't think so they're going to have a lot of problem. And still, all they need to do is just get those 8 to 10 points per game, and that's all you need to do. Because I was looking at their record, right, and I really love the fact that you actually brought it up. The only 2 days that they got anything less than 30 points, once it was back in week 1, wherein of course you've got changes in the roster and you're trying to set a few things up, and then I believe it was day number 4, and that was starting off the week 2. Those were the only 2 days when we basically saw Entity having anything less than 30 points. After that, it's always 33, 34, 58, but now this is supposed to be it for Krunal. Is going to be mowed down as well. Very aggressive Erangel we are seeing right now, Blotter, because all of these teams are just out hunting for blood.
Absolutely. I mean, they're driving like maniacs right now is what we're looking at, because they don't really care about the gunfire power. All they care about is how well you drive and how easily are you going to be able to spot out another team which you want to be able to mow down. And that's exactly what we've seen now. Talking about that, what a wonderful turn of events that it is none other than Team Zero that comes up on our screens, and they've got that finish point for themselves. Now, Team Zero is another team to bring up in terms of the conversion that they're slowly racking up. Now, is it a little too late? I definitely cannot comment on that. But one thing is set in for sure, because in the green room when the day started off, a lot of the other talents were talking about from the Hindi desk as well about Team Zero and how this can be an X-Factor team in this entire tournament.
Spoilers from the other desk, I guess, but yes, because even now I feel that you still have got a lot of games to cover up that gap. It's not humongous, it's only 40 points. Team Together have already crossed that 100-point mark, and we saw the teams in top 16 having somewhere around 135 to 160 points. So that gap could be covered up. Given the fact that you still have 3 more games tomorrow and then 3 days after, so those 6 games, you can try and build a momentum for yourself. And then on the last day as well, you can basically go all out. You could go berserk at that point because you've got nothing to lose. And that is one of the reasons why I always say is that the teams who are anywhere between 17 and 24, they should be feared, specifically on the last week, because they've got nothing to lose. They're just going to try and find you and rush over you.
Absolutely. So perfectly mentioned right there from you. And that is something that I want to be able to see Team Zero be able to represent and get up to. Because like you mentioned right now, right, on the first page, you're looking at teams like IQ Soul with 211 points sitting on the first position itself. But then the fight right now is to be in the top 16. And talking about that 16th position, that's taken over by Big Brothers with 152 points. And that is the exact same number of points that team on this 15th position has as well. So there is still, like you perfectly said, a fighting chance for the teams on the 17th till the 24th position to be able to rack up those numbers in just a single game. We're looking at teams walking away with chicken dinner with at least 15 to 18 points. So quite elliptic kind of a conversion that these teams are bringing in every single game on that leaderboard. But anyways, that's a very speculatory kind of a conversation that I went into, because right now on our screens, it is
yes, that is
GTE not looking too good. Team Together.
Team Together are just not together. They've been stolen away, 2 of their mates, but Insidious need to go inside, out in the open. Saeed's crosshair is exactly where you were moving on to that roof. Team Zero are just waiting to try and find a perfect third-party timing, and that is one of the reasons why, yes, iFlix and Team Together basically got into that stalemate position, but iFlix really need to try and find those flush. But they basically decided to let it go. Team Together Esports are given another lifeline potentially if Team Zero does not decide to jump onto them.
Indeed. Again, this is just stage 1, so definitely not a bad decision coming in from the side of iFlex, as they did not want to overextend in stage 1 for the fight itself. And in doing so, they've of course opened up the Pandora's box right here for Team Zero to be able to capitalize upon. And Team Zero definitely seem to be in form as they've got the 2 finishes till now. Let's see if they will take on this fight where when you talk about TTE, Team Together Esports, they are just a 2-man squad, and that is something that Team Zero do not know. And with that, they have made a push, and Daksh is going to be able to make an entry onto the compound. Now, Strikeout, he tried his level best, but that's all that he could do. Now, him along with his teammate Invader, how far long are they going to be able to hold on? The sprays coming in from the side of Team Zero, because the utility is what is missing. Apart from that, everything being on point from Team Zero. Or did I speak too soon? Because those utilities that they were missing is exactly where TDE are bringing in this conversation in their favor, and they bring down Dark Lord and Daksh as well. Wow.
Little does he know, it's actually a 1v2 here. Saeed has also joined in the action, but they're not actually going in for that push. Oh, whoa, 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 what was that angle? How did he even find that pick onto him? That was quite something we might want to rewatch again, but what a way to win the fight, Team Zero. I guess he just saw a pixel off through that window and was able to fire the shot of DBS, and we've already mentioned how insane this weapon is. Even at a long range, you'd be able to just chunk the enemies down. Potentially do a one-shot if they've got a damaged armor or a damaged helmet. That's the strength of this weapon, and with this, Team Forever, we're going to have a look at Team Forever as well, because they've got one pick for themselves and also just playing it safe. And that was way too early on in those fights. But Team Zero maybe again. They've got to be careful. Crypto just out in the wild trying to hunt someone.
Again, that was a good spray coming in from Crypto, and could this be the opening that Crypto and his teammates were waiting for? They seem to be wanting to push on their luck against Team Zero's compound. Of course, that opening was created in terms of Team Zero's player going down, but the revival is going to be right around the corner. Along with that, Moksha, along with Crypto, they've created a perfect flank angle onto the compound of Team Zero. But Team Zero, they've created those smoke walls perfectly, and with that, we can clearly see that the revival has been showcased as well. It is a 4v3 situation for which Team iFlick very much can be in control of, but how are they planning on approaching this? Because looking at the amount of utilities that are being utilized on the side of iFlick, they are quite tremendous, but they haven't really created the perfect opening just yet. And looking at the amount of vest and helmets that iFlix have, they're not looking too good for this fight. But let's see, let's find out how exactly is this gonna turn out.
Just have to get a good nade in. Madrek chunked down so very low. Insidious as well. It's got to be safe, but the vehicle blast actually takes him down on the other side. Saeed as well. Down on his knees. Shadow and Dark Lord. We've seen how strong Dark Lord has been in those clutch situations. He's got to do it one more time for his team, for them to stay alive. But I love the maneuver from iFlix. They left the fight first, and after that, they waited to have a perfect opportunity to get that third party in place. When Team Zero just slammed onto the members of Team Together Esports, and now they're just down to 3. Saeed also down on his knees, so it's a 2v4. Smokes are gonna go out. Are they gonna push in? No, the nade is just gonna do the trick, and that's Dark Lord taken care of. It's all down to just Shadow. He's the last man standing. Saeed finally gets back up on his feet. We'll be patching him. But I guess this stalemate is gonna remain for a few more seconds. Oh my god. This has been a brilliant move. iFlix are just not letting them stay on their feet whatsoever. And it's about time they make the rush. A 4v1, this should be their fight to win.
Absolutely. The commitment being showcased right here from the side of Fiveflex is absolutely tremendous, and they've brought it down to just a one-man army from the side of Team Zero, as like you perfectly mentioned, a 4v1 situation where Insidious has been brought down to his knees, but that's going to be A-okay, as he should be given revival real soon. But the nade parade, it seems, is going to be stopping for now, because all the utilities have been utilized from the side of Fiveflex, and now it all boils down to what that final player from the side of Team Zero is going to be able to do. I mean, this fight has extended for quite a long time. Talking about just a 4v2 situation, this should not have been the case, but that means that Team Zero needs to be commended because of the way that they've been able to hold on strong, but not for long, because one player goes down, Insidious is down on his knees once again, but that is all that is going to be allowed from the side of Fiveflex, because they get that final finish, and with that, they are going to be able to bring down the numbers of Team Zero. Team Zero down to one final player remaining. But this has created an opening for none other than GenX FM to be able to work on their magic as they bring in a third party right here.
I mean, you take 5 years to try and go in for that 1v4 first. That's what's going to happen. You will be welcomed by all the other teams. And as GenX FM on one side, you also have a different team on the other. Look at the eastern part.
Oh, yeah.
They can't make an exit. They're being pinched from Team Forever and as well as GenX FM. Who aces nade actually gets two of them down. So it's a 2v3 situation, and iFlix are just being caged in perfectly. Flock wants to try and close the space. Mafia as well joins the fight. So odds are just dipping further out against iFlix. And look at the off angle created by Mafia. He's also pulling out those smokes, and everyone's just pushing the GenX FM back as well, and they've decided to take the exit. At least for now, they've got to send one more member back. JD is going to go in to get that revival up. But this has given enough time for the members of iFlix to go in for those reses. Team Forever, they want to go in for that rush. DBS in the hand. MVP, Mox with the trigger discipline, but misses the shot. And Uwais was able to take him down. Omega with the nade as well. Crypto falls, and Uwais will finish off Mox quickly. And up on top. This is the last stand coming in from Madrick. He's the only man who can help his team survive. No chance of revival. And Team Forever have been given a chance to reset, but no! He actually finds the timing! Flock actually gets that man down. And this is going to be such a messy situation. But Team Forever finally winning that out. But they've taken way too long because GenX FM, they've also slowly creeped up. And look at a 3-1 split coming in from their side. They're also trying to pinch in the members of Team Forever. This has been madness.
Absolute pandemonium being showcased right here in this compound, where one after another, this is turning into a death wall, and that is exactly what this compound is, because one after the other teams are going down, and now it all boils down to GenX FM utilizing their position and that awareness that they were able to create in that fight. But now, with the way that they've spread themselves out, a 4v4 situation against them, but the compound team, that is going to be Team Forever, is stuck in a 2-man split, which is working out perfectly for them. And it seems GenX FM, the communication not being on point, skillful, takes a nade from his teammate itself, falls down, and the flank angle that he had created falters back down. And this is the moment where Team Forever is going to be able to create a push. And it seems that all the flank that GenX FM had created has gone down the drain. It has resulted in nothing whatsoever at all. But the best part again is that no opening has been created. Team Forever, they're still playing it safe. They do not want to be creating a flank. Oh my, what a perfect nade from Omega. This is annihilation from Team Forever. This is class 101 as to how exactly are you supposed to approach a fight. For GenX FM, this is the moment where, of course, JD Gaming tries his level best with a DPS, and that DPS is doing behemoth amount of destruction, because one by one, he brings down the players of Team Forever. This is ludicrous. This is absolutely ludicrous. And just like that, Team Forever have been annihilated. But at what cost? Skillful and Karan were lost to the cause from GenX FM. And it all started with that ill-timed nade that brought down Skillful. Had that not happened, GenX FM, they would have walked out much stronger with all 4 players surviving. But hey-ho, they're looking good with 6 finish points confirmed.
You gotta grab what you are given, but on the other side, finally, we've got our eyes away from that action. But what a great Molotov. Gamla Boy being brought down to such a low HP bar. FS will now be slowly pushing forward as the entire team will now be rendezvousing together, and Gamla Boy will be taken down apart.
And there's been no support from any other member of Entity.
Yes.
Just a long range fight. Yes, that is agreeable, but Dinosaurs finally will fall down to his knees. Somraj with that Molotov. It was pretty solid, and Dinosaurs has been taken down as well. So no more revival for him. But Secret is someone who can be brought back up on his feet. Will Entity take the initiative? Is the question. Somraj, yes, in an off angle, also safe at the same time. And we're also seeing the members of Alibaba Raiders now trying to wrap around the members of Entity. They're also trying to find a perfect timing for this third party. And
well,
it's gonna end up being in the exact same stalemate situation.
Exactly. For Alibaba, that's what I was just checking. Alibaba have created their presence perfectly with flanks around this area. But will it pan out for them? Because they are in a waiting game. And that waiting game is slowly going to definitely allow the other teams to slowly creep up around the vicinity that we're looking at these teams being stuck in. FS, they're pretty much in the center of the zone as of now. But the numbers not going in their favor is definitely a stalemate situation that they're going to be stuck in. And that is where, again, if Alibaba plays their cards right, they could very well come up on top, because I just noticed their positioning actually has the height advantage as well. So they've got a lot of information being retained right here in this fight.
A lot indeed, but I also want to see the entire wraparound that's basically coming in from the members of Big Brothers who are directly down south of Primorsk, or as well, they're making their way directly into the circle, and Big Brothers are basically hot on their heels. Now, that's not the kind of normal rotation we always see, but seems to be a pretty awkward one. Could be possible that they might try and find a pick onto the members of OR, because Robin seems to be running for his life, but on the other side, Revenant now trying to fire a few shots, because Wingod taking the entry between Team Prince and Revenant, that's not the perfect possible place you want to interact. But almost everyone is just inside the circle apart from Team Soul, who'll be taking a very late entry. And not quite sure if Wingod, you really want to go there. It's already Entity and FS in a stalemate situation. Do not want to break this peace treaty that's between them.
True. That's very true. But hey, again, if Wingod can just stick themselves at that position and not make any noise whatsoever at all, it could work out for them. But we'll have to see as to how quiet and trigger disciplined Wingod can be in this entire play, because nobody wants to lose out on finish points, and that is something that well, for Wingod, they need more than any of these teams. A lot many finish points, a lot many placement points for them to get themselves in the top 16. But as of now, it seems that they being out in the open trying to create that smoke wall is going to bring in the information to FS. A tough luck for Wingod, but that is a fight that will have to wait, because Team 8-Bit on our screens are making a decent rotation from down south to get into the zone. And this is where... Sorry, yeah?
It's already the stage 4 zone, and we still have 12 teams remaining.
Yes.
And I do not like the positioning of Soul at this point. All 4 of them clubbed up together against
the
Gen
way
XFM.
the zone has moved and helped out Wingod position. Now they're in the center of the zone. They're exactly where they needed to be. Just 2 minutes ago, I was pointing against it, but hey, looks like I spoke a little bit too soon, because the caster's curse has kicked in, as FS have been able to bring out a few bullets against the players of Wingod. And we saw a couple of minutes back that FS were hot on the tail of the smoke wall being created from Wingod, and that's what FS is utilizing to perfection right now.
But also look at the rotation now being brought in by the members of Big Brothers down south. Reckoning, knowing that this should possibly be a situation where they both will collide. Just a couple of players being sent out to try and find where the people are where the spray is just not pretty. He's trailing him, but not quite fast enough. Uzumaki, in the meantime, has taken a shot onto the body. No major problem, though, so the res will be given. Reckoning do not want to leave their position, and I love the positioning coming in from Reckoning as well as Revenant both. I mean, Reckoning can utilize the height advantage for themselves. If the zone takes a shift, they will have the information as to where the players are playing on. So they could make the best possible decision. All they need to worry about is going to be big brothers, and they can gatekeep them very well as well. So I don't think so it's going to be a problem. But one thing for sure is going to be for Revenant, and that's the presence of 8-bit Juicy. He moves out, and Fierce is not the guy's aim you want to be in, Juicy. This man has been relentless in the entire season.
I wonder if 8-bit actually are aware of Fierce's position right here. Because Juicy got out in the open. Of course, he knows that there are teams around in the vicinity, but does he know that there is a team right on his tail, right above him? And that's going to be Fierce from Revenant. As of now, as we move away from that stalemate fight, we've got FS Esports' two-man army pushing on their luck in the open as they try and get into the zone against the players of Entity. Entity, like you perfectly mentioned, they've been able to have a really good start to the entire tournament in week 1 and week 2. So in week 2, they are a little lackluster, which is A-okay for now. But let's see if they're going to be able to get out of the crosshairs that FS have created for Entity. Trouble brewing for all of these teams. Stage 5 is still left with 12 teams.
Just a small dodge coming in from Atanki as well, opening the door to find the information. Pukar with the nade out in the open. Still wants to find an opening, but zaps him, takes him down. That is the reason you do not walk out in the open with the nade out in the hand. He thought the angle was clear, but alas, it was not. OR just staying put, and now it's all down to Somraj. Last man standing for Entity. The question is how many position points would he be able to get, because 12 teams are still alive. And why is this happening? Even though we saw so much aggression early on in this entire map, Fierce finally finds an opening onto Ronak as well. And that was from the exact position. Maybe not. Madman jumps in, but will be taken down to his knees quickly, as Robin will also join in the fight. It's basically a massacre between 3 different teams. Maybe not. Admino finally jumps in and saves the day for his team. It's going to be OR surviving. What a way to play things out. And 8-bit, yet again, a disappointing end coming in for their side. And Wingod, we have seen so many times they have tried to gain a position in such a small, congested compound. And they'll be burnt alive right now. Rex has been taken down with a volley. Oh my god.
This is not what Wingod wanted, because AR, they were just right around the corner. They were waiting, and it's a small little shack. There's not a lot of opportunity for Wingod to be able to even hold that thing strong. There was a lot of smoke, but well, that's all that they could probably survive for. And well, that's decent turn of events, because Alibaba, with that, are going to be walking away with 5 finish points as of now. We're still left with 10 teams remaining. IQ Soul have 3 players surviving. They've been very dormant in this entire play. But hey.
Prince. Okay, the fight. That's going to be won by Jackson.
Wow.
Another wrap-up coming in. And Team Prince finally stepping up after 2 games, or let's just say 1 entire week of not being able to perform. But on the other side, Team Soul taking that late entry, tried to find a good positioning, but it's all down to S-Power and Ronnie. Can this duo bring something in a miraculous way for the team? Seems pretty difficult. 22 players remaining with 8 teams still alive. Surely this is not the perfect time to go in for a drop loot. Maybe it is. Who knows? He's just testing his luck out. But down towards South OR, just trying to gatekeep, reckoning. Ronnie. I mean, this man is fearless, running out in the open. But on the inside, look at that, safe.
Well.
Out a nade.
Does find an opening. Gets Kyoka down, Kyoya down. And with that, the opening that Brick Brothers were waiting for have been created for them. But they're still at least 200 meters away from the zone, and they need to get out in the open. A lot of utility being thrown from the side of Big Brothers right here against the players of RGE, where reckoning they're down to their last man. A revival is going to be quintessential right now, but the nades and the Molotovs, they're just not stopping. And along with that, the Blues catching up is going to be perhaps the end, for reckoning are going to be lost to just a one-man squad right now, as one of them falls down.
Rishi as well, running for his life. He's trying to catch up to the blue. They're at the furthest end, and now he's going to go in for that healing. Big Brother Esports, I mean, their position is something that is now becoming their demise. OR already inside the circle, but since Seth found an angle, he was actually able to do the last second chip damage, because it's Team Prince who seems to be in the prime position to try and take this game home. Up north, down south, they've got just a few teams to worry about, and half of them are just the ones remaining with one player. Prince throwing those smokes out in the grass. This is the Snake gameplay finally coming in, because there's absolutely no cover. There are no vehicles for any of the team. It's all just down to who can camouflage well in the grasslands.
Absolutely. With the 5 teams, the 5 different areas of the zone that has been covered, with IQ Souls as power still not one stop. The nade being played to perfection from his side, bringing in a lot of damage. A world of trouble being created from his side and his nades. But for how long? This is going to be his final nade, and he's still got a long way to go if he wants to move into the zone. He's at the edge. His teammate, that's exactly what he's doing. He's providing the cover to his teammate, as Ronnie has pushed all the way up ahead in the zone, and this is now an opportunity for IQ's Souls as power to be able to slowly but steadily creep in from the eastern side of the zone. The team in yellow in the minimap is Team Soul, OR with 3 players surviving. Slowly and steadily, they are making their presence felt as well as they come into the zone from the south.
What a beautiful, perfect spray coming in from JD, but only with the help of members of OR, who will now be taking a knock themselves as Ronnie goes in for another spray. And JD is there to pick up a few scraps for himself, thanks to the members of Team Soul. As Power and Ronnie playing so wide apart, it's all down to a 2v2 situation, because Zap was able to secure a good pick onto JD, finishing him off as well. But he himself is just out in the blue. All of them so slowly. Zap has been taken down. It's all down to Pro. A 2v1 situation, and it's Team Soul who gets a second chicken dinner for themselves. And what a way to get this one in their bag. How is this possible? They lost 2 members when there were 12 teams remaining and almost 35 players.
Just absolutely incredible day right here for the side of Team Soul. They started off with a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, and now moved on to get another second chicken dinner for the day on the map of Erangel. The final map of day number 1 of week 3 goes in favor of IQ Soul, and with that, Espower and Ronnie's domination has done destruction and mayhem in this lobby. They played it safe, they played their cards right, because they were so brilliantly aware of their surroundings, which of course resulted in them getting the chicken dinner. But tough luck for OR right there.
My mind is just blowing at this point, because there were 2 teams who had a prime positioning in the circle. One of them was Team Prince, and the other one, it was OR. Yes, they were not exactly in the circle, but they had the man advantage, the manpower. And even after that, Team Prince, they just could not find the perfect timing for themselves. So that eventually led to a situation where they were being pincered from 2 different directions. From one side, they had Gen X FM firing onto them, and Espower's position was entirely unknown. So he was just able to become that one surprise element. And that is one of the reasons why Team Prince falls. So that's quite understandable. But on the other side, OR basically had a good angle onto the members of Team Soul, and they also were looking in the direction of Gen X FM. And also the members of, if I'm not wrong, there were also Entity right there, even Somraj. We're going to see that in the highlights as well. It will be much more clear. But that's what I guess would be there. And they should have been the one to get that chicken. But even after that, being picked apart in such a way, Team Soul, my God, hats off.
Hats off indeed. I mean, just brilliant playing right here. I mean, TTE, this compound itself, there was a lot of chaos that ensued right here, where we had Team Zero, we had iFlex, and then it was Team Forever, upon whom, of course, Gen X FM also pushed on ahead to try their luck. It was definite destruction right here, Moth Ka Kuan as it's called, right? This is exactly where it all went down for quite a lot of these teams.
And Team Soul, that's... I can't even say that it was all based on their sheer firepower. It was all based on the positioning that they had and
Yes.
the way they were able to just surprise their opponents. And again, this time, Team 8-Bit, I was also expecting them to try and pull a few of those things off, but just did not help them out. They were the ones who were trying to go in for the slam against the members of OR. And I'll be brutally honest, this is literally like the second or maybe third time that Wind God has been taken down in a similar fashion. And that too in an exactly the same shack. And they just seem to be getting themselves in the positions that they can't get out from. And the other teams just capitalize on the back of it. So they really need to work on that. And this was just an overcommitment coming in from Big Brothers. They should have been able to move faster, go directly in towards the circle, because OR was on the other side and they also found a timing to quickly go in towards the circle, but that just did not happen. And they were eventually scummed to the entire blue.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, I feel bad for OR in that play because OR knew exactly where Soul was. They were slowly creeping in, but they knew exactly where Soul was. But again, the zone, the way it worked out, the way the positioning was so very well played out from the side of IQ Soul's Ronnie, as well as, of course, his teammate S-Power, where the perfect utilization of utilities played out a clear opening, created a clear opening for IQ Soul. But with that, let's of course find out first things first, the MVP from this game. We know who got the chicken dinner, but who was the MVP? Well, it was
JD.
JD from Gen X.
Doing a pretty solid job, I'd say.
Yes, 5 finishes, 62% contribution is really good. And again, I mean, Gen X, they held on strong for quite a long time in that compound and that fight against Team Forever as well, where initially when they entered with that third-party approach, from one side it was Team Forever, from one side it was Gen X FM. It seemed like Team Gen X was scurrying away, but they turned around, they jumped into the fight, and utilized the information really well. So kudos to JD right here. JD Gaming with 5 finishes that he was able to bring in for his team.
Very good performance coming in for their side indeed. Were also able to survive for as long as possible in such a scrappy position. I mean, that's kudos to them. Also finding a good timing, but we're gonna have to see who will be the stars of the match, and it's none other than Gen X FM JD Gaming going all out. Best companion to Wind God Eggy going in for 3 rescues, and the finisher none other than Ronnie. And one of the reasons why S-Power was being so very effective in those situations was on the back of the information being provided by Ronnie, who found an opportunity to get inside the circle on the back of the utilities and spray down coming in from S-Power. So this was the perfect duo that you would really want to stay alive in those last circles and play so coordinatedly. Because Ronnie provided the positioning for the last few teams and members, and the reason why he was in that position in the first place was because his power was just raining terror on the members of Team Prince. A perfect play.
Perfect communication, perfect play. I mean, that is reading the positioning of your opponents, your own positioning, and just playing your cards right to perfection. And that's where, of course, experience itself is something to be spoken about and brought up in favor of Soul itself. And that's where IQ Soul got a second chicken dinner for the day. Just brilliant play being showcased from the side of this team. And we've still got day 2 and day 3 still remain for week 3. Tomorrow and day after. Wonder what's going to go down.
If this is the way Team Soul is going to perform, I mean, I'd be pretty worried about all the other teams out there. But still, I love the way how other teams try to step up in this one. Gen X FM and again, Entity. We've always seen them going in, but I love how momentum was shifted and now Team Prince also stepped up. But we're going to have a quick look at the match rankings, as it's going to be OR Esports on top with 21 points. They again finished up second, but had most finishes this time around. And I like the pace change from them too, because OR have been playing for survival. This time they played for the finishes too.
Absolutely, and that was really well played out for OR Esports, because throughout the entirety of the 3 games that they've played today, they've slowly but surely racked up numbers for themselves. As the day started off, it was really sad to see the positioning that OR was in the overall ranking. But as the day progressed on along, they have definitely, played it to their to their best of approach, which of course I'm sure we'll see exactly where does it end up OR Esports in the overall ranking. But right now, looking pretty good. Now, in the same sentence, I do want to bring up teams like Reckoning Esports, Revenant, as well as perhaps Team 8-Bit, where a lot more synergistic plays could have been anticipated from their side. There were moments where Revenant shown, Reckoning Esports absolutely shown themselves as well and showcased their skill. But will that be enough though? Because, well, we're part of week 3. This is the time where you really come together as a team and take on those fights and get those points secured every single time.
That is indeed true. I mean, these players have now been scrimming along with their teammates for quite a while now, so this should be much more than sufficient for them to rack up a few of those extra points and get those synergy up on board, get their chemistry perfectly right. But yes, I would still say not a very good day for Team Together Esports. Momentum not in their favor. Wind God, they tried, but again, in those late zones, the same mistakes seem to be committed time and time again. iFlex, I would just say they were unfortunate this time because they were being, again, third-partied multiple times. I mean, half of the fights that we actually saw were down towards the western part, somewhere around Query and between Primorsk, if I'm not wrong, Primorsk, Query, that specific area. And I mean, come on. At least half of the match was exactly happening there. And the fun fact, the only teams that were eliminated were being eliminated there right in front of our eyes. We were not seeing any other team or any other action happening around the map. But that was one of the fun part. On the other side, again, a very good day coming in for OR indeed. First game, it was pretty decent. Second one, a chicken. And third one, even though they placed second, they had those eliminations and now are on top. So I really want to see their jump up in the leaderboard. Probably in top 16 on the back of these two games.
Hopefully, that's what my bet would be as well, because of the way that they were able to rack up those numbers for themselves. On the other front, again, I mean, as you perfectly mentioned as well, for Entity, it hasn't really been the best of days, but that's okay, because in the first 2 weeks, they've done it so brilliantly that they can actually have a chill pill week this time around. Or maybe it's just today, and tomorrow we might see a different playstyle coming in from their play as well. Another wonderful thing that happened today is the interview with WSB, where Entity was called out clearly, and perhaps the repercussion of that is something that we should anticipate tomorrow.
I'll be waiting, man. I've got my popcorns ready already. I'm gonna be waiting for that. But thank you for touching on the fact, on the point of the interview as well, because we've got one more lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a quick look at it.
We have, ladies and gentlemen, the boys. And इस वक्त पुकार है. So welcome to this special interview. बहुत सारे सवाल हैं इन दोनों शख्स के, तो मैं ज़्यादा समय ज़ाया नहीं करूँगा. Fixes first of all, shoot.
देखिए पुकार, मैं आपसे तो नहीं, जिपेक्स से जरूर सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि एक जंग छिड़ चुकी है.
फोन देने दे.
हाँ, एक सेकंड.
यस, आपको लाइक जिपेक्स कोच साहब, हमारे कोच बहुत जरूरी है. अच्छा लगता है, ट्रेंड आ रहा है.
मतलब जिपेक्स, क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं?
हेलो, हाय एवरीवन.
हेलो.
चलिए कर लीजिए सेट.
कर लीजिए, हम वेट पूरा है हमारे पास.
हाँ, क्योंकि सब इंतजार कर रहे हैं भाई साहब की.
जानना है भाई.
बात छिड़ी है.
चैंपियन टीम है
जी. जिपेक्स, पहला सवाल तो ये कि आपसे हमारी काफी दिन पहले मुलाकात हुई थी. तब एंटिटी एक स्लम्प से गुजर रही थी. उसके बाद धीरे धीरे हमने देखा कि रिवाइवल हुआ. अभी काफी सारे टूर्नामेंट्स में भी अच्छे प्रदर्शन आ रहे हैं. क्या आपने टीम्स में चेंजेस किए स्टाइल में?
उस टाइम पे स्टार्टिंग के फेज में आई थिंक टीम न्यू थी, तो एक तो फिर पुकार ने भी छोड़ा था, वो एक अनएक्सपेक्टेड था. और टीम न्यू थी, प्लेयर सारे ही नहीं थे अचानक से, तो सबको ट्रेन करना, सेम पेज पे लाना, वो आई थिंक कभी कभी ड्यूरेशन होता है. कभी किसी को ज्यादा लगता है, किसी को कम लगता. तो एक पेज पे आने के लिए उस पर थोड़ा टाइम ज्यादा खिंच गया, और उसमें थोड़े से बैड फेज और बड़े इवेंट आ गए जिसके लिए प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं थी टीम ओवरऑल, भले इंडिविजुअली थे. तो वो एक इश्यू आया था. बाकी हम लोग को टाइम लगा इंडिविजुअली, फिर सबका धीरे धीरे सेट हुआ एंड सब सेम पेज पे आ गए. तो फिर धीरे धीरे परफॉर्मेंस भी आ गई, ग्रिप भी आ गई, फिर एंड देन वेल एंड गुड पुकार भी आ गया.
मुद्दे पे आ जाइए आप.
रिसेंटली बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स से आपका एब्सेंस रहा है. बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स के फाइनल स्टेजेस से पहले एंटिटी नहीं दिखती है. अभी 2024 का सबसे पहला बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है ये एसपीएस. तो इस टूर्नामेंट को लेकर क्या विचार हैं, क्या टारगेट्स हैं, मतलब ब्रीफ।
हाँ, एक दो टूर्नामेंट्स मिस हुए थे हमारे, और कुछ ऐसे रीजंस के कारण मिस हुए थे जिनको हम रिवील भी नहीं कर सकते। और 2023 के लास्ट बड़े टूर्नामेंट में तो हम थे, और उस टाइम भी अंडरडॉग्स के साथ कुछ खेल रहे थे, बट स्टिल हम लोग क्लोज थे, बट ऑफ कोर्स वी डिड नॉट फिनिश एज वी वांटेड टू। बट ये भी बड़ा इवेंट है, सो वी आर ऑलमोस्ट प्रिपेयर्ड। थोड़ी बहुत चीजें हैं, उस पर ऑब्वियसली वर्क करना है, जो धीरे धीरे हम लोग देख रहे हैं, वो जोन के चेंजेस हो या फिर मेटा चेंजेस हो।
कोच साहब, एक सवाल है छोटा सा मेरा अभी यहाँ पर, कि अभी आप ही बता सकते हो कि अभी पुकार लीड कर रहे हैं या सोमराज लीड कर रहे हैं?
आज तो कोई नहीं लीड कर रहा था,
मतलब
हैं फ्री हैंड
फ्री हैंड
मतलब
वाह
बेसिक क्लासिक।
लेट्स एड्रेस द एलिफेंट इन द रूम, प्लीज डू द ऑनर्स।
नहीं, ये क्रैट आई थिंक बेस्ट इंटरव्यू इन द कंट्री
अभी।
हाँ, एक बार पुकार को देते हैं। कोच साहब थैंक यू सो मच। एक बार पुकार से भी बातचीत हो जाए हमारी। दो सवाल है, एक एलिफेंट वाला क्वेश्चन, ठीक है, दूसरा फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम ब्रो। घर वालों के साथ वापसी मिलके कैसा लग रहा है? मतलब बीच में थोड़ा घूमने चले गए थे एक दो टीम में आप।
हाँ, वो एक नया एक्सपीरियंस था, उसमें भी मजा आया, और अभी वापस।
बट गमला और सोमराज के साथ खेल के फिर से कैसा लग रहा है? वो वाइब आ रही है पुरानी वाली?
हाँ, पहले जैसे ही लग रहा है एकदम, और इतना मतलब नए जो टीम का एकदम वो होता है कि सेट होने में टाइम लगता है, वैसा कुछ नहीं लगा मेरे को।
मतलब नो डाउट परफॉर्मेंस दिख रही है। अभी क्या था कि आप लोगों के फाइनल तीन मैचेस थे, पहले 3 मैचेस के बाद WSB का इंटरव्यू हुआ था और अनुज ने कुछ स्टेटमेंट दी है, तो आपने सुना था वो इंटरव्यू, या मैं आपको दोहराऊं उसके लिए?
नहीं, बताओ क्या बोले।
वो पुचिंकी के ड्रॉप क्लैश पे बोल रहे कि आप ढीठ हो, मतलब थोड़ा पैसिव खेलते हो, ऐसे बोला,
दूर रहते हो थोड़ा।
ये स्टेटमेंट्स आई है ओपनली।
हाँ, ऐसा हो सकता है, लेकिन पुचिंकी अगर हम ढीठ है तो ड्रॉप पहले से किसका है वो नहीं भी पता है किसका ड्रॉप है पहले से, और इधर पहले से कौन है इस फील्ड में, तो बाकी देखते हैं किसका रहेगा ये ड्रॉप फाइनल्स में।
आई थिंक उनका चाहना है कि एक बार पुचिंकी में थोड़ा सा एक्शन हो जाए अर्ली, तो क्या
एक्शन तो होता ही है,
वो चीज देखने को मिलेगी?
हाँ, हम लोग ऑब्वियसली पुश करते हैं, वो लोग भी पुश करते हैं, बाकी जो कुछ बोलता है उस पे थोड़ी बिलीव कर सकते हैं।
ठीक है, आई थिंक
बोलने के लिए तो मैं भी बोल सकता हूँ।
जी सॉरी, एक और सवाल था पुकार, ट्रॉय के साथ आपको खेल के कैसा लग रहा है? क्योंकि आप वापसी कर रहे हो, ट्रॉय एडिशन हुए हैं, एंड हाल ही में हम देख रहे हैं कि काफी बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं, तो उनके साथ आपकी जुगलबंदी कैसी है?
जब मैं टीम छोड़ने वाला था तो मतलब तब मैं ही ट्रॉय को लेके आया था, तो मतलब ट्रॉय तो मेरे को अच्छा ही लगता है प्लेयर, तो अभी भी सेट ही है उसके साथ, अच्छा ही खेलता है वो।
वेल फेयर इनफ। एक मेरा आखिरी क्वेश्चन रहेगा कि अभी हमने रिसेंटली आपका भी एक IGLing का रन देखा था, अभी सोमराज आपके साथ मौजूद है, कुछ ऐसी प्लानिंग हुई है कि ऑलराइट ये टाइम पे अगर ऐसी सिचुएशन है, हम लोग टेबल में नीचे चल रहे हैं, तो ये प्ले स्टाइल, इस IGL का प्ले स्टाइल बेटर रहेगा, इस टाइम पे मैं बेटर लीड कर सकता हूँ, ऐसा कुछ हुआ है? और आर यू प्लानिंग टू स्टिक विद जस्ट वन IGL?
अभी IGL तो सोमराज ही है, मैं सिर्फ फिल्टर करता हूँ, और वही है कि सिचुएशन में जिसको जो बेस्ट लगता है वो करा देता है, और जो होता है वो होता है।
ऑन द फ्लाई कॉलिंग भी हो जाती है कई बार। ये बहुत आई थिंक देखने में काफी मजा आएगा, बिकॉज अभी तक आपकी टीम की सक्सेस इसी जो आप जिस प्ले स्टाइल से खेल रहे हैं काफी अच्छी हमने देखी है, जर्नी जिस तरह से एसपीएस में रही है। पुकार, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू। कोच साहब को भी शुक्रिया अदा कर दीजिए इस इंटरव्यू के लिए आने के लिए, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक आपके कल के मैचेस के लिए।
थैंक यू।
Absolutely incredible interview right there, and that is the kind of communication that we need to have in the community as well. Some banter is so very much required as well. As WSB started it, it is none other than Entity finishing it all off, and of course clearly distinctively saying that, you know what mates, we were here before, so the drop is ours. But again, we're going to find out if that'll be the case or not tomorrow, of course.
I have got a right to remain silent, and I'm going to use that in this case. But anyways, yes, very well mentioned points as well about Entity, how they were facing a few struggles early on, but at the end of the day, now they've found their footing. And again, it shows up in the overall ranking itself. Entity being at the second place, only second to Seoul, who were able to get a great chicken in the previous one for some reason, which, I mean, in normal circumstances, any analyst would say that was not possible. But again, it's just Team Seoul. They always do things that are unbelievable. Entity following them up. Chemin as well, just closely trailing them. 211 points for them. On the other side, WSB making a humongous leap.
This is a little scary, mate, because Entity, I mean, I have pointed it out time and time again today that they have not played to perfection as we saw from them in week 1 and 2. Today, maximum they work towards 3 points, 4 points kind of a gameplay today in the 3 games that they've played. And with that also, an only single chicken dinner. They're sitting on the 2nd position. I mean, it clearly tells you the prowess that Entity brings to the table right here in this lobby.
That is just Entity for you. Playing all the games to such perfection, and even after that, they're trying to find even better footing. And that is basically the entire theme of the game, because you need to be perfect and the perfectionist. Only then you'll be able to find that win. And it clearly shows in their game. 99 finish points, 118 possession points as well, pushing them up so very close. But on to the next page. This is where the trouble is going to lie. 160 cut off after the day 1 of week 3. I'm excited.
Team Godlike, OR, they've played it to perfection. They've played this day 1 of week 3 to perfection, and they found themselves in the top 16. And again, the best part being that this is just the start for week 3. We've still got tomorrow and day after 2 games to look at, and that is where these teams are going to be playing 3 more games each as we progress on along, which will definitely rack up those numbers. And the cutoff that is at 160, well, by the end of week 4, it wouldn't surprise me if it reaches all the way up to 250, I guess.
Could be possible. I was thinking about the exact same thing. Maybe 250, 275, that might be the cutoff, but we're going to discuss that later, because Team Prince, the team that we saw was on the 1st place, has now finally dropped out of the top 16. And is at the 17th position with 156 points. Now, this is worrisome. Not just a bit, but a lot. Because they're being trailed way too quickly by Hydra Official with 152 and Blind themselves 150. And that is when Blind is just not having those games that they normally would. Just 1 or 2 games and we're going to see them in top 8.
Exactly. Now, that is a cause for concern for sure, as you perfectly mentioned. Along with that, the likes of Team 8-Bit, well, slowly they're bringing up their numbers, but jumping from 18th to the 22nd position, down to the 22nd position, is probably not the kind of day that Team 8-Bit anticipated for themselves. AUTOBOTZ, I'm really psyched and impressed by in today's performance, because slowly, but definitely decent kind of a trajectory is what they've showcased. Just hope that they climb up through the ranks by tomorrow's day end.
True. They really need to, and so do Reckoning. But on the last page, we're going to see Team X-Spark, Wind God. Now, these are the teams you would never expect to see out of those top 16 places. But here we are, they're not being able to synergize that very well with their teammates. I guess there have been a few problems, specifically talking about the positionings, the timings of the rotation. And I mean, with Wind God, I'm just going to say out loud, that is a problem of positioning. They're not being able to position themselves in a good place. That one shack, it's just not going to cut it whatsoever. And this is a team we know has got a massive potential. 33-point chicken dinner. They've only seen one other team do that, and that's WSB, who's literally on top of the table in top 5. So Wind God is a team that has got that potential, but they're just not being able to play onto that one. And down south, if we're going to look at, it's Medal, 4-Shot, Team Zero. Team Zero showed some members, but now they're fading away as well.
Absolutely. Now, as we move on through this final page, well, a lot should change tomorrow and day after. But as we progress on ahead, let's have a look at the finished leaders coming in from today, and the combined effort from these players after 21 matches. We've got Ninja Boy once again leading the charge, as he always does, with 44 finishes that he's been able to contribute for his team.
Psycard for Team Together Esports again performing, showing his skills with 32 finishes himself. On the other side, now we're going to see Troy from Entity. So finally, the team who's in that top 5, they've also got one of their players in those finish leaders too. And we were just talking about Troy as well, where Pukar mentioned that he has been a great player and he still is. Right. And this is one of the reasons. And just look at that. Finish contribution 31.31%. What's this with 3-1 for this man, 31 finishes, 31.31% finish contribution.
something you got to watch out for. Maybe an omen, a good one for Entity possibly. But Slug again from Global Esports stepping up, 30 finishes with 27.5 to finish contribution. Now, I always wanted to talk about Global Esports, wherein they have got almost 110 finishes, almost.
Right.
And they're just lacking in those position points. Just a little bit tuning in the timing, and we might see them in the top 5.
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen because of the way that this team has been playing and the kind of numbers that they're racking up, actually, right? It works out perfectly. The only difference that can be brought in from today's gameplay compared to tomorrow and day after is the teams that are on that final page of the leaderboard. Now, few of them did bring in and change their playstyle, OR being one of them. They have racked up those numbers, but there are still a lot many that need to be able to showcase that dominance tomorrow and day after. And fingers crossed, actually, from my side, for these teams to be able to utilize the opportunity, because week 3 is the only time that they can do so. In week 4, it's just going to be concrete, clear answer to the entire lobby that these are the top 16 teams that we're looking at, and now it's just who's the better one amongst them.
It's going to be restless. It's going to be ruthless at the same time.
Yes.
So every team would just need to change their gears. They would need to step things up. And what other than Monster Energy would help them out? Because using that, you can literally unleash the beast in yourself. I was just trying to find if I've got one, because I kept a few for myself, but alas, I don't. But on the other side, I also want to give a huge thank you to Snapdragon and Samsung for making this tournament possible, because again, I have been having such a great time watching all of these matches, analyzing the plays that all of these teams are making, and seeing how well the entire chart is being upset time and time again. I can only wait to see what's going to happen in the next 2 days, and of course in the last week itself, because it's going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah, no question about it. It's definitely turning into a bonkers ride for all of the teams, as well as, of course, the viewers, I'm sure, as every single match we're just at the edge, and you just don't know how is it going to turn out and pan out. Well, that all will become clearer as we move on ahead with that, with our day number 1 of week 3. Well, that does come to an end, but we've still got tomorrow and day after to look forward to. But along with that, incredible turn of events right here, Scared Cat. Final thoughts, mate?
I mean, I'm just having fun, just as I've already mentioned, and we're going to see what's going to happen tomorrow, because, ladies and gentlemen, this has been me, Scared Yet, alongside me, none other than Blotter himself, and also follow us on all the social media, so you're going to be up to date regarding whatever's happening in the entire challenge season. Now, you all were watching SPS BGMI challenge season, brought to you by none other than Samsung Galaxy and Monster. We're going to catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Make sure to tune in and again, set the reminder, because this is going to be the evening of upsets. We're going to be signing off for now. See ya.
Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level.